Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MCSR Ranked Playoffs. We're in the second weekend. It's me, Curryway, and I'm back here joined with Rose. Rose Beams, how are you doing today, Rose? You excited for some Minecraft?
I am so excited for some Minecraft. We have got 5 games today, so we get a bonus game. So I'm super, super excited.
We do have this first bonus game, and honestly, this is a matchup that a lot of people have been looked forward to. I also see a lot of people in the chat. Yes, the cameras are fixed. Oliver and I went through tech support channels. We have fixed so many things. There's a lot of different things this weekend in the broadcast. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. Moving forward, we're a small indie company and we're making things work. So we're very happy to have this working. It's also way better quality for me watching, so I'm also happy about that. Anyway, this matchup between Feinberg and Loki was supposed to happen last weekend. Unfortunately, Feinberg fell very ill. Loki was gracious enough to work around the schedule, and we have this game happening now. Feinberg has still, he's been very open about it on his streams. He's had like an exclamation point health command. He has not been feeling the best recently, but I'm super hyped that he showed up today. He's ready to play. He's going to do his best. And Rose, it's not going to be an easy matchup for him going up against the opponent that he picked, which is, oh, by the way, a 3-time ranked playoff champion.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy matchup. But I've been looking into the kind of history between Fine and Loki in terms of to just try and unpick a little bit more some of like the reasoning behind Fine picking Loki, because I think it was a pick that kind of surprised a lot of people. I mean, it's not unheard of for Fine to choose people that he is kind of arguably you know not necessarily worse than, but to pick like difficult opponents to face off in the round of 16. He's going into this as the number 3 seed. He had a lot of people to choose from. And interestingly, in terms of the matchups between these two, they've not actually played each other very much in the past. They've actually played each other more in this season than they have in the last 4 seasons combined. And then when you
Wow.
look even further back, they've played more. Oh, they've played the same amount of games this season only than they have in any other season before. So they've not actually played each other very much. And then of the games they've played together this season, Fine is ahead. It's 8-6 to Fine. So it's not kind of like
Wow.
a terrible choice from him, I think, in terms of when you look at like their history, like they're not, it's not like Fine playing Infume where they play each other like 5 times a day. It's a
Mhm.
rarer matchup. And we didn't see as many games from Loki either in season 10. I think Fine played around 3 times as many ranked matches. So we've seen less from Loki. So potentially there is kind of some greater logic, I think, to Fine picking Loki for this game.
I think you made a bunch of amazing points. I actually pulled up the stats as well while you were talking about it with their matchup. I mean, you mentioned the 8-6 to Feinberg this season. Feinberg, they've played what, 8 times in the last 2 days, and Feinberg has won 6 of those 8 games in the past 2 days.
Yeah.
So there's also just a lot of very literally recent history in the sense of like the last week or so. And the point you bring up about them not playing a lot, I think a lot of that is, as you mentioned, Loki just didn't play that much in season 10. Loki also, at least going off American time, really likes to play in the mornings, where Feinberg is much more later in the day. And Loki also just is slamming private rooms constantly. He's been much more of a wild card person in general. I think like just recently with how little he's played the ladder, but I think everyone in this bracket, as we also get to see what happened last weekend, is still very terrified of Loki. Like, he is not someone that anyone is thrilled to go up against, but definitely looks maybe a little bit more gettable this season compared to previous ones. And as we see on the bracket, before we swap back to anything or anything else, we could take a quick look at how we got here. Infume 3-1 HDMI cables in our last match of last weekend. And our first match of last weekend, Silver 3-0'd Hacks. That's going to be a really exciting matchup there between those two players who know each other very well. Then our other quarterfinals, match is Big Mungie and Aquacord, the two quote unquote lower seeds. I mean, Aquacord definitely pulling off an upset there. Mungie, a little bit more arguable if it's an upset or not, but two really high level players. One of them is going to be going to the semis in that matchup. And then our final quarterfinal that is set is EDCR, who took out Ulsahin 3-1 in Ulsahin's first playoff appearance, and also EDCR's first playoff win, which was great. And Beef Salad took out J 3-1. Beef Salad looking primed and ready for another long playoff run here, has a chance to go to the semis against EDCR, which is also a UK matchup, which is always fun. And then the winner of this first game, Feinberg Loki, is going to be playing NHB, who took down Rao, at least like 7-time playoff participant. So really impressive from NHB. Rose, which of these matchups in the quarterfinals are you most excited about?
It's between two. I think I'm really excited to see Infume Silver, just because I think Silver played really, really well last week. And I think it'd just be interesting to see this kind of like matchup between two people who are obviously very, very good friends. But also I think I'm more excited for Mungie Aquacord, because I think, arguably a little bit of an upset in Aquacord kind of pulling off the reverse sweep onto Dougal, but both Mungie and Aquacord just played really, really well last week. So I'm really excited to kind of see the two of them play today.
Yeah, I mean, Mungie, one of only 2 3-0s last time, so we're excited to see that matchup later on in the day. But I mean, this Feinberg Loki matchup, I mean, we talked about it already a little bit with Feinberg dominating the last day or so, and we could take a look at the player spotlight stats now. Rose, there's a lot of pretty crazy stats here. They're separated by 2 seconds on average rank time. I would imagine the win versus opponent. I would imagine this is. I'm not sure where that. Oh no, because this is season 10. Yeah, because we just talked about looking at season 11. Sorry, that makes a lot of sense. So Feinberg 3-0 in season 10 is crazy impressive. But I mean, Rose, Loki, RSG world record holder, 3-time playoff winner, former rank world record. I mean, what is there to say with all the stats on the screen right now?
I know it's not looking, when you look at the stats, it's not looking amazing if you're a Feinberg fan. But I have a couple of points to say that might kind of boost the morale of the Feinberg fans. Because yes, we know Loki is an incredible player. He's a very scary player. He's the world record holder. He's a 3 times playoff winner. But Feinberg is fresh from a couple of PBs. He got a new ranked PB, which was the second fastest this season, and he's also fresh from a new RSG PB. So he's been playing well, obviously, despite not feeling 100% this week. But he has a lot of experience, and we've talked more so last week about the kind of change now in the seeds, and we're just using seeds from the ranked filter that aren't being pre-checked beforehand. And for someone like Fine, whose strength lays in his kind of decision making, I think, and kind of dealing with slightly more kind of less ordinary linear seeds, I think this could kind of be his best chance, I think, to be able to try and take down Loki.
No, you're absolutely right. I think something we always talk about on the broadcast is the play styles between these two players. I mean, I struggle to find really any matchup. I mean, I guess the Mungie Blazemine one is kind of like that, where it's just two totally polar opposite play styles. But this is very similar, where Loki is the type of player who's always pushing himself to like the absolute limit of what is possible. Like, we'll play way more aggressive, we'll die way more, we'll really try and do some absolutely crazy things. And Fine is so much more methodical, and he's so much better at things like inventory management or making these really smart plays to get back into a game. But Loki's top speed is just so otherworldly that just cannot be matched, quite frankly, by Feinberg at some times, and really not by anyone. So being able to see that matchup, and how you're absolutely right, talking about like the seed filtering, how that will matter in this matchup is really interesting, because if it is similar to the rank ladder, I mean, we're taking just this season and last season, that's almost 2-1 Feinberg. But again, I really want to stress the point. Loki is a private room demon more than anything. I mean, I believe he even has the private room world record. So, and that's not even one of his achievements. So it really could go anyone's way, depending on the day. And I'm just hoping, Fine and Loki are feeling good, ready to have a phenomenal, phenomenal game today.
Yeah, definitely. I think, whoever wins, I think it's going to be close in every single seed. So I'm really excited. I'm also really curious as well to see with our new kind of seed pick system as well, kind of if they're to kind of get a little bit into I think Feinberg's brain as well because he's going to have the first seed pick. So it'll be really interesting
Yep.
as well to see kind of what he wants to start with as well.
It's a great point. We'll see the seed pick momentarily. I'm sure we'll be hopping into this game pretty soon here. Oh, look at that. We get it. Oh, and Rose, I mean, I don't know why we were even wondering. I kind of,
Yeah.
we got to lock in here. I mean, of course it's going to be Desert Temple from Feinberg here. I mean, one of, if not the best desert player in the world, it's really probably between Fine and Fume and EDCR in my head. I mean, those are the three that are just absolutely lights out on this seed type. So not surprising. Loki used to have Desert Temple world record, I think, actually, before Jay took it. So Loki also very formidable on this type of seed. But I mean, this is his roots, Rose. This is what Feinberg is going to feel most comfortable playing for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, long, long history of all advancements from Feinberg. So he's very, very familiar with the Desert Temple. And also, there can be kind of a lot of potentials for different kind of decision making choices with this seed type as well, depending on if you are going to have depending on your food that you get from the chests looking for your lava pool, are you going to be able to find a source of gravel? Are you going to have to go for a wood light? How
Mhm.
do you choose what direction you go in for trees? There's a lot of kind of little decisions that have to be made that can kind of see overworlds sort of diverge. And I think, again, as we've said, like for a player like Feinberg, who is really, really strong on his kind of decision making and his kind of play choices, I think this could be kind of a really good first seed for him.
Yeah, I mean, this can set the tone. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for these two runners here. And we're going to take a quick little second to stall just a bit more, get the players in the lobby. They're getting all the warm up they could possibly get. Like low key, but like let's move on here with the warm up. Let's get going here. I'm excited to start the action today. But Desert Temple is interesting, especially with the new seed pick system, because if Feinberg wins Temple, he can't pick Temple anymore. Where in previous seasons of playoffs, and Feinberg's spoken about this on stream and also just in the ranked Discord about how he prefers this seed type system. So interesting to kind of pick it for your first seed. I mean, obviously it does set the tone, but I'm curious as we get more used to the seed type where maybe you try and save a seed pick that you really like for your second or third seed. Either if you win and then you have like a bounce back game if it's 1-1, or you lose that first seed, then you get another seed pick, and then it's like, okay, now let me pick what I'm comfortable with after trying to, try and maybe throw my opponent off with the first game.
Yeah, definitely. I think it opens the door for a little bit more kind of like strategizing, maybe a little bit of like metagaming, because you might think, okay, like, could I pick something as my like first seed type that's going to potentially like throw my opponent off?
Yep.
Or can I, pick something to kind of like mix it up and, as you said, like keep the seed type that you're kind of strongest with in the bank for later. So I think, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how these seed picks evolve and also how the system evolves kind of as players get used to it.
No, absolutely. We're gonna see what that's gonna look like shortly. Again, very soon. Once we hop into this game, though, we will be good. I know, Rose. I'm trying not to mention it because I don't know how traumatic it is for you, but I did see you tweet that you did have another ant incident. So
I did. Like not as nowhere near as bad as the first time. It was
well, that's good.
only yeah, it was only like a really small group of them, and I've not seen any since then. But it was like I went into it's like a new location this time because last time they were like downstairs, they were in like the hallway and in the kitchen, and this time they were
Mhm.
upstairs in the bathroom.
Oh,
And I have no idea how they got into the bathroom as well because like they were concentrated on like the other side of the bathroom. Um, but it was at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, as I was like wanting to go
oh
to bed,
no,
and then I'm having to fight off the ants again. But there was a lot less of them. But I'm like, I have no idea where they're coming from. So we
that
need
is
to do some
terrifying.
investigating. Yeah,
Yeah,
just a little bit
the
scary.
ants have ranked up. They've reached netherite. They figured out how to climb to the second floor. Truly
Yeah,
terrifying stuff here. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, this game. Do you have any predictions for this game as we're stalling here? We kind of. I always like
Um.
forget the order of doing things. We could do a pred now. I'll say my pred first. I usually ask.
Okay.
I'm gonna predict Fine's a very good friend of mine. Loki is someone I respect a lot. I think Feinberg is gonna win. I think he's gonna have like an MJ flu game performance here. I'm gonna take Feinberg 3-1 and bank on that. That's the thought process here.
Okay. Now it's gonna seem like I'm copying you because I was gonna say Feinberg 3-1 as
Oh,
well.
oh, so we hate
So no,
Loki.
I'll change
Oh,
it.
okay,
I'll change it. I'll change it. I'm gonna say 3-2 to Feinberg. We'll just add it. We'll make it so
okay,
we have a game 5. Yeah, I think it's gonna be
okay.
either way. I think it's just gonna be so close every single seed.
I really do. The reason that I'm picking Feinberg is honestly just for the storyline of like it'd be cool to win after he was really sick for a week. Loki, you've won 3 times. Like that's enough. Like let's get some new blood in here. But no, like seriously, like I actually am just so excited to watch Loki play. I think Loki is maybe my favorite person to actually watch in playoffs because, like we're saying, he doesn't stream as much as maybe like an Infume or a Feinberg, where you get the chance to really watch them all the time. Loki comes into playoffs. It's also similar with EDCR as well, where I have no idea what to expect when I watch Loki here. Like he could do some type of crazy tempo routing or new play that we've just like never seen. And I think that's so just impressive with his gameplay. And also, there's very few players with how long that I've played this game that really just make my jaw hit the floor when I see them do movement stuff. And Loki is maybe one of 3 that can do that. So it's always a joy and pleasure to watch Loki play Minecraft, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we said, like we've pushed this game back, obviously because of Feinberg's health, but it's definitely a really long awaited game, and a matchup that I think a lot of people are looking forward to see.
And guess what, Rose? I see the message from Oliver. Okay, go for real. It's happening any second now. We are
Amazing.
going to play Minecraft. Feinberg and Loki are going to play Minecraft, and it's happening right now.
Here we
Look at
go.
this. Desert Temple, the good lucks are out. Feinberg, the 3rd seed, Loki, the 11th seed. We're going Desert Temple on this 1st seed, and it's right there in front of them. The gravel's going to be right in the river. The parkour is coming out to get in the temple, and we're going to see what they get.
Yeah, very, very close, kind of basically neck and neck at this point as well.
Absolutely. Nice little movement to start. Well, Feinberg actually going to go for high TNT here. Loki going for lower. 6 iron, or 7 iron, excuse me. 13 gold, bunch of stuff. And I mean, look at the inventory. I look how quickly Loki organized the hotbar from the bottom of the temple here. Does the head hitters out the door. I mean, this is what I mean, Rose. Like his just top level speed is just a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like so quick, just makes it seem so easy. As kind of starting to find his feet with sorting out his inventory, kind of going for the management there. I think they're both kind of going for gravel pretty much the exact same time.
Yeah, and something to note, a sizable amount of food, like just enough where you can play pretty comfortably. 20 rotten flesh and 2 golden apples is really nice. You kind of have 1 golden apple for, purling to the fort. You have another golden apple for purling to the cords. So really nice here from the runners. Loki going to be just slightly ahead of Feinberg here, but both making pretty similar plays in this overworld. We're going to see what this nether looks like for Loki with a phenomenal portal. Maybe hurt a spread for Feinberg. I mean, looks really dominant in the first minute or so here. And this is going to be a stables with no sight of the fortress. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't think I saw a triple either to start. Oh, no, there is.
I don't.
Look at that.
There is in the middle. Yeah. But I think it's just I can't see because he's moving too fast for me to.
It's going to be a double triple.
It's double triple.
But this is something we see a lot, Rose. Like I have had conversations with Feinberg, Silver, Dugal about like, what do you do? If you get a double triple in playoffs, what do you do? Do you play it? Do you go for the gap play? Because I think in actual ranked games, it's a lot more questionable. I think the consensus is, as Loki is going for the gap, I was going to say, I think the consensus is most people play double triple because you don't want your opponent to play double triple and then they hit it and then you're behind. But Loki, maybe just knowing that his mechanics are so impressive, can make up time elsewhere in the seed, goes for the more consistent play here. I mean, there's TNT as well. We might see Loki do some TNT plays on this other section of the stables here. No, gonna decide to mine it entirely out. We've seen some TNT in stables so far, but immediately, Rose, 2 completely different ways to play this Bastion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Fine as well, knowing that, technically in terms of, movement, it's not going to be as fast and as clean as Loki is, going for that kind of push by trying to make this double triple work, going for the faster route in opposed to, going for the gap where you're going to have more gold. And, he's just checking his trades now.
I would say I think it's going to work out
Looks,
pretty well for him. I mean, 2 stacks of
yeah.
string, 22 pearls, 17 obby though is going to be the problem. I think there's still some gold to trade, so maybe he's going to get 20 here. He's still at 17, and Loki is fully out. So that is the difference immediately. Oh, no, not fully out.
No, he's
Excuse me.
not. No,
I
because he
thought he
didn't
was
have the
out. He's
pearls.
getting
Yeah.
a really nice pearl hang off
He's only
instead.
got 15 obby as well, so I think he's got 21 now, but
Yeah,
Fine's
21
still
now.
looking.
And
But
Feinberg
yeah,
actually,
Loki is out.
maybe? Feinberg looking for anything. I wonder if he's going to go for a home portal play. He is. So this
Yep.
is an entirely different seed, basically, now for these two runners. I mean, they're probably going to go to the same fort. Loki with an
So
absurd
many
amount of
strays.
mobs.
Yeah.
And Feinberg probably going to run into the same thing here because Pearling on very low render because of the Pearling to home portal. Going to probably have a lot of mobs up here as well. But I think about the same amount of blazes, but way less withers. Should be able to get through this a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Just a little bit slow getting the fire res off there as he's kind of building up on to the fort. But yeah, both with a lot of strays, but taking a little bit of damage from withers for Fine as well.
Yeah,
Having to
actually
eat
going to
his
eat the
second gapple there as well. Yeah.
It's going to be a lot here. I mean, Feinberg is kind of in the clear now. One other skeleton gets a really nice shot on him through all the other mobs. Loki raised the render, trying to find the spawner, has 5 rods, and doesn't have to get a 7th because he's not home portaling. So if this blaze dropped, it didn't. So Loki still needs to find one more. Could have been able to put Feinberg in a really pressured spot there, but not going to be the case. Loki has to spend this time now just trying to get one more rod, whereas Feinberg needs 2 because of the home portal.
Yeah. And, same amount of rods for both players, but just taking a little bit more time to kind of find the spawner here. I think Loki's just going to blind.
And Loki's just blinding
10.
on 5 rods. I've never seen a play like this. This is, I mean, obviously he's not going to leave on 2 eyes, but I find it really interesting that he's not forcing spawner. Maybe going to try and get a pearl hang off, then lower render again and play a stray. So
potentially
really interesting play.
Yeah, maybe just going for, getting the blind cords faster, and then he can kind of look for strays a lot easier, knowing exactly what direction he needs to go into after, rather than trying to find the spawner. But I think Fine does now find the spawner on his screen, but he still obviously has to activate his pearl hang that he has back to his home portal.
Yeah, and this blaze still doesn't drop for Feinberg, so we know the next one probably won't drop for Loki either. He's also going the direction of his pearl hang, but I think he's so far to the left that it's not going to activate. Raising the render a little bit here. And there's the spawner. This is the same spawner that Feinberg is at now. Loki does only need 1 more rod, but I don't think he's going to get it because Feinberg didn't get it either. Unless Loki had maybe 1 more stray here. Going to spend some time pre-crafting as well
Feinberg
during
gets
this.
7. Now,
and Loki gets 6.
Yep.
But the difference is Loki already measured, of course. So even though Feinberg is in a slightly better spot than he was a little bit ago, still basically behind another split here, and Loki's going to be able to go to cords, clearing out inventory as he goes, and is in a really nice spot here, pre-crafting now on the way. And I mean, Rose, look at how fast those pre-crafts are, just absolutely ridiculous at the top level.
Yeah, pure speed and plenty of explosives. He's got plenty of wool spare if he wants to grab extra wood if he's going to need more, but there's not kind of going to really be any need for a player like Loki to be able to do that. And it looks like he's pretty much at his cords now, whereas Fine is obviously still making up for the time now as he's also digging down though.
Yeah, these has to be different strongholds. I mean, Feinberg got here, I feel like, incredibly quickly, but Loki looking for something in the spike, not getting something good. Gonna check through a hidden, gets a really good spike now, but open the door maybe slightly for Feinberg here. Loki's gonna have to hunger reset. Feinberg will as well. So if Feinberg doesn't find it literally right now, it's probably going to be Loki's game. I mean, Feinberg's in the stronghold now.
He's hungry,
Loki's ahead,
room, but
I think Loki's ahead just enough where I don't know if it's going to matter here. It is not the easiest 0. It's back 94, I want to say. No, 97. So not super easy, but Loki, has been known to hit some really impressive 0s here. And is going to get the first bet off.
Good damage so far as well. We know he's got plenty of explosives.
Doesn't have arrows though, and Feinberg does.
Yeah.
So maybe Feinberg can get back a little bit here, but no, it's not going to be enough. Loki gets a really nice last anchor, but Feinberg actually had a chance there. I mean, Rose, that was pretty close at the end. If
Yeah.
Loki had arrows, it would have been more intense of a lead, but Loki's going to take that first seed. Really interesting because of how differently that, I mean, basically everything was once they got to the Bastion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Feinberg going for the double triple play obviously didn't kind of play off in terms of he didn't get the obsidian, so he was forced to have to use home portal. But both of them kind of slowed down quite a lot at the fortress because they were playing for strays, took a really long time to get to the spawner. Loki choosing to measure slightly earlier. And you can see, that's there in the splits. Loki's measuring a minute earlier, but does kind of within 8 seconds of each other, kind of towards the very end of the seed. So the fact that I think Fine had closer stronghold chords after measuring at his home portal did kind of help him to close the gap a little bit. But yeah, very very different seed pretty much from the Bastion onwards.
Yeah, I mean, think about it too. Like, it's basically just the Nether enter. I mean, Feinberg entered the Nether 7 seconds slower, enters the end 6 seconds slower. So actually made up a second on the rest of the entire seed. And that 7 seconds is just because Loki's mechanics in the early game are so otherworldly. I mean, a 124 temple enter is obscene. Like, that is just, there's not a time you see that often in the game. It is just crazy. And yes, the Finding Stronghold split, Loki is ahead by a minute or so, but that is very misleading because of how long it took for him to get that last rod and find the last spawner and all of that stuff. But if you're Loki, though, you still got to be feeling really good. I mean, you forgot arrows in the Bastion, but you made a more consistent play, and you're able to take a 1-0 lead on Feinberg here.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw, from the very beginning of the seed, just so quick, no mistakes kind of made at all. And going for the kind of slightly, arguably slower play and playing the gap within the Bastion. But then that worked out because he was able to get 20 obby. He didn't have to worry about home portal. He could be, a little bit kind of not so much like flexible, but he could push further into the fort without kind of worrying about where his pearl hangs were going. So definitely kind of just I think a better decision making from Loki, kind of coupled with his speed. But Fine's still very very close behind, only, as you say, like only about 7 seconds across the whole seed. So
Yeah.
there's still definitely a chance with kind of being able to close that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have the next seed pick ready. Let's take a look. It's gonna be Village for Feinberg here. I like it. I mean, we talked last weekend about how Village is a very deceptive seed type because, it's usually the first seed type you learn when you're starting. It's like, oh, Village, you get all this food, you get all these beds. It's pretty straightforward. You have a blacksmith chest with everything you need. But at a high level, Rose, there's so many small decisions in the routing about how much food you're grabbing, about how I mean, you see hard toggles happen for lava pools. There's so much high level tech in Village that honestly, some of it too still yet to be discovered.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of as we were saying, it's almost there's kind of more micro decisions than you have with the Desert Temple Seed, because it's,
Mhm.
as you approach the village, you're choosing, well, where is the blacksmith? Where is the golem? Am I going to need to kill the golem? Where am I getting my beds from? Where am I getting my hay bales? Looking for flint, as you say, with kind of toggling hard to look for that kind of fire spread. Obviously, the harder the difficulty, the faster fire spreads, and it means it's kind of easier to hopefully find one of those lava pools as well.
Oliver's moving us right along here, getting us back on
Yeah.
schedule. Gonna be the second seed here, Village, near an ocean. You saw Loki for like half a second. Open that pie chart, maybe see if you have a BT reading real quick. I mean, you never know. Could happen, but already we're seeing a complete difference in play here. Feinberg getting 2 beds from the hotel house. Loki deciding to get hay bales instead. Both now getting to the blacksmith, and it's going to be a really nice blacksmith. No reason to kill the golem, Rose. Iron pickaxe, 4 iron. These runners are going to be set.
Yeah, exactly. You've got everything you need to make, yeah, bucket, flint, and steel, which is what Feinberg is going to go for. You're not going to kind of take the time loss of killing the golem here to potentially get more blocks, because you can just kind of mine more wood from your village houses as well. But now you're going to see runners are kind of looking around, looking where they're going to find their gravel from, where are they going to find their lava pool. A little bit harder if you've got, obviously, with the trees, you can see kind of the toggling into F5, looking around as they are mining the wood as well.
Yeah, I mean, Feinberg now getting the hay bales, taking a look in this desert. It's kind of awkward to look for the lava pool, though, because of the way this terrain is laid out. You have this desert that ends up going higher than the plains, so it's a little bit awkward to really see if there's a lava pool in that direction. But these runners are going to be very familiar with the filter. They're going to be knowing exactly where to look. And in the corner of Feinberg's eye, he does spot a lava pool, and Loki goes a completely different direction, decides to go up the mountain, sees the lava pool now, and I mean, this is the overworld difference that we had last seed, but it was Loki's advantage. This time, Feinberg's going to have at least, I want to say, a 10-second lead here going into the nether.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the slight kind of change in the route. Loki went a slightly different way because he saw a big patch of gravel, whereas Fein was able to grab his gravel from in the river, and he was able to see the lava pool better.
Is he on? No, for a second I thought the soul sand was Blackstone. Don't know how that happened in my brain, but Feinberg's going to be off to the Bastion now. Loki now just getting in the nether, not too separated from Feinberg. I mean, going to be interesting to see the terrain these players take. Feinberg deciding to lose height here to go down to the lower terrain. Loki, on the other hand, you're going to see him take this upper terrain here, which I think is a lot more conventional at a high level. It's actually, I mean, you're seeing Feinberg now have to mine through this netherrack to get back up here. Loki's not going to have to do that. Going to have a much better sight line on this Bastion, which I believe is bridged that we can see on Feinberg's screen here. I'm very curious where this top section is going to put Loki out. Maybe made up a little bit of time here, but is going to definitely make up time getting actually into the Bastion, because Feinberg has to get so many blocks for getting into this Bastion. I mean, wants to use netherrack for potential routes as well, where Loki is only going to have wood, so that's something to keep an eye out for as well.
Yeah, Fine choosing to kind of gather more netherrack as he was going to kind of limit the chance of your wood catching on fire as you start your kind of route. And he may have been second into the Bastion, but he is first to kind of be mining at the Chalice at least.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really close here. I mean, just barely ahead. Loki did check that one chest, though, which is something that Feinberg's going to be able to probably overlap with trades, so it's not that big of an advantage for Loki, but I mean, I would say they're relatively even right now. Feinberg's going to be going for a modified Sug. I've never seen that, but I'm sure it's pretty common at a high level to not to go fully high up at certain points. Loki deciding not even to go for it in general. We've seen this playstyle matter at different points. I mean, maybe if you know there's not piglins in a certain area, especially because Loki already had checked that chest, knew that there weren't piglins that were going to be aggroed by the gold block. So is going to go for the auto funnel here, but no piglins are mad roast for Loki. And Feinberg now, after a successful Sug, is going to be pie charting. So Loki's in a pretty weird spot, but should be okay now.
Yeah, just had to kind of punch one of the pigs to aggro them into the hole, but yeah, just didn't kind of have the same sort of trail of piglins running after him as Fine did.
No, very interesting. I mean, I guess maybe had forgotten that he didn't aggro them or something, but I've never seen something like that. That was actually pretty funny. Not a lot of obby. 11 for both runners so far. They should get everything they need from the trades. They both have the iron sword from the blacksmith as well, so they're not going to need to pre-craft that. And Loki getting a really nice pearl hang off, assuming Feinberg's is pretty similar as well. 20 obby for Loki now. Feinberg
He didn't go for the iron sword. He didn't pick it out of the blacksmith for Fine.
That's actually a great call.
Yeah, he tends to go for the iron axe. He's not the biggest fan of the iron sword, so could potentially kind of make a bit of a difference if they're pretty even at the spawner as well.
That's a great point. I mean, we also see people. Yeah, Loki is fully out. I'm not sure what Feinberg is still waiting on here. 20 pearls, maybe. It could be the only thing that I'm really thinking. Gets another pearl trade, yeah, and that's going to be it for Feinberg. So he's going to leave now. We can see, actually, we have the stats. Wait, Rose, we have the stats now. I forgot about this.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
look at that.
I didn't see. Amazing.
I know,
okay.
we didn't have this last weekend. Wow, look at that. So 25 for each player at the moment. A lot of explosives as well that they'll have. So, I mean, I guess Loki ended up getting slightly more piglins. Got hit by a skeleton on the pearl. Really heads up play. And is still getting shot
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
As he was kind of trying to throw his pearl, I think.
Yeah, that was actually crazy heads-up play from Loki. Something I always like to highlight that I haven't had the chance to yet is Loki, as Feinberg gets 4,000 strays, because of course he does. Loki is the best player in the world, bar none, at not hesitating. every single play Loki makes, even if it's an accident or a misplay or some insane thing happens to him, like just what happened to him right now, he never makes it look obvious that like anything wrong happened. That play was so impressive because he instantly lowered his render, instantly hit the bow clutch, instantly got away from the skeleton, even though he was still getting shot. And it's just so impressive that he's able to do that and like have the mental capacity to be on lock with that. And I mean, that's probably his greatest skill on top of his otherworldly mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just recognizing that fact that you've just thrown a pearl and you've just, to have that kind of game awareness, you've just thrown a pearl and you've been shot like by a skeleton, you're not going to survive. To just be able to make that decision so quickly, and he did lose a little bit of time. He's blinding on only 5 rods again. Fine is now on 6. He played strays as opposed to Loki kind of having slightly less strays because of his kind of skeleton incident that he had. So has finished measuring first, but does need to get another rod, whereas Feinberg doesn't.
He doesn't have to get another rod, but has this 4 stack right here. Gets the rod on the 3rd, so is again going to be slightly ahead here. Feinberg has to drop all the way down. Gets the pearl to land correctly though for the portal, so is going to be leaving here now. But Loki still having a pre-craft. Feinberg is already pre-crafted, but wants to make a golden apple for the terrain leaving. That could be the difference between a hunger reset and not, as these runners are getting closer to their portal cords. Loki building up quite high, but falls down because he's trying to get away from these big magma cubes. Has to pearl all the way down to the basalt because he doesn't want to get hit by them when he's building the portal, and is going to make an underground gravel one in the lava. Really impressive stuff here for Loki, but wasn't able to get the pearl or the like flint and steel clip or whatever you want to call it off through the gravel. And Feinberg's now ahead in the stronghold.
Yep, and finds the portal
there it is
first. And doesn't need to worry about doing a hunger reset because he took the time to make that golden apple, and because he didn't have to deal with the giant magma cubes. He just, Loki just lost the time there.
I mean, just unbelievable. A really heads-up play from Feinberg to make that golden apple. Saves so much time not having to go for the hunger reset here. I don't already completely forget if it was caged or not. Loki also having a hard time finding the portal room. Is going to find it now. Feinberg getting to a 94 setup. Is going to get the first bet off. A ton of explosives as we can see on the bottom of our screen. So is going to be okay here as long as this double bed is clean. It is. I believe this is the last bed for Feinberg, and it is going to be enough. And Feinberg is going to tie this series up 1-1 after Seed 2.
Yeah, amazing from Feinberg. I think just, a little bit lucky in terms of the mobs, but taking that time to make the golden apple and not kind of having the same kind of issue of trying to dodge the giant magma cubes that Loki did, and then obviously falling off, having to build his portal in the lava. Just those kind of little things were just allowed Fine to kind of make up the time that he'd lost.
Absolutely. I mean, what a back and forth seed here, as we can see on the splits. Feinberg entering 8 seconds ahead, entering the Bastion basically the same time, but Loki had such a better enter in the Bastion. But then the skeleton loses Loki probably like 20 seconds at least in the fortress split. I mean, it only shows 15 there, but I think it was significantly more than that. And then again, the difference between, I mean, you see actually a lot of that in the found stronghold split. Like Loki actually makes up 8 seconds, which is kind of crazy given everything that he had to deal with there. But then also really struggled on the nav. I think if Loki was really able to get that nav, and then we also saw him fail a little bit building up to the 0 at the end there. So maybe it would have been tough for him, but had a chance to still be in it. I mean, Rose, despite the play styles, despite these runners being so different, these matches have been really, really close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the first seed, it was only about 7 seconds between the two of them. This seed, you can see it's back and forth. It's only at that kind of end enter at the very, very end where we kind of see the gap start to widen. But it's been so back and forth so far. So I think it's going to be like this for another couple of seeds, definitely.
That's absolutely nuts. I mean, we're tied 1-1 now. It's now Loki's seed pick. We've seen two overworld. Obviously, they're all overworlds. We've seen 2 non-ocean seeds is probably the best way to say it in Desert Temple and Village so far. Do you think Loki maybe wants to try and get Fine to the ocean here on Shipwreck or Buried Treasure potentially?
Potentially, but he has also got the Ruin Portal option. And I think maybe
yeah, that's true.
if you're yeah, if you're Loki, maybe you just think, right, let's go for a ruin portal, let's play a really fast seed. This is where I'm potentially going to be stronger because I know I can play a lot faster than my opponent. So do I go for a ruin portal? I can have a fast enter, hopefully really fast nether. So potentially, but then he might know kind of, is Feinberg kind of less of a fan of ocean seeds? So do I pick the ocean seeds to kind of throw him off? It'll be interesting to see what Loki picks here.
It's always some fun mind games. We'll have the seed pick up just a second here. Oh, look at that. It's ready. It's
There we
Shipwreck
go.
Rose.
It is
Interesting seed
shipwreck.
pick because it's always the one that's like, if you want to go ocean, why are you just not picking BT if it's on the board? But I think it makes sense because it's an awkward seed type that Loki's probably more familiar with. So I like the pick from Loki.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, we had the really interesting shipwreck seed last weekend with I think it was Jay and Beef playing very very different kind of approaches because the ship was further away, and you had obviously I think Jay went to the ship after gathering wood, whereas Beef did it the other way around.
Yes.
So if we have a potentially slightly further away ship this time as well, you might see that kind of extra level of kind of different decision making in the overworld as well.
No, that's actually a great point. And something that jogged my memory on is Loki is actually in playoffs. Again, I can't really think about it in his own personal play outside of playoffs because he doesn't stream as often. But I remember in playoffs he's made a lot of iron axes when there's like not enough iron for full iron tools and shears. He'll make an iron axe and just slam getting a bunch of wood. So that could also be something we see here with Loki that could be a little bit interesting depending on the iron count. So a lot of weird things can open here. I always love watching the food situation on Shipwreck Seeds because it is probably the most jarring difference that can happen in a single seed type with, having just rotten flesh or like golden carrot potential. So exciting to see what that is going to give us here. Both runners checking the treasure chest first. And it's going to be 8 iron, which is not a fun number, but they are going to get a TNT and really nice food for this game.
Yeah, really kind of healthy amount of food. You've got, I think, about 7 bread and 7 carrots as well. I think I saw the magma pool. I think both players saw the magma pool just behind where the
Look at
ship
this
was.
TNT for Loki. A really awkward spot. Normally, you want to have a lot of air when you do a TNT, so you get a lot of range on the TNT. Places it between a stone wall and like a midway point in a tree. So it
Yeah.
blows up the cobblestone, which is going to allow him to make the iron or the stone axe immediately. And maybe that was the thought process for Loki. Take way less blocks, but I'm out way earlier. And maybe that's the high roll he's playing for. I mean, I've never seen that in playoffs. That's crazy.
Yeah, really interesting decision. Rather than kind of maximizing your kind of dirt and your wood blocks, just going for, let me get this exposed stone here so that I don't have to worry about having to craft my pickaxe and then having to go back into craft afterwards. And a weird kind of underwater lava pool as well here.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of awkward for these runners, but they should be able to handle it. What I was noticing as well is this, the gravel situation, not looking great. Still, neither runner has flint. I mean, it's been taking a while on these rates here. I think Loki is more ahead than it looks because of these flint rates. I mean, we'll see how many more Feinberg has to grab here, but Loki's going to be in by at least, yeah, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds here, and is out.
Yeah, just a little bit of kind of time loss there, catching up with the gravel rates. Both players, I think, see the bastion as well, trying to see what it is. It's a little bit hard from this angle. I think it's bridge.
I think it is another bridge bastion. And this is actually where the play for Loki is going to backfire a little bit. He's going to have to grab more blocks at some point. And this is actually the opposite of what we just saw last seed, where Feinberg, again, taking such low terrain, though. This is the second time in a row where Loki's tried to go high and Feinberg's going low. And Loki's going high with less blocks as well. So he's going to be able to mine some. And Loki's in a better position. Again, I thought Feinberg actually had a nice advantage there with the blocks to be able to really focus on that high ground. He's also going to be taking the damage from the lower pigs now, has to loop all the way around just to get to the chalice. And Loki, even though had less blocks, now it doesn't even matter for the block count, is at the chalice first.
Yeah, and Feinberg using his oak doors there as well, just to try and maximize the amount of blocks that he's saving, because he wants to make sure he's got enough dirt to be able to do the route that he needs to without kind of risking burning any of his wood. But yeah, as you say, Loki kind of just a lot faster kind of getting into the bastion.
That was, I mean, crazy to see. I think Loki played that so unbelievably well. I mean, it's not the flashiest thing to talk about terrain nav, but that was really impressive from Loki at a really micro level. Farmer going to be going for Sug here. Has not that many piglins on the bridge. Has to watch out for this Hoglin as well, but should be okay here. Loki already set up the auto funnel and is just kind of waiting here. Not that many pigs, though, for either runner, because it looks like they kind of waltzed off the side of this bastion here. Loki finding a couple others underneath the bastion, but bros, it's not looking great for either runner here, to be honest, on the pig count.
Yeah, and Fine taking quite a lot of damage there. He seemed to have a lot of crossbow piglins, and he got down to 3 hearts. So kind of having to, waste a little bit of time with healing up and kind of a little bit just slower, kind of making sure that he gets all of those piglins into the hole as well.
Absolutely. Loki still has over a stack of gold to trade. I'm curious what it's going to be when Feinberg checks, because Loki could still be here for a hot second. I mean, has only 4 pearls. So taking quite a while on that. No fortress on the wide macro. Both runners basically the same obsidian count at the moment. Loki's still not seeing anything on his screen that resembles a fortress. And Feinberg just checked the trade. Still only 4 pearls. Loki now at 24. Could leave, but really low explosives. I mean, only has 4 total if you count the blaze bed. So not a lot to work with.
Yeah, I think he's going for a pearl hang here and waiting for those extra trades to try and get a few more explosives, but still not getting them, I don't think.
Has 2 bed, 2 anchor, assuming he uses 1 bed for a blaze bed. So wants to get 1 more. I think he has 50. Now has 3. I actually don't know the prime obsidian count. I usually never look at that. I just assume they have enough, and they do. Loki's out, has 3 and 3. Feinberg should be able to leave here in a second too, or is going to wait even more for even more explosives. I mean, they're done.
Yeah.
Like, he's not getting any more.
Yeah, just really slowing down the pace there. Both runners having to wait for more explosives and not really getting that many more. Loki's going to be purling straight onto the spawner at the fortress as well.
Yeah, I mean, Loki has the sword as well. It's something to keep an eye out for. On the side of Feinberg, doesn't have the sword. Iron Axe instead. Loki immediately building a portal as well. Playing aggressive here, trying to push the pace. Feinberg just now going to get to the fortress and in the bad part as well, but does have 2 strays here, so that'll help. 3 strays, in fact. But is still going to have to find the spawner as Loki already measured.
Yeah, and again, just seeing Loki deciding to measure a lot faster. He's going for a pearl hang as well to shear the sheep to try and get more explosives, but I think only gets 1 wool. Okay, gets enough, I think, for 1 more bed there. A little bit hard to see how many that he was able to get, but interesting kind of taking that time to get more explosives from Loki could actually kind of help. And he's, able to blaze bed now as well, having grabbed that extra wool.
That's what I say. I really like that he's able to now blaze bed much more comfortably. I mean, Feinberg is probably also going to blaze bed, but I mean, we'll see if that's going to be the case here. I mean, already has 10 rods. I actually missed. Feinberg actually might have blazed bed, or maybe the rod rates are just absolutely ridiculous on this seed. Loki has just enough to leave, I think. Yeah, Loki has that 6 rods. Going to be leaving. I think Feinberg's just going to be able to leave as well on 1 more cycle here. Hasn't blaze bedded, hasn't done anything yet. I don't think he's going to. I think he's just going to pre-crap because he has the 5 rods already. And Loki is out nearly at cords.
Yeah, he's got 3 bed, 3 anchor for Fine. And interestingly, Fine's blind was in an ocean. So he didn't even have the option to go for sheep like Loki did. I think they blended at different spawners. So that's also going to have cost Fine a little bit more time there as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it's actually different strongholds then, because Loki's terrain, especially now, does not look the greatest. And also, I want to point out, because we've seen this a lot of times in Loki's games so far, the pre-craft doesn't really come until, like, we're basically on cords or, like, at cords. Like, it's very rarely happened at the fortress. So, something I want to ask about if he wins the seed in an interview, or wins the game in the interview, but I haven't seen any other player really do that as much as Loki has so far.
Yeah, definitely. And from trying to look at the very tiny Ninja Brainbot chords, I think they are
And they're
building
building
at
at the same
they
time.
are the same stronghold. Yeah. So just
Oh
better
my
terrain there
goodness.
from Fine, but they're both going to be entering the stronghold at the same time.
Actually crazy. Both going the same direction down mid. Feinberg not going to have to hunger reset, and Loki does. So a
Loki is.
huge difference here. Feinberg in the end, but also notably way less explosive. Still enough to go for a 0, but Loki has way more room for error here than Feinberg, and it's not the easiest 0. It's back, it's tall, it's at least 94. It is 94. Feinberg should be able to get to 99 here. Is gonna... What? Pivoting to half bow immediately. Deciding wasn't gonna make it. Fails. And Loki's gonna be able to go for the 0. Plenty of time here. Gonna go for the double anchor, and Loki's gonna take the C because Feinberg couldn't get all the way on the 0.
Yeah, and I think, knowing that Loki had those extra explosives, was able to kind of more securely get the 0 because he had more to play with there. And, he had a very different blind. He was able to grab the sheep to get an extra bed, whereas Fine didn't have that option. So having to choose to not go for the 0 there, and that's kind of costing him the seed, even though he entered first.
Yeah, just absolutely crazy there. I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you're not feeling fully comfortable and you're also thinking, okay, Loki has the same amount of explosives as me, this is a really tough 0. You think about how many seeds we've watched in playoffs, or, obviously the one that comes to mind is the Ranked Land Skycrab Dugile game where both players fail the 0 and have to run it back. Maybe you're thinking, I don't know, like Loki could fail this. I'd rather play it safe and have the explosives, but it's a really risky call to make. And Loki is able to hit the 0. And also, I mean, Feinberg's thought process is just unfortunately flawed because Loki didn't have the same explosives because of being able to get more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe Feinberg is thinking, I'm in the end first. I know we have low explosives. I know we both stayed in the Bastion a long time trying to get more. He might have just assumed that Loki had the same blind as him and didn't kind of consider the fact that he would have been able to get more explosives than him. But, we can see really, really back and forth in terms of how close they were. Loki blinding faster there, but we know he blinded with a lot less rods as opposed to Feinberg. But yeah, just the kind of 0 at the end and the explosives coming down to the game.
Yeah. Pretty crazy there. I mean, something also that I've noticed is Feinberg's nav has been really good in this matchup, made up 7 seconds on Loki just getting a portal room. With how close these matches have been, that is really impressive that that Feinberg's been able to kind of have that advantage in the end game, and that's something to definitely watch out for as well going forward. We're doing a quick little stall here because we are going to have some Fulham analysis, but we do have to get it set up, and I'm very curious to see what Fulham caught that we didn't. And also, chat, I do know that they had 3-bed, 3 anchor, but Feinberg is going to assume that Loki blaze bedded and had less, or they're in the same boat. Feinberg does not know how that plays out. He has no idea. So that's something to keep in mind. But Fulham is ready to go shortly. I'll wait for the big call from Oliver. But I mean, Rose, this has been a very back and forth series so far, even with the play styles being so different.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so close. So I'm excited to see what Fulham's analysis is going to bring for us.
Amazing. And he's ready to go. So we're going to send it over to Fulham for a quick analysis, and we'll be back for Feinberg versus Loki, game 4.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the mid-match analysis segment. What a great matchup that we have so far. It is 2-1 to our current leader, Loki. Feinberg just was able to take our second seed, but was ahead in that third one. Rather than that, though, I want to talk right the way back to seed number 1, where there was really a big decision-making difference here. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to grab clips from Loki. We're going to try and get that fixed as soon as we can. Sorry, that's why we were a little bit delayed on this mid-match analysis. Not able to grab clips from Loki's channel as of yet, but we're going to make sure that that's working for if he does obviously progress through the bracket. But for now, I'm going to have to imagine. You're going to have to use your imagination here for me. Loki entering the Bastion at the top, able to loot all of the chests in advance to be able to check to see the count of obsidian. Loki gets all 4 chests and notices that he only has 4 obsidian looted from those chests. That is a I believe it might have been 8. I correct myself there. Obviously, I can't go back and check. I wish that I could. However, Feinberg was taking a lot of damage from the pigs, and as you can see here, had to go and make a decision to either play double triple or triple to gap before looting all the chests. Now, as he's making this decision, he's able to go up and check the chests afterwards. Unfortunately, when checking the chests, he notices that he doesn't actually get very much obby across the chests that he loots. This is something that I believe that Loki knows and probably has studied quite intensely. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. We have the Bastion trade simulator here, and as you can see, a lot of the time when you don't have the percentage in your favor, as you can see, the normal percentage chance for double triple to give you 20 obsidian on average is around about 83%. In this case, however, we had low obsidian counts in the chests at the top, and this relies on average, you getting 15.6 obby per just from chests, and on average, you get 11.1 from bartering. So only grabbing 8 obsidian in that top chest, and Loki recognizing that, it means that on average, Loki's thinking, I'm only going to be getting 18, 19 obsidian here if I play double triple. I'm going to play triple to gap, make that choice early, and guarantee, or at least much more likely for me to get 20 obsidian. Feinberg, unfortunately, doing things the other way around, gambling on the double triple first, and hoping that the chests had the obby. Little bit unlucky for him not to get that 20 obby. It did end up maybe swaying the seed back in his favor towards the end, giving him much better terrain to second portal coordinates. However, of course, Loki was able to take that first seed. And I did want to mention that 0 in the last seed there. We were able to have a little message with Feinberg, and he did say that he felt like he pearled a little bit too low, was a little bit worried that he was not going to make it to the setup in time, so decided to bail. Unfortunately, you can't rely on Loki not hitting a 0 cycle though, and of course, he was able to, taking us to a 2-1 lead. And let me send you guys back to Rose and Curry in the booth to see what happens in seed number 4.
Thank you, Fulham, for the wonderful analysis. I like that we pulled up the Bastion tracker sheet of all the trades. That's always crazy. I like the mentality from Loki to just kind of play all of those options out in your head. I mean, he's done this so many times. He's so methodical about things like that, and it pays off big time. I mean, Loki's up 2-1 here in this series.
Yeah, definitely. And, match point for Loki now is going to be Feinberg's seed pick now as well. So it's going to be interesting. He can pick, I was going to say he can pick Temple again, and he does. There we go. I was going to say, he that was his first seed pick, but obviously because he didn't win on that seed, he's been able to pick it. So, he must have thought, they were very, very close. He knows he's potentially stronger in these kind of overworld seed types. So yeah, really interesting to see how this is going to play out. But yeah, one of the first times I think we're seeing the same seed being played.
Yeah, by the same runner picking it again is pretty, not surprising given that it's Feinberg. Felt pretty confident. I mean, we also saw we talk about these overworlds, and sometimes, people might think oh, it's just an overworld. How does that affect the rest of the seed? I think Desert Temple is probably the one that affects the rest of the seed the most because you have so much TNT to work with compared to other things where you don't have that extra, tool in your toolkit basically. So I like this pick from Feinberg because he knows besides entering 7 seconds later, he played the rest of the seed better. So, if he's going to get back into this game, it has to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Feinberg now, you're going to be thinking you might be a little bit frustrated as well. You lost that last seed at the very, very end. You're able to close that time back. You've been very, very back and forth, and this is a seed type that plays to your strengths. So hopefully, it's going to be what he needs. I want to see a game 5, so I'm hoping that Fine's able to win this seed. I think, it's really great watching these two play. So I hope we get to see them play each other more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a joy to watch. It always is a joy to watch between these two runners who have been around for so long. Rose, both of them have also played. They didn't play each other, but I guess Fine technically didn't play Season 1 playoffs, but had the number 1 rank in Season 1. Loki played in Season 1 playoffs. These are veterans of the scene compared to some other people who we've seen more recently with NHB, who's only played in his second playoff. So interesting to see two people who've been around for so long play at such a high level still.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so great to see two players with very, very different play styles as well. I think Fine going for high TNT again, as opposed to Loki going for low TNT.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't end up mattering too much for either. I mean, one chest didn't explode for Loki, but I don't think it really matters. He has everything, already checked it. Messed up the head hitters again, unfortunately, but both runners heading the same direction out of the temple. And the lava pool is, I mean, literally right there. It's going to come down to gravel here. We're going to see if they can get that somewhere close.
Not sure if there's a river kind of where the desert meets the acacia or not. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to push for that or if they're just going to go for the woodlight. I think Loki's maybe looking to go for the woodlight.
Loki's going to go for the woodlight. Feinberg is also going to go for the woodlight, committing earlier. So that's big. Loki building the portal a little bit farther out, though. Maybe that matters. I mean, already had a spot of lava, but I mean, Feinberg has the portal set up earlier, which is really nice. Yes. And then it's also going to get more wood.
Yeah, because he only had 15 planks there as he was building his portal. So maybe kind of using that time to overlap and grab it more, and he's going to get the woodlight first. Although Loki is right behind.
Yeah, Loki doesn't get the woodlight much slower behind. I mean, there is the slightest bit of desync between these two streams. Feinberg's stream is about 2.5 seconds behind, so that's something to keep in mind as well as we watch, especially with how close all of these games have been. But look at this. Immediately, Loki having a really hard time finding this housing bastion, Rose, and Feinberg's just here already doing everything.
Yeah, just a bit of kind of not able to see the spike as well for Loki. He's still looking for it, you know, toggling, he's rescanning, whereas Fine is just able to kind of pretty much start his route here.
I mean, that is a huge difference. And Loki just seen the bastion now. I mean, that's like 30 seconds that was just lost by Loki because he couldn't identify the spike immediately. Now, it obviously can be very hard to do that sometimes when the bastion is so close like it is here. And they were also very high up, so there's striders that can spawn in the lava below them. But, I mean, at this level, that's a very shocking thing to see. And that's going to be exactly what Feinberg needs to get back into the seed and force a game 5. He's ahead by so much at the moment.
Yeah, and he's going to know that as well. He's going to see that Loki was late to getting the advancement. So he's going to know that he's got a little bit of time. So, you know, hopefully that's kind of going to help him push a little bit faster. But you can see he's kind of, you know, Loki is making up the time, but he's definitely still well behind.
Yeah, this is not over at all yet. I mean, Loki has the potential to play faster than pretty much anyone in the world when it really comes down to it. So anything can still happen here. The TNT is going to be interesting to see how these runners use it. Unfortunately, housing's like that one bastion that we haven't really fully figured out with TNT yet. So not going to see too much here. Feinberg's inventory looks great, though. Didn't see any sign of the fortress yet. Yeah, Feinberg, no fort even on the pie yet. He's going to be checking the corners on the sides here now. No spawner. Spawner behind the bastion. No easy way out the back. So he's going to go all the way back to the top and Pearl from there, but has everything he needs to leave.
Yeah, but notably, Loki does also now have everything he needs to leave. So he's definitely also made up a lot of the time that he lost in not being able to find the bastion, but still has to go through the same kind of, you know, trials of getting out of the bastion to find the terrain. But Fine is going to be reaching the fortress first, but Loki again is very close behind.
He is close behind, and it's going to really come down to making sure that Loki sees this fortress here because Feinberg found it very quickly. And Loki, it looks like he's taking slightly different terrain than Feinberg did. I feel like Feinberg was more to the right. I saw the fort for a split second on Loki's screen, I think. Yeah, it's right there. He's trying to find the good part and is entering from a completely different area. So, again, a huge advantage to Feinberg here. I mean, he's at the spawner. Loki's at the chests.
Yeah, I mean, just different kind of terrain choices. It's kind of been the story of the seed so far, just Fine being able to get it right. Whereas, you know, Loki's only just now getting to the good part of the fort, but it's not particularly, you know, the nicest terrain with all the trees. He is now reaching the spawner, but, you know, Fine's already kind of cleared that out. He's got his platform built, you know, definitely kind of not the best or nicest terrain for Loki here.
No, but I mean, is going to really crank this setup with the TNT going for the 4 stack to get pretty much the entire thing completely cleared out. Really nice job from Loki. Also has those 2 strays on the side. Don't count them out yet, because if Loki is just 1 rod short or something, can go over there, kill them, see if he gets the last rod. Just going to leave them there for now. Has to clear the inventory. Fineberg has the portal built, but only 3 rods so far. Loki 2 rods behind, also eating the last Gapple now, which is actually, I don't know, not a questionable choice. I don't question really anything Loki does, but an interesting time to do it when we're just at the spawner doing nothing, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And, we saw a couple of seeds ago, Fine kind of was able to craft his extra gold apple to allow him to sort of pearl a lot easier to get to Cord. So he's probably saving his golden apple for that. Whereas, Loki's eating it now. They're very, still very, very close now in terms of rod count is the same. They're both blinding at the same time. So, Loki has been able to kind of make up the time that he has lost.
Yeah, but has to throw 2 eyes here, which I don't think Fineberg had to do. So a little bit of time lost there. Also not even going to go for the pearl because it's just so close right there. Really nice pearl back up to the fortress, to the portal there. Fineberg gets another 4-stack spawn here. Could maybe leave. Has 6 rods. He's out. Loki, I think, needs 2 more rods. But remember, he has those 2 strays over there. So he's going to pearl over there now. Going to try and kill this blaze. Does it drop? Yes. So Loki's also out. Both runners heading to Cords. Fineberg ahead by maybe 10 seconds or so right now, and is actually at the spot to build Cords now. Loki not too far behind. 1 more pearl throw away. But Rose, Fineberg's in the stronghold here first, and Loki has a skeleton he has to deal with.
Yeah, and really low health for Loki as well. Just, another kind of instance of having to deal with mobs on his way to Cords. He's having to now 1 by 1 dig, and Fine finds the portal first, and he had the gap saved, so he doesn't have to hunger reset.
Fineberg's nav in this series has been otherworldly. Just every stronghold just completely spot on. So many explosives here for the 0 cycle. It's another back dragon. It's a short tower. So if Fineberg can't get to 95 here, he's going to have to... I mean, that's basically the line. That Fineberg can't get to 95 and then the dragon flies or something. But Loki, hunger resetting in the stronghold. Fineberg only goes to 93. The dragon does not fly. It's very high right now. Has a lot of explosives, so I'm not too worried about the 0 just yet. The dragon has not flown. It's probably going to stay at this point, and 1 more bed will close it out for Fineberg here. Loki might have the honor of entering the end, but it's not going to be much more than that, as Fineberg is going to force a Game 5 here, Rose. And we finally get one. Nerdy and Parker have hogged all the Game 5s. Now it's our turn.
It is our turn, and it has been so close. But this seed, I think the story was very much the terrain in the Nether. Yeah. I think Loki taking quite a long time to find the bastion there, and also to find the fortress. And he entered from the bad part of the fort, so he was behind on getting to the spawner as well. And you can see, as time goes on in the seed, he was 30 seconds behind getting into the bastion, makes up the time, but still behind into the fort. And Fine just able to keep that lead, doesn't need to worry about hunger resetting because he saved his gap. So just I think really, really well played from Fineberg there.
I mean, it's so impressive because I would argue through the first 3 seeds, Loki was absolutely gapping on terrain. Like every seed in the Nether, Loki was doing such a better job of navigating to the bastion, navigating to the fortress, all of that stuff. But Fineberg, when it matters most, his back's against the wall here, locks in and just, plays a really good game. Even without Loki losing a lot of time there to finding the bastion, took way better terrain to the fortress. Did such a good job stronghold nav-wise again to enter the end, and is now in a spot where he can win this Game 5. I'm super excited. If any game was going to go to a Game 5, what a matchup between 2 titans in the community. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been so close. Every single seed has been so back and forth. I'm super curious to see what Loki is going to pick as well for his seed pick. We haven't seen Ruin Portal yet, and we haven't seen Buried Treasure yet. So, maybe if you're Loki, do you think, is it time to just go all out, play the Ruin Portal seed, go for pure speed, or do you, go for something else? See what else you can pick?
I could see both arguments for Loki here, either, BT or Ruin Portal. Technically, Loki could pick Desert Temple. I don't think Loki's going to do that. Oh no, actually, I don't think he can pick Desert Temple. I don't.
No.
We're all getting used to the new seed picks. Give me a break here. I think he basically has two choices. I think he's probably going to go Ruin Portal, but like it's like 55-45 in my brain here. Like it is such a, there's an argument for both. He probably wants to take Feinberg Ocean, and it is going to be Ocean. So yeah. I see the arguments for both. I mean, if it's the gamble you're taking with Ruin Portal is you want it to be a fast Ruin Portal, which is not guaranteed, especially with the new seed filter type. So Buried Treasure, I mean, he has the world record, Rose. He's the fastest person in the world to ever beat Minecraft with a Buried Treasure on a random seed. He's got to be feeling pretty good going into game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, he won on the Shipwreck seed as well. So, he knows he's potentially got that advantage with the Ocean seed. One thing we didn't mention when we went to the Shipwreck before as well, we didn't see that kind of like difference in terms of direction for the magma ravines, because it was obviously like right next to the ship. But if we've got our enter a little bit further away and we see these runners go in different directions, that can also kind of be a story that we see within the seed.
Yeah, that's absolutely something to watch out for. That magma ravine difference could be something. I don't want to see that. I want to see a really close game again between these two runners. I don't want to see any weirdness happening here. I mean, what a fight from both of them. Having to wait one more week. Feinberg going through it, not feeling well. Loki being oh so gracious and so sportsmanlike to allow this to happen. I'm so pumped for this last game. I just can't wait to get into it here. And I mean, wow. I mean, you predicted 3-2 Loki, Rose. You got to be feeling, or no, you predicted 3-2 Feinberg, correct?
Yeah, I did predict 3-2 Feinberg. So, but I'm not biased.
You might be the no, not biased. I'm not biased either. I try really hard not to be. I mean, I definitely enjoy watching Loki more than Feinberg. I do know Feinberg better, but watching Loki is a treat. And I'm assuming Loki's game is gonna get shown. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. The Buried Treasure moment for Loki there. But I mean, he's in the seed. The great thing about ranked is even though we can't really see what's happening, like, I mean, we know Loki's playing. We know Loki's playing the seed, so that's good. I mean, it'll probably get fixed at some point here, but Feinberg organizing, ready to go. Both players finding the BT at a very similar time, and Feinberg crafting everything up. And Loki is back and is like leaving. Okay, Loki's just out.
Yeah. Really interesting, potentially. Fine did get an apple from one of the leaves that he blew up with his tree. So if he saves that later and he's got gold left over, could have an extra kind of golden apple to play with there. I think Loki is building his portal first because I've just seen him get hot stuff on Fine's screen. So definitely kind of slightly ahead there as we can see he's now entering.
This is, Rose, this is a 1 minute and 1 second Buried Treasure enter. I mean, that is bananas. Like that is just beyond bananas here. I mean, Feinberg entering, this is a very respectable BT time. 1:13, 1:14 for Feinberg, 1:01 for Loki. Like that is just unfathomable.
Yeah, I think it's going to be bridge again. I'm not 100% sure, just from the glimpse I caught of it. Yeah, it is. Oh, interesting. Chalice just kind of peeking out the netherrack there. But pretty kind of straightforward terrain. Both runners have got plenty of blocks because they have the TNT from the Buried Treasure. So, Fine definitely still behind here, but it's very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, I actually didn't take a great look at the triples here. I'm pretty sure it looks like there's a triple on the right side from what I can see just slightly on Feinberg's stream. Loki has to go through 2 Hoglins here, does so effortlessly. It's actually going to set up for the other rampart here. Anti-Hoglin tech, very nicely done from Loki. Feinberg just going to be leaving the Chalice now. And Loki's going to set up for Donkey Kong here. Feinberg is going to be going for Sug here. And there's a ghast on someone's screen. I don't know whose audio we have right now. It's Feinberg's. And Feinberg has a ghast for Sug. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, has to lower the render distance there as well. Definitely kind of a little bit of a slower... loads of obsidian in that chest. I think 10 obsidian for Loki there as well. So, but just a little bit of a delay for Fine. He also had the 2 Hoglins on the bridge as well, but didn't kind of have the same sort of what is happening to Loki's pigs.
What is happening to Loki?
They were coming from? How did they all end up there? I think.
Yeah, and the problem is I've actually had this in No Reset. Like when you have some weird terrain like this on the side of the bastion, the pigs won't pathfind correctly because they'll just be like, oh, I'd rather just stand down there like they're doing a Loki and just look at you. And there's like, I guess it's like 5 or 6 blocks where that happens. That seems to be about the Y level that Loki is above them, and is actually not even going to be going to grab them. So that could be interesting here. That, depending on how many pigs Fine has, that could easily get him back into this game, because Loki's missing at least 4 or 5 there.
Yeah, and you know, I think he's throwing his pearl hang now, but I think they're playing on the different 2 different sides, and Fine did have to run across to check the other triple to get the obsidian, because we know that's where the obsidian was, and Loki is going to be the first one out.
If Feinberg's still waiting, has some explosives here, but is not leaving just yet. Wants one more string trade. Also hasn't set up a pearl hang yet. But Loki is at the fortress. So a commanding lead from Loki at the start of this game is not going anywhere just yet. But even with the difference in Bastion play here, and Loki's at the spawner. Maybe Feinberg finds a different one, or maybe gets some strays here. Lowering his render, takes a lot of damage on the pearl. Has 1 stray, but that's not going to nearly be enough.
Yeah, not the best entrance into the fortress here. You know, trying to get this Blaze in a little bit of an awkward position, but is onto the spawner now as well.
Yeah, but he's not able to Blaze bed yet, and he could lose a spawn cycle here. He's going to go for the double, but doesn't have it crafted, so he's going to lose more time to this. If the Blaze cycle spawns, this is catastrophic for Feinberg. Does get the double bed off and clears all the fire before the next spawn, basically. So should get a clean cycle, even with all of that time loss. So it's not going to be that impactful. Loki measuring, set there. And, I mean, Feinberg could have been a lot more behind, is actually still relatively in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, yeah, got to be frustrating, because he was taking the time to craft his beds in the Bastion. So I don't know if he just didn't double click and didn't get the 2 beds. But yeah, I definitely watched him crafting the beds. So that's interesting as well, as he's getting his pre-crafts. I think Loki's already got his pearl hang out.
Yeah, and I think Loki just needs 1 more rod here. Still waiting because of the eye break. Feinberg is also just 1 away. But the different... Oh, no, Feinberg's actually out. Wait, Feinberg didn't have an eye break.
Yet.
Oh, that would be the problem. Yep. Because he hasn't measured. That is a great call, Rose. Thank you for completely checking me there. I'm actually stupid. Loki, though, at the stronghold.
Yeah. He blinded early, and it's just really, really fast time into the stronghold as well.
I mean, that looks like a really nice spike for him as well. Gonna be going bottom here. I mean, nearly sub 7 pace. Bed chest. Not going to be what he's looking for, but I mean, the stronghold, the portal room is probably right here. Here's it? No, not here. And this is time loss for Feinberg, and Feinberg is at cords now. I think Loki hears it, but is going to have to hunger reset. Feinberg is maybe not going to because of the pace, but has the same exact spike that Loki did. So maybe can find something else, maybe hear it, but I mean, it's just going through the same motions that Loki already did. So Loki's going to keep his lead. The zero's far back. It's another back small boy 0. This is like the 3rd time the zero's happened in this match. And I mean, 7 explosives for Loki should be pretty good here. Only going to 91. So I guess the dragon could fly, but it'd be pretty unlikely. And it flew. And it flew for Loki. And Loki notably did do a lower bed there. So there's potential where if Feinberg actually is able to push for either 95 or just do a 91 bed, maybe the dragon doesn't fly. We could be dealing with really small variables here. And Feinberg's going to be digging, not going to go for the side. I mean, this is actually so close. I actually don't know what could happen here. Feinberg's going to be on such low health, though, and is not even going to commit to it. So it's just going to go for the half bow because he's too low on health. Didn't have the time to hunger reset. Not able to go for it because of having a pearl clip. And I mean, this is anyone's game now, but Loki is already set up. So realistically, Loki is set up RNG-wise for a way better endgame. But Rose, literally anything could happen right now. Loki could just get fully unlucky here. It is just a perch race.
Yeah, and it's not the perch standardization that we're used to seeing in Season 11 either. So it's not a guarantee that just because Loki was in the end first and knock down crystals first, it's not a guarantee that he's going to get the perch first either.
And that could be the snuffer.
Feinberg gets the perch.
Feinberg gets the snuffers, but is he even going to make it? Barely gets there. Has the explosives. The breath is in the way, but I think he has this, Rose. And Feinberg is going to take out Loki in this best of 5 matchup off of a perch race in game 5.
Wow. And as Loki just gets the perch now, but yeah, as we said, it's the perch standardization isn't here because we're playing as we do in season 10. And so that just means Fine gets the perch faster. But yeah, you can see he was 43 seconds behind going into the end. You know, again, Loki with a really, really early blind split as well, which is just an interesting kind of decision. I'm wondering kind of what his thought process is going to be, kind of why he was choosing to blind that early. But I can't believe it came down to a perch race.
I cannot believe it came down to a perch race. I mean, Loki deciding, okay, so since we're going to interview Feinberg here, we're not going to interview Loki. I would be so curious on the low bed there. So normally people go to 91 for the 0 in ranked because you don't want to go to 90, even though there's a very, very, very small chance the bed is going to break on 91. Loki is very, very, very good at recognizing that the dragon, is going to either break the bed or not. I'm assuming he saw and thought the dragon was going to break the bed. We obviously don't know if that would have been the case, but if not, and he did stick with putting the bed at 91 there, I'd be really curious if the dragon still flies. It looked like it was a really edge case there for Loki. I mean, just a crazy, crazy unfortunate way to lose if you're Loki. But I mean, this is Minecraft speedrunning. Like, yes, ranked has a lot of standardization, but every player knows that this is just part of the game and can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. These things happen. That's, I think, the beauty of the game. Whether you're a kind of a Feinberg fan or a Loki fan, you've got to kind of, understand that that's just sort of how it ends up playing out. I do want to say, I did get my prediction right. I will say that.
You did get your prediction right. And while we wait for Feinberg to get in the booth here, Rose, there's only one remaining player who would be a repeat champion for playoffs. It is only Silver left, who also hasn't won since season 1, by the way.
Wow.
So we're getting a new champion since season 1. Everyone remaining besides Silver would be new.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen I think like the story of this playoff so far is we have just seen so many kind of titans, past multiple playoff winners kind of eliminated in the round of 16. So yeah, it's very real possibility we're going to have, if not a new winner, we're going to have, someone new for the first time in kind of 9 seasons. So really exciting.
Rose, this is also, I'm just looking it up because I saw a chat message. This is also the first time now ever where Dugile, Loki, or Hax has not podiumed. First time ever.
Wow.
So, I mean, welcome to the new era, everyone. And the person to knock off the last person is Feinberg. I mean, that's not what I would have expected. We are getting some pretty insane stuff happening in this playoffs. I mean, wow. I don't know what else to say. I'm so excited to talk to Feinberg. I mean, Rose, I'm going to be honest. I was like so prepping all my questions for Loki that I have no idea what I'm going to talk to Feinberg about. Like, I actually, in my head, I was like, okay, what am I doing? Okay, good. I'm gonna have to think about this on the fly now. Like, I was just not prepared for that, like, at all. It was 2-1, and I was like, okay, like, I'm gonna ask Loki this, and this. And now it's just like, I mean, wow. I can't, like, again, like, to stress this, like, Feinberg couldn't play last weekend because he was, like, so ill. And there was a real chance today that he was not going to play. I'm very glad we don't live in that world. Huge props to Feinberg for showing up. Huge props again, before I forget. Loki being chill. I mean, Loki could have easily, if he really wanted to, been like, nope, our match is scheduled for this time. Feinberg's not ready. He should forfeit. That was never even a question for Loki. He was so respectful, so nice to figure out a way that this worked for everyone. And seriously, shout out Loki, and really shout out MCSR as a whole for just being really, really awesome sportsmanship wise. We got the comms still stall because Feinberg's stupid. Sorry. But I mean, that's just where we are. I mean, what else can we say? I mean, really impressive stuff. I mean, Rose, what are your closing thoughts on that match? I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still just kind of a little bit speechless, but I mean, what a game! Like, what a 5 seeds. I think not potentially not what people were expecting, but I think a really good demonstration of just kind of how unpredictable speedrunning can be.
Absolutely. We got the call from the big boss. Feinberg's ready. We're gonna bring him in. Feinberg, congratulations on the win. I'm gonna take you back a week, even though you don't really want to be. You were really ill. You were not feeling well. We have to postpone your match. There was a chance you didn't even play today. And you come here, you beat Loki in a best of 5. You were down 2-1. Like, what is even going through your mind right now after that game?
Yeah, I guess the first thing I want to say is, like you said also, but like incredible, like thanks and like respect and everything to Loki, because like you said, he was like so on top of like just being okay with like the scheduling changes. Like obviously he's played in basically every playoffs, but it's still weird to like not play the first weekend and move the match around. And like, he probably had a lot of prep for last weekend that, he just suddenly wakes up and doesn't get to play. Cause I didn't know I was going to be in the ER until 5 hours before my game. It's not like it was a scheduled thing. Like, hey, can we move it back? It's like, well, he probably woke up to that message. And so it's like, it's a weird situation to be in. So I'm glad that we did still get to play the match. And like, I mean, he was playing really well today, so hopefully it didn't affect him too much. But like, I just wanted to start by giving a big thanks to Loki and like the whole rank team as well for letting this like weird scheduling thing happen. But yeah, last week was really bad. So I'm glad that I'm feeling basically 95% right now. And I get to play again later today. It's pretty cool.
You do get to play later today. You're going to play NHB in, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours. What are your kind of thoughts on that match? Because you're in the unique position where you knew if you won this game, like you knew who you were playing for a long time. So I guess a lot of people know that, but I guess it's more interesting from NHB's perspective because he didn't know who he was playing. I mean, is there any different prep that you would have for a match like that, or what are your thoughts on just playing NHB as a whole?
No, I think prepping. I mean, okay, I haven't talked to like any like coaches or like analysts or whatever. Like I haven't spent like tens, hundreds of hours diving into it. So maybe there is something, but it feels like ranked is so single player. You can't like counter strat somebody. Yeah. It's like, it's not like you're going to like a Valorant match or OWL match or something where it's like, okay, this team's playing this comp and we're playing the same map and you can counter strat something or like hide strats. But like you can't really do that because you're just playing your own game. And so the only like thing that I care about when I'm playing somebody else is like just how my mental feels, where it's like, if I make a mistake, do I think I can still win? And nowadays there's like the number of players that I feel this way keeps slowly going up. Like it's probably like 4 right now, where it's like, if I'm behind into the Nether and then I'm behind into the Bastion, and then like I mess something on the Bastion, I feel like I lose. Like legit, I feel like I like in my head, and it's so hard for me to get over that barrier of like, you lost the game. You're playing an 8-minute cutscene. Like if I wanted to forfeit right now, it's probably better long-term, like for the elo, because I get to queue another game. It's like, that's the mental I have versus like Infume, Loki, and Hacks. I think like that's it. Like those 3 people where it's like, if I'm behind, like even that early in the game, these guys are so good and so like clean at the game to where it's like over. Like, oh my God, I'm on the ladder like the last 2 days. Like, thank God Infume's on the other side of the bracket. We were like before literally 36 hours ago, like Wednesday, I'm sick, I'm in bed. We're like 13-12 on the season, or like 13-11 on the season. Like pretty even. Now we're 25-13. I played like 15 games against him. I think I won 2 in the last 2 days. Every time I queued yesterday, I'm behind in the overall. I lost. I make one movement to the Bastion. Oh, I lost. No, pull it up. It's like disgusting.
If he was won the last 5 against you, and yeah, the last like
keep scrolling. It's like I win 1, he wins 4 more. I win 1.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. And it's like, as long, and playoffs is different because like on ladder, I guess you can hide someone's name. And like, I mean, for me, I would never do that just because everyone in chat would tell me, and like it's just like bad content or whatever. But on playoffs, you can't hide who you're playing. So that definitely matters to an extent with like the matchup that you're going against. But in terms of like game specific prep, I feel like there's not really like strats. Like I guess the only thing you look into is like the seed pick bands, but I feel like it's just more important to pick what you're comfortable on. Like I picked Desert Temple first seed and lost overall by 7 seconds, lost the game by 4. So it's like, was that stupid? Maybe, but it's like I was comfortable, waking up. I slept for like 4 hours. I didn't even like feel bad last night. I just like, I got in bed at 2 and I just like couldn't go to bed till like 5 in the morning. like maybe nerves thing or something, but I don't know. I locked in, I guess. Like I don't feel that tired right now. Maybe because I have to play in 3.5 hours. That's gonna suck. And I don't really feel like squeezing a nap in, so we'll see how that goes. But I don't know. It's like, what's the original question? There's not really like individual prep versus NHB. I'm bad at this whole booth thing.
You need like reverse media training. Like I need you to talk less. I need you to like actually just like lock in on the other side.
You need a middle ground between me and Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Rose, what do you got?
I did have a question. So I wanted to ask, one thing that I noticed during that game is that Loki was blinding really, really early. So he was blinding before he had 6 rods. And I was just wondering if that was something that you picked up on, because I don't know how much you're kind of paying attention to, obviously, advancements and progress. But did you kind of notice that he was blinding early, and did that kind of push you to go a little bit faster at all at any point?
The only seed where it really confused me was the second seed, the one where I played home portal and he played triple gap. But I do look at advancements a lot. I think it is really important. Like I don't know if I actually would have acted on the information, but like on seed 2, when I was like starting the double triple, I was still mining the first triple gold blocks. I saw he got Obby out of a chest. So I know that like, okay, there's some Obby on the triple. I can feel maybe a little more comfortable sending this. But on a lot of bastions, I think it is really important to have info on where certain, like, you know, Obby, Crying Obby, Iron is in the bastion. You can sometimes tell what route someone's doing and then try to make a decision based off that, like a VP. But the blinding thing was so weird. I'm surprised. I need to like look at that replay. I didn't get a chance to, but I'm surprised. He saved time on me playing triple to gap and I played double triple. Like he was faster into the fort. And I noticed on the first city blinds early, and a lot of people just like, not a lot of people, but it's kind of just a play style thing. Like, do you like to blind early and then do your pre-gaps after? Or do you like to, you know, I'm someone, it's very AA-pilled for me to like, I'll clear out the entire spawner. And it's something I've been fighting against myself for like a year and a half, where it's like, you're clearing out the spawner too much. It's like, I have the whole 9x9 cleared. I have double layered soul sand everywhere. And then I have 7 rods and I have nothing crafted and I have a full inventory. And I'm like, well, I just lost 15 seconds against hacks who didn't do that at all, because you don't need to do that. But I was looking, and the second C was the only thing where it really confused me, where I was like, how did he blind so early? Because I had really good strays, and I only had 4 rods when he blinded or something, and I was like, that's unbelievable. Like, there was no way he's playing home portal. And then slowly I'm at my spawner, and he's not in the stronghold, and I'm like, did he die? What happened? So that was the only time it really confused me. Otherwise, it's kind of just a play style thing. Like, I know certain people, I think EDCR is a player who really, like, blinds early all the time as well. It's just kind of what, I don't know if it's necessarily right or wrong if you have, like, a middle ground.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense. I'm going to get us back on schedule because we are like 20 minutes behind. So, Feinberg, you did a phenomenal job. Congratulations on winning. Good luck in your match later today against NHB. Maybe we get to interview you twice in one day. That could happen. Yeah, that could absolutely happen. First time ever.
That happens every time in the final day.
First time not on a final day. Go, dude. I don't even know what the hell you're going to do. And that's, I guess, final question getting you out of here. What the hell are you going to do in the next 3.5 hours? What's your game plan?
I'll probably get some food. I think I was going to call Ludwig, see his sob story about how Loki lost, and then watch the next few games. I'm excited to watch. Well, who's actually next? When's Infume Silver? No offense to
EDCR Beef Salad is next. Infume and Silver is the last match before yours.
Because that's what it's the last one? Okay, well, not like I was going to warm up beforehand anyways, but yeah. We gotta be watching.
Amazing. This is what it takes to be a top level player, everyone. Feinberg, thank you so much. We'll see you hopefully in 3.5 hours. But good luck in your next match. Congrats.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Rose, I mean, he should get in the commentator booth or something. He loves talking, don't you think?
Yeah, he loves to yap. I feel like maybe he should do this. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
there's a calling for him if the whole playing Minecraft thing doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but I mean thankfully, hypothetically, if he did that for I don't know, maybe like 9 seasons or something, and we had to find like another commentator to fill his spot. I think we found a pretty good one, chat. And what we're going to play in this interview, I messed it up. That was such a good segue, and I messed it up. We're all getting better. It's okay. We're all getting better. We have a Rose Beam interview that we're going to play in our little intermission here to get to know our newest caster a bit better. So when we come back, it will be EDCR Beef Salad, which is going to be a phenomenal, UK battle. I'm very excited to see that matchup. So don't go anywhere. But in the meantime, before we hop into that, we have an interview with Rosebeam. So check that out, and we'll be back soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Rosebeams. I go by Rose online, and I am 29 years old. The name Rosebeams was a little bit of like name experimentation. So I used to have the username Fleeting Star online, which was a play on Starfleet from Star Trek, because I was a really big Star Trek fan. And I wanted to change my like name online, and I was like, I need something that's kind of the same sort of like whimsy. And my middle name is Rose. My actual name isn't Rose. Spoiler alert, I'm sorry. And then I just thought beams, sunbeams, and I wanted to keep something kind of sun, spacey, light, plus flowers. And so I just kind of started mashing words together, and then I came across Rosebeams, and I think I have been Rosebeams for the last, I want to say like maybe 7 or 8 years online. Initially, I got into the MCSR community back in 2020, 2021 with the kind of like newer sort of 1.14 and the kind of first 1.16 runs. I was watching and very, very casually running pre-Bastion strats and kind of watched some of those like first runs start coming through. And then I took a break from the community for a good couple of years, and then around a year and a half ago, Minecraft content started kind of coming back up on my YouTube and on the internet. I think I must have seen Drip's like world record come up on my YouTube, and I was like, oh my god, how is the time so fast now? Like, what's the new tech? And I watched the world record, and I was like, this is like a completely different game now. And I just got really, really curious and started watching videos, started watching streams, and then that's kind of how I got back in. I've been kind of in and out of esports for a really long time, I think maybe about 10 years. When I was at university, I did presenting and a little bit of commentary things there, so I did a lot more TV, radio-y kind of things. And then I eventually started working in esports after I graduated, and I worked in a lot of CSGO, first-person shooter type games, more behind-the-scenes broadcasty things, and picked up a lot of things through that, and did a lot more kind of like smaller events. And then when I made the switch back to Minecraft, I just did a lot of kind of little commentary for friends tournaments and kind of much smaller scale things, and then was just sort of building up my kind of, I guess, knowledge and experience to be able to kind of apply what I knew about esports and sports and storytelling, which is something I've always been really, really into and really experienced in, and trying to apply that to MCSR. I think I thought I was gonna be a lot more terrified than I was. I spent the whole kind of like few days beforehand just thinking, oh my god, it's gonna go terribly, I'm gonna do something wrong, I'm gonna miss everything, I'm just gonna panic and not say anything. And then I just stopped and was like, but that's not gonna happen, because I know what I'm doing for the most part, hopefully. So actually it just kind of felt really smooth for the most part. I feel like me and Curry blended really, really well with our commentary and our kind of interaction, and that just made it, I think, 10 times easier. But also I think I was just surprised by like how much I enjoyed it. I just think just like the whole weekend I was just so excited. I was just having the best time ever, and I love watching the games, and I loved how we had so many kind of like upsets, because I think that just shows just how awesome ranked is in terms of like anyone can win and anyone can happen. And that's why I love esports and competitions like this, because anyone can win and anything can happen within the game, and that's what makes the game so great. So I probably have two things. First one is that when I was at school, I memorized pi to about 40 places, and I still pretty much remember it. I'm just really good with memorizing numbers. And the other thing is I'm halfway through, or over halfway through, my mission to watch every single episode of Power Rangers ever. Who is gonna win playoffs? That is a good question. I feel like I have a head and a heart answer. My head answer is Infume. I feel like Infume has been, I mean, he's consistently a really, really strong player, and he's been playing really well, and he's almost long overdue for a playoffs win. But my heart answer is Feinberg. I feel like this could be his season. You never know. Anything can happen, and I just love that. I just love the storyline. I just love not the person you would expect to win. And I feel like with just the nature of MCSR, I feel like it could happen. It could happen.
Back to the MCSR Rank Season 10 playoffs. We just had a best of 5 crazy match between Feinberg and Loki. And holy smokes, Rose, it's going to get somehow even better because now we have EDCR versus Beef Salad. Probably the two best UK players in the world. EDCR is always like the best or the second best ranked player on the leaderboard. And Beef Salad has been on a tournament tear right now. Rose, what a game we have in store for us now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited for this matchup. A little bit sad that it's two UK people against each other because obviously only one of them can go through. So it would be nice to kind of see, a little bit of just bias, for my fellow kind of UK players. But no, I think this is going to be really interesting. I think, Beef Salad has been playing really, really well, particularly in tournaments recently. Obviously, I think second place at the LAN, but EDCR had his first playoffs win last week and has consistently been the kind of top 1, top 2 player on the leaderboard, as you said. So I'm really excited to see this matchup, I think.
I mean, it's so interesting because it's just the different. It's leaderboard versus tournament, basically. Like that's really the name of this game. I mean, obviously EDCR won finally the a round in ranked playoffs, which I'm sure he was very, very happy about and is probably still the favorite going into this matchup. But Beef Salad, an incredibly strong performance at the LAN to get second place, looked really, really good in their first round matchup. I forget who Beef Salad played, but I remember Beef Salad looked incredibly good.
Jay.
I'm pulling it up right now. Jay, yes. Beef Salad looked amazing in that matchup against Jay, who has a crazy top speed. Honestly, Jay and EDCR are very interesting player archetypes. They're kind of similar in certain ways, but I mean, they are two of the best that not just the UK, as we're saying, but really the entire world has to offer here. I think it'd be really hard to find anyone who wouldn't say these are two of like the best 8 at worst 10 players in the world. And hopefully we get another game 5, Rose, because if it was anything like last game, we're in for something special.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see a really close matchup between these two players because I think they're very different in terms of their strengths, as we can see here with the player spotlight coming on. EDCR, former ELO world record, highest win rate in season 10, back-to-back sub 7s, 74% win rate.
That's what stood out to me as well.
Yeah, just, almost kind of just this almost like unachievable kind of like person if like to try and beat EDCR on the ladder just consistently for the last couple of seasons has just been so difficult. But again, you've got to see Beef Salad, as we said, second at the LAN. And also most interestingly, I find between these two players, last season in season 10, Beef Salad played 1,000 more games of ranked than EDCR did.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Beef Salad is known as one of like the 2 biggest grinders for ranked, him and V-Strid. I mean, just crazy stuff from Beef Salad to always and consistently, by the way, like the fact that Beef Salad, the fact that they're always like so skilled to be able to play that many games. Like, sure, they'll have some dives where they like, go down because that's just gonna happen anytime you play that many games, but to like consistently finish so high when you're playing so much is a testament to the consistency that Beef Salad has been able to build up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another kind of stat that stands out between these two is the wins versus opponent. So obviously last season, 30 wins to EDCR over 9 wins for Beef in this kind of matchup. They've also played each other a ridiculous amount. They've played each other, I think, I had it somewhere, it's like 263 times in the last kind of since season 7, basically. They played each other 263 times. And it's a little bit closer in that. It's, I think EDCR's won 144 times, Beef's won about 117, and there's a couple of draws in there. But, they have played each other a lot, as opposed to, in the previous match with Fine and Loki, in terms of like in a ranked, matchup on the ladder, they've not played each other very often at all. So, it's very, very close between these two, but obviously more wins in EDCR's favor. But if we think about kind of like tournament, experience wise, this is EDCR's, I think, 3rd playoffs. And, this is his first time out of the round of 16. Whereas for Beef, a lot more experienced with tournaments and kind of progressing fairly far in tournaments as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Nether Regionals Reloaded winner. That was a really high level tournament when that was taking place. To be able to win that is incredibly impressive. best rank time, also the fact that that is basically the same time. Beef has such a ridiculous top speed, former ranked world record holder as well for Beef Salad. Like, that is a crazy stat. Obviously, EDCR 30 plus ranked sub 7s is obscene as well. Like, both of these players have that crazy top speed. I feel like they get there in very different ways. But you mentioned that win versus opponent. It's so interesting because you look at it and it's like, oh my gosh, EDCR should obliterate Beef Salad in this matchup. 30-9 is crazy at a high level, and it speaks to how consistent EDCR is on the ladder. But I, like, for me personally, like, I'm throwing that fully out the window. Like, if I'm looking at this, like, you cannot take that at face value because it's not a tournament setting. Beef Salad has proven in so many different places that they are a absolute force to be reckoned with in these tournaments. So I would say, I mean, Rose, we could talk about predictions really quickly before we get into anything else. Like, I kind of predict Beef Salad to win this here.
I've got to say, you know, I kind of agree with you again. It feels like I'm just copying you, but I promise I'm not.
No, it's
but
okay.
I'm a bit of a Beef Salad believer. I just feel like they are so strong in tournament settings, and I feel like, you know, whatever it is with kind of like combating nerves, or just their kind of approach that they have, they're just so strong. And I feel like, you know, I think they've just got a little bit more of that like experience and kind of grounding over EDCR. And I'm not counting EDCR out. I still think it's going to be a very, very close game. And I think it could go either way. But I just think, you know, after watching Beef Salad play last weekend, he was just so strong against Jay. You know, he was 2-0 up. The only reason he wasn't 3-0 is just because he had a little bit of an issue of he didn't set his spawn when he was hunger resetting. But he was so fast and so kind of steady. I think, you know, that's potentially what's kind of putting him more in my favor here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Beef Salad, like, just as we're saying, just has the tournament experience. But we saw last season, I mean, Infume, season 9 playoffs, made it all the way to the finals. Season 8 playoffs got eliminated in that first round. So sometimes it can just take 1 or 2 seasons to get over that hump. Maybe this is the season where EDCR really gets over the hump and can make it all the way to a finals. And it starts with Beef Salad. Let's go to the seed picks. Let's see what EDCR has for us here to take a look at for the first seed type. And it's also Desert Temple. Great minds think alike. Maybe that's what it needs to be. Maybe winners of this weekend just pick Desert Temple first. Interesting seed pick. I mean, we've seen so much TNT development. We didn't really see it in the last seed, Rose, but with these two players, tech for them is always top of mind. I'm expecting some TNT Bastion routes on this Desert Temple seed.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, both of these runners always kind of innovating, always kind of being on top of things. I know that during this week, Beef has been VOD reviewing, and has been kind of putting in a lot of practice. I've seen a lot of kind of pictures of Beef kind of at the computer ignoring his boyfriend. So I think, you know, I think that, you know, both of them, I think, have been putting in a lot of work. So I'm quite excited to see, you know, if they're gonna, you know, if the Bastion allows for it. I think we should hopefully see a little bit of TNT innovation here.
Yeah, I mean, also just to point out, because I think it's impressive. Like, I know this is season 10 playoffs. EDCR's win rate for season 7 was what, 74%, I think it was. Do you want to guess what EDCR's win rate is this season in season 11 through 134 matches?
I feel like it's got to be pretty high, right? I feel like it's got to be like, is it like 79? Or is that too high?
80%. EDCR has an 80% win rate this season. Every 4 out of 5 games, EDCR wins. So EDCR, top of his game right now. Beef Salad and EDCR squaring off here. 2 of the best people we have to offer in this community, gameplay-wise, and it's just going to be so exciting to see what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as they were running up to the temple, I did see a river, so going to be pretty easy to get gravel, but I didn't quite see the lava pool. So both players, I think, will be keeping an eye out for that as they kind of come out here. You can see EDCR having a good look around in F5 as well.
Yeah, really nice TNT spot that Beef Salad found. I like it just slightly more than EDCR's, but shouldn't matter too much in this overworld. Really just going to depend on how close these runners are to the gravel, to the lava pool. EDCR is looking, find some on the coast here. I think Beef Salad's going to have to go to the same one. It is a little bit of a hike, but It is just what these players have. Actually, Beef Salad's going to be going into the ocean here and is going to get the TNT off in this weird corner spot. But I like EDCR's play a little bit more here. Even though you don't get the gravel from the TNT, you have it. You're on the surface a little bit quicker and should be able to find a lava pool. I mean, looking on this tree rows, neither player really finding anything they like here to enter.
Yeah, Beef does spot it, but interestingly, despite detonating the TNT under the water, doesn't get any flint. Only had about 11 gravel, so having to stop and kind of mine the gravel on the way. Does now get the flint, but kind of has, EDCR's kind of made up the time just a little bit faster on the portal.
It just barely here. Doesn't look like there's that much delay between the runners at all. Maybe Beef Salad is like a half a second ahead, but not anything dramatic at all. And EDCR in the Bastion, it's a stables. Beef Salad spawns exact same spot. It's a triple on the right side, and there is no good gap underneath. So we're going to see some really fun stables routing here. And notice, again, there's going to be so much tech that we're going to see from these two runners in the stables in the next 30 seconds. And we're going to try and point out as much as we can. EDCR building up with the TNT here to immediately insta-mine it is really cool stuff. Going to start the route here. I'm imagining we're going to go to this middle double eventually. And we're going to see what that looks like for these runners. But keep an eye out for EDCR here. Going to go down through where he came in, then go to this middle rampart, block the piglins off, going to be able to get the chest here, distract these piglins, and then is going to be able to know, because the right side, if you're facing the Bastion, was a bad gap, is going to know that this left side here is a good gap, takes very minimal damage here. Beef Salad as well, doing pretty much the exact same thing, and both runners starting the route at nearly the exact same time.
Interestingly, rather than mining through, Beef went around the outside to the single chest above the stairs. So actually kind of, I think, made up a little bit more time by going for that and kind of wrapping around rather than having to dig through.
That makes sense. That's actually a really good call. I haven't seen a lot of people do that, but again, Beef is on the cutting edge of tech stuff, so it makes a lot of sense. We're seeing it for some of the first times in playoffs here. ECR checking trades, taking a lot of damage, though. I mean, both runners on similar health, neither have a golden apple, so that's going to be something to really watch here on this Temple Seed. So many fire res for these runners, so many explosives as well. Just pretty much everything they need except maybe Obsidian. Yeah, EDCR on 19 after trade, so has to find something else here. Is Beef Salad out? Does Beef Salad have 20?
I couldn't see. I didn't see them check the MG. I think so.
Beef Salad has 20, I guess.
Just leaving. Yeah. Really low health here. Has to be careful. There's a couple of skeletons and a lot of piglins.
Yeah, because you maybe get shot here. Actually, I think EDCR does have enough Obsidian. I missed it. I think I was looking at some other block, but was trying to get food here that Beef Salad did not. So that's going to be the biggest difference between these runners now, is that EDCR has this pork chop to pearl a little bit more aggressively, and Beef Salad does not.
Yeah, having to kind of take a little bit of a slower route, trying to take a little bit more time to heal up so that they can get the pearl off on top of the fortress, and that means that EDCR is going to be on the fort first. Half a heart salad as well.
Really scary. I mean, you just go around the corner here. There could be a skeleton, a wither, something. Have to keep in mind. I mean, I really like the play from EDCR. I honestly think it's not something you see enough at this high level, especially in a stables where you can, like EDCR, to check a chest or just kill a hoglin that's just right there. Really interesting TNT setup. I've not seen that before, but worked out really well. Similar to the Fyro TNT variant that exists, the same one that Beef Salad is doing, but allowing the last TNT to get blown up by the other TNT. So saves a little bit of time there. Really interesting.
Yeah, both pre-crafting now as well. I think fair amount of explosives. It looks like we can see both runners about equal with rods. I think EDCR just maybe one more than Beef Salad, but Beef Salad again still just really, really low health here. So is gonna have to potentially hunger reset when they blind, as EDCR is kind of building his pool to blind now as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Do you hunger reset on the blind here? Because it's, with how fast these rates are, it's not like you're going to be able to build up that health while waiting for blazes. So it does become a real decision to potentially make here. But I mean, it looks like Beef is still eating the rotten flesh. So I don't know if that play is going to come out for them. A lot of eyes having to be thrown here from these runners because of the taiga trees in the way, but no eye breaks for either. So everything is pretty standard here, and EDCR is going to be entering back into the nether.
Yeah, not choosing to hunger reset here. So, still kind of eating the rotten flesh, back up most of the way for the health for Beef. So it's not too bad of a situation, but it takes a hit from a blaze there. So it's just going to be able to kind of pearl a little bit less than EDCR, and EDCR is out now as well.
I mean, EDCR has been playing this seed unbelievably well. Like, this is a really impressive showcase in this first seed here to go for the Hoglin, to really watch the health throughout the entire seed. Beef Salad, again, taking just a little bit more damage. I mean, it's so difficult on these seeds to play so perfectly with your health, but I mean, EDCR basically did that, is on cords. Beef Salad going to have to throw one more pearl just to get there, maybe two. The spikes for EDCR are going to be a lot different than what we're used to. Has a different GPU from most of the runners, so not something that we're going to be as familiar with, but finds the portal room basically instantly. And I mean, Rose, this is a really fast time.
Yeah, really, really fast from EDCR. Just no kind of mistakes here. Has handled the health a lot better. Going to be the first one into the end.
Another back zero. We've seen a lot of these today. It's Cage. Yep. Is going to have to manually mine out the block. That could be a bit of time loss here. Is still going to be able to get to 95. Go for the multi-block setup. Plenty of explosives. 6 explosives here for EDCR, which should be very comfortable. I mean, this damage is absurd. Really nicely done. Yeah. And that's going to be the first seed going to EDCR against both of our Preds. I mean, Rose, he looks not nervous at all out there. That was a really impressive first seed from EDCR there.
Yeah, I mean, really, really clean there. Just, didn't really see any mistakes at all. Just really fast, no kind of hesitation. Just managed the seed, I think, a lot better. Beef was on low health for a lot of time there. And you can see, it was really, really close up until the blind. And then EDCR had more health and was just able to kind of play the sort of terrain a little bit better and just was able to throw extra pearls and just really good damage at the end in the zero, and able to kind of close out the first seed.
And absolutely, we can see here in these splits, basically every split you see, like, lost, I guess didn't lose any time. It's 6-6-6-6 on all the splits until finding the stronghold. And yes, like, that looks even, but you have to remember that EDCR really was able to bank that time later because of killing the Hoglin, and that just bought so much time in the endgame, even though he ate the pork chops really early because he just had more rotten flesh to deal with, more health originally to work with, and looks really, really good in this first seed, getting an 802 to start us off here. On his seed pick, though, so Beef Salad is going to have a choice of the seed pick. It's also early. Beef Salad looked pretty strong as well. I mean, Rose, really what it came down to Beef Salad there, just so much chip damage really throughout. It's not really a term we use that much in speedrunning, but just a hit from the blaze here, a little bit of fall damage there, and it really adds up when you just don't have that golden apple for insurance on a temple seed.
Yeah, absolutely. Rotten flesh, really, really slow, really poor saturation, really slow healing. And that just can make all the difference. I mean, we saw it with Fine and Loki. Fine was able to kind of manage and save his golden apples a lot better. And that was kind of what was able to kind of allow him to push a little bit more at the end and not having to worry about hunger resetting, not having to be a little bit extra careful with kind of the decisions that you make. And, for EDCR, just played the seed near kind of flawlessly, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, really nice stuff from EDCR. Gotta also be, I think in this matchup we're talking about where EDCR has a lot less tournament experience than Beef Salad, like, getting that first win is going to feel a lot better, where Beef Salad, has, obviously you never want to be down one, but you know what it takes to kind of bounce back, get through this. So Beef's going to be feeling still pretty comfortable here, especially knowing that they have the seed pick going into seed 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this seed pick is going to be really interesting to see as well. I don't really know what you pick here if you're Beef Salad either. So, okay, Ruin Portal. So interesting, potentially going for speed. Has a lot of very, very fast times on a Ruin Portal, one of the fastest seeds. But if it is a lava pool Ruin Portal and you're having to make a bucket, potential for having to kind of think a little bit harder in terms of if it's a weird kind of portal build setup. But yeah, maybe Beef Salad here going for speed over kind of a little bit extra or more kind of decision making over world types.
Yeah, I mean, Beef Salad used to have ranked world record on a Ruined Portal. Actually held it for quite a long time. I remember that Beef Salad world record because it was like, I feel like the first one where everyone was like, whoa, this is really fast. And Beef Salad has that top speed potential here on this Ruined Portal. But it could be a Ruined Portal like the one on the bottom rows, or it could be one on the top where maybe we're not getting that nice chest with golden carrots or whatever. So going to be interesting to see how it plays out with these two runners here. But Ruined Portal, nonetheless, first time we're seeing it today, always a fun C-type.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're a top runner and you get a Ruined Portal seed, you're always going to be hoping for that looting sword in the chest. It's unlikely, but maybe we see it today. It would be nice. I don't know if we've seen it. I can't remember if we've seen it so far in this place.
I don't think we've seen it so far. Nice. It's going to be harder because they're not filtered for. So it's like, yeah, we just need to hit the RNG, but like eventually we'll hit it. It'll be good. It could be right now. We're going to take a look here. Beef Salad EDCR Seed 2. It's going to be somewhere for them.
Yep. Cross the water a little bit further out. I think is Beef going a different way?
Beef is going to a village. What?
Yeah. Okay. Just hasn't been able to spot the Ruined Portal. Don't really know what to say.
So that is not ideal. So here's what I would do. If I'm Beef Salad, I reset the seed instantly because it has to be somewhere near your spawn. So
yeah, I think it's within
you want to like
chunks or something.
Yeah, you want to like figure out where you're going. I mean, you get the 2 beds. Like that's not nothing. It's absolutely not nothing. So something to keep in mind there. Also, really interesting play. We didn't point it out because Beef Salad went the wrong way. EDCR, I think this was intentional, lit a bunch of trees on fire like instantly with his flint and steel before he did anything else. And I think that was to clear out the space around the portal here to make building this portal a lot cleaner. Just the high level play that's coming out from these runners is just absolutely crazy to be able to think about that. Yeah,
absolutely. And, we saw Beef going the wrong way. So just kind of a little bit of a much slower enter. They have got 1 golden apple, but that's the only food that these runners have. And EDCR doesn't spot the bastion straight away. So it's not.
This is a fun seed. This is playoffs, baby. This is what we're going for here. I mean, it kind of stinks that Beef Salad wasn't able to find like a hay bale or 2, because that could have ended up being a real difference in this seed. Like then it's like, whoa, like maybe Beef Salad's even ahead. But curious to see. I mean, we saw this happen with Loki in the last matchup as well. Like couldn't find the bastion. Like maybe Beef Salad finds it way easier than EDCR, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like Beef's right back in it.
Yeah, and Beef kind of seemed to be a lot more confident in sending a direction, whereas Loki was kind of hopping back and forth quite a bit, having to grab more blocks here as well. I think they'll see.
Yeah, and this is the same direction. But... Yeah. Okay. They're both going in the same direction. It's a housing. They'll figure it out. But I mean, this food loadout for them, the 1 golden apple. I mean, this is not going to be an easy route, especially doing the top down. I mean, you have the gold axe. You can just break the chest. You have some distraction stuff, but going to be careful here on EDCR screen. Like, you got to take a very little damage here. No gold distraction in the first chest. Does get some in the second, but kind of awkward here. And Beef Salad's still trying to just get to the bastion.
Yeah, just really awkward terrain. Soul Sand slowing you down, and just kind of difficult to find the right kind of route on the way there. At least Beef entering from kind of higher up. So at least a little bit safer. Yeah, I really like the
terrain Beef took.
Yeah, a little bit safer for getting to the chests, as opposed to kind of the route that EDCR took into the bastion.
Absolutely. I mean, Beef Salad made up a lot of time here, playing so smoothly. Amazing block placements as well. Really clean gameplay from Beef here. Trying to get back into the seed just a tad. Although EDCR does have some gold picks, which will make the bottom of this housing slightly better. mean, the thing to watch out for here, Rose, for sure, is the explosive count because Beef Salad has those 2 beds from the village. So if this is a low explosive seed, that could be a huge deciding factor, even with the delay from Beef Salad in the overworld.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's low explosives, Beef's now got a little bit extra to play with. They've got the option to double blaze bed, or they could just single blaze bed, and then they've got an extra bed for the end, for the 0. So keeping an eye on the trade so far. I mean, it looks like a fairly good amount of string, I think.
Yeah, he starts at 9 on the bottom, so he's going to be just fine there with that. So unfortunately, it's not going to end up mattering for Beef. But also, the other thing is the food management for these 2 runners. Having only the golden apple, EDCR is on way lower health. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a hunger reset here at all before we leave. Has the anchor crafted already? So maybe that's something we see here. I mean, has a lot of pearls as well. So maybe you throw a pearl here, get the anchor out, or maybe we're going to go for some type of setup. I mean, actually, Rose, we only have 14 obsidian. What is this Bastion doing?
Yes.
What is the seed doing to these poor runners?
I know, and Beef is trying to check all the chests, and was a lot kind of quicker to, I think, clock that they didn't have very much obsidian, but is really frantically kind of looking for those side chests that can be really quite well hidden on the seed. I think EDCR still hasn't found it either, so
Beef is at
only
16 and is out of sprint.
Yeah, has to eat the golden
so that's
apple.
not good. Crazy stuff here. I really aggressive golden apple. Gonna go to the side blocks. So I don't like not hunger resetting here, because I think it's just such a better play having the ability to save your golden apple for something else, because now EDCR is gonna have to hunger reset here anyway, and it just would have been nice to not have to hunger reset at the fortress or in the overworld, because you don't need to save the explosives when you have 10 already on the side of EDCR. Although the difference here now is Beef Salad is playing for... Sorry, I was just going to say, like, EDCR is playing guaranteed for the home portal, while, I mean, Beef Salad is playing for the 20 obsidian.
Yeah, absolutely. Beef Salad choosing to get the backups to try and get that extra obsidian, I think, is on 19 now, whereas EDCR, I think, had a search of the chests and just made the decision to play for home portal, and Beef was going back trying to see if it had been like a loose trade that had got dropped anywhere, but still stuck on 19, going, I think, for backups. So
backups. This is a rare block. I feel like half the people watching probably have never seen that gold block mined ever in their lives before, because it is so rare that like ever needs to happen ever. I mean, there's a chance Beef Salad still doesn't get it here. Does get it. So it's going to be out. And the Pearl Hang is really good. I mean, Rose, it did take him a ton of time to get the 20th piece of obsidian, but you can absolutely save that much time depending on how bad terrain or different strongholds or whatever in the rest of the seed. It would not shock me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also depending on which spawner gets played, as EDCR has to deal with an Endermite, but which spawner gets played, if you might have slightly different chords. It might be that if Beef is blinding on the spawner as opposed to EDCR having to go back to home portal, which was quite far away from the Bastion as well, then that's going to potentially have an impact in terms of how many blocks do you have to travel to be able to get to your second portal.
You're also going to have to get that extra rod that Beef Salad is not going to have to get, and these rates do not seem amazing. EDCR still on 5. Can't overlap anything else. We're going to be able to see Beef Salad overlap whenever they want to with Portal or Crafting or whatever. Does this last rod drop for EDCR here? No. So we're still waiting. Got to the point where it's like, you know what? I am just going to blaze bed, but has enough blazes now, probably just going to be fine without blaze bedding. Gets the 7th rod, raises the render, but this is what I mean. Beef Salad is now blinding. So we're seeing a real difference in play. Yes.
Yeah, blinding early, though, because they're going to go for the hungry set only on 2 hearts there. But yeah, it does mean that, Beef doesn't have to worry about this kind of very long trek that EDCR does, and EDCR's down to 2 hearts now, so is probably going to have to hunger reset again before going to chords as well. Beef choosing not
and look at this. Beef
to go
didn't hunger. Yeah. I mean, guess is just going to use the anchor. You overlap a little bit more Blaze spawns, I guess. So I kind of like it. I mean, you have so many explosives, it doesn't really matter. We know these rates aren't amazing, but there's just so many Blazes here from the double spawner here. I think Beef is in the lead, to be honest. Like, it just depends on how bad this terrain is. It's an 1800 block blind for EDCR from home portal. I don't know. I guess, no, that it's 200 blocks from the spawner, Rose. It's 200 blocks from the spawner. He's right here. He's on it.
Yeah, and it's also different nether cords as well. So I think
completely different nether cords. So Beef Salad is just going to be in the stronghold first.
Yeah. So actually taking the time to mine the extra gold blocks means that they're going to be into the stronghold first because they didn't have to go through having to go back for home portal. And depending on what the spikes are like, and Beef Salad finds the portal room first, depends how easy of a nav that EDCR
and there it is for EDCR.
Managed to spot it. Yeah.
But Beef is going to be in the nether or the end first. I always love how Beef does like the cool little like 3 eyes first. I think Beef has a big enough lead here where it would take an incredible 0 from EDCR, but it is top 103. This is a really aggressive push from Beef Salad to get to the top setup here. The Cryin is not down. He's not going to be able to hit it. Barely blow clutches in time. EDCR, a much cleaner setup and should be okay here. Rose, Beef Salad had the lead. Still goes for the 0. Might actually be able to save it, but EDCR's Dragon is already dead. So, Beef Salad, I mean, what an effort. What an effort from them.
Wow.
But, I mean, what a back and forth game. I don't know what to say. We just kept talking over each other because it's just pandemonium. Like, what is happening?
And, I think, Beef going to just pushing really, really aggressively at the end there, and it just doesn't quite pay off. But just a weird seed in terms of just very, as you say, very back and forth, but also just, we saw Beef not finding the portal. It took EDCR a long time to find the Bastion. EDCR choosing to go for home portal as opposed to Beef kind of waiting out the trades to get that last obsidian that they needed.
Wow.
Completely different strongholds. You can see just 2 seconds between them in the end. So, just a crazy seed, I think.
Yeah, it's just not a seed we see all the time in playoffs. I know some people have been, definitely questioning the way that the new seed filtering or whatever works, but that is not a seed that we would ever see in any previous playoffs, and that was really cool to watch just because of the variance. Like, the fact that the blind for Beef is 250 blocks or so, and then EDCR home portals, the difference in 20 obby or not, I mean, so impressive from both runners to be able to really stick to how they wanted to play the seed. I mean, we saw that either way really worked out for them, basically entering the end at the exact same time. So I think that's also just the beauty of this game, the fact that you can play so differently and it still ends up being so similar. And it's just crazy how it came down to basically just came down to Beef's Pearl. I mean, it wasn't high enough on the 103 tower, and that basically lost them the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was... Yeah, I don't know what to say. I feel like you put it really well, but just so back and forth and just played 2 completely different, just completely different decisions, and both kind of leading to pretty much the same point. And just shows, I think, kind of just how unpredictable this game can be. And also I think just a really good demonstration of kind of decision making and taking that gamble from EDCR if I'm going to go for home portal, or for Beef to kind of like force to wait, and it kind of worked out and then didn't work out with the 0 in the end. So just really, really back and forth seed. And I think, it's match point for EDCR now, but I don't want to count Beef Salad out yet.
No, it's just impossible to count someone like Beef Salad out who has so much tournament experience and knows what it takes. I mean, we talk so much. We haven't talked about it too much this weekend, but the goldfish mentality, Rose, the ability to be able to basically completely black out what just happened and lock in on the next seed. Very treasure pick here for Beef Salad. I mean, lost the last seed pick. Very treasure is always a fun one. Very consistent materials, a very fast seed type. We saw that in the last matchup with Loki and Feinberg. And EDCR, it is match point for him. Could be going to their first ever semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this seed pick is very interesting as well from Beef. I think very different type of overworld to play as opposed to what we've seen so far. I mean, the Ruin Portal kind of enter was just a little bit bizarre in terms of just Beef not seeing the portal at all and going for the village. But we know this seed type can be very, very fast, as you said. And I think, we're not counting Beef Salad out. Still, obviously, the potential for the reverse sweep, but you've got to be feeling a lot more comfortable if you're in EDCR's position now, knowing that you are just 1 win away as opposed to Beef Salad being 3 away.
Yeah. Can EDCR close it out? A sweep would really send a message to the rest of the bracket that this is not the same EDCR from the last 2 seasons. I mean, this has been an incredible showcase so far from both of these runners. Can Beef Salad get back in this game? We're going to find out here on this buried treasure seed. It looks pretty standard. The trees on a different island, but that's pretty consistent for these runners at this point. They're used to that. And both getting a spike that they like. It's actually also on the way to the trees, which is pretty nice for them. And it's a diamond pickaxe sees, Rose. That would have been real nice 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely. No TNT, interestingly, but they are going to be able to make an iron axe here, so they're going to be able to grab plenty of blocks. I mean, they can make shears if they wanted to as well, not needing to kind of worry too much about having the TNT. But yeah, this Beef chooses to make. They both choose to make shears here, so able to get plenty of blocks despite not having the TNT available.
Yeah, I mean, having the shears is always nice. Having the diamond pickaxe is something to absolutely watch out for. Not just because of the ability to mine for obsidian, but if we get a bastion like a treasure, the ability to play the route so much faster because of the diamond pickaxe is always exciting. We're going to see Beef Salad be the first person to be leaving the island. These are looking for anything. I mean, neither runner really had a great ravine, it looked like in my head. But yeah, Beef Salad having to turn back. I mean, neither runner finding anything, Rose. It could be anyone's enter here.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to see. I think EDCL does see a ravine here. I think the one that Beef went to obviously wasn't real, and is now kind of going to be potentially entering behind. Does now find the ravine, but yeah, just not kind of finding one very easily. But very close enter anyway. Beef's absolutely kind of demolishing that portal.
Yeah, I always like also, like, I like these two runners keeping the shears. It's something you kind of see maybe half the time at a high level as they're entering a stables. Or is it stables or bridge? I actually totally missed what I was looking at. I'm pretty sure this was stables. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
stables. I mean, I love when they utilize the shears because the ability to insta break. I mean, we saw it with the EDCR on the first seed on Temple, like the insta break TNT. You have that insta break ability with the shears, which is really nice. So I really like that we get some really cool tools as we see Beef Salad do exactly what I'm talking about there. Diamond pickaxe shears in a stables. I mean, we're about to see a crazy route from both of these runners, basically starting the same time. Beef Salad going to the middle, opening into the chest, breaking the middle chest, and then going to barely get through these piglins into the good gap. EDCR basically actually fully tied, just fully immediately the same pace, placing blocks at the same time in the good gap now.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said before, with the diamond pick, just makes this route so much faster. You're just saving so much time on mining those blocks out. So many piglins for both runners as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Beef Salad mining the last couple blocks. You're going to be going up to get the backup. Same thing with EDCR. Getting that now. I don't remember seeing a fortress, so these runners are probably going to have to do some pie charting. Looks like Beef Salad is trying to set that up for themselves right now. A lot of trades coming through. A lot of piglins, actually, for both runners here. Holy smokes. But EDCR's inventory just really clean, probably giving them the edge here right now.
Yeah, Beef taking the time to sort that inventory, but a lot more kind of quickly sorted for EDCR. Trying to get an idea of trades that they have, both I think throwing pretty much the same pearl hang, but Beef's going to be leaving actually, so it wasn't a pearl hang at all. Just happy with the trades that they got, whereas EDCR going back to check for more. Be really interesting to see how. I didn't see how much obsidian that Beef has, but obviously enough that they're happy to go and be at the spawner first.
Yeah, Beef is here. I mean, it's 28, so plenty of obsidian there for Beef. Going to be totally fine. A lot of explosives as well. This is actually quite a comfy seed with all of that. So, I mean, Beef for the first time, really, I would say in this matchup so far, a pretty commanding lead, at least by about 10 seconds or so, which, I mean, you'll take when you're entering the Bastion and starting the route at the exact same time, especially going into this endgame here. And so many materials, but also something to not forget about. They're playing entirely different spawners here, so I think they're far enough away where it could affect Stronghold, or at least one could be significantly closer. So, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, keep an eye now as kind of Beef's blinding earlier as well, only with only 2 rods, but EDCR is going to make the same decision, so it'll be interesting to see if they are going to have different strongholds here or not. See,
yeah,
it's about 1100.
I mean, this looks like a pretty similar spot. Yeah, I think it is the same stronghold for these 2 runners, and thankfully it doesn't look like the distance is actually that different either. So pretty straightforward endgame for both of them here. And Beef Salad getting a really nice Pearl hang off. I guess the difference here would be if EDCR is able to get like a crazy far one here, but it looks about the same for these 2 runners. Not a lot of rods for either, though. I mean, Beef Salad's still ahead on the count, but still waiting here just to be able to leave. These rates are not rating for these runners.
Yeah, and after, a pretty fast Bastion split, just kind of pace is brought right back down now, waiting for these Blazers to spawn. I think both runners waiting for just 2 more rods now. Oh,
Beef Salad
getting shot
maybe
from
like
somewhere.
Yeah, you maybe 15 or so seconds ahead on this cycle. I mean, we just saw the cycle happen for Beef, so we'll see if the cycle is going to happen or when the cycle happens for EDCR. That'll give us a good idea of how far along that is. But notably, Beef is able to get the straight. Wait a minute, no, Beef is leaving
Beef's
on a one-eye.
For a one-eye. Oh, okay. Just makes the decision that they tried to get the extra rod from the stray, and they just thought, no, I'm just gonna send
both are going on one eye.
Both are going on one eye. Okay.
So okay, I've actually had a convo with EDCR about this before, about like when to go for a one eye, because like EDCR really believes there's like strategy to this, of like it's not RNG, like it's a skill-based play to go for a one eye in certain situations. Beef, in my mind, I missed what happened on EDCR screen, but Beef in my mind is going for it because they didn't get it from that last stray. So they're thinking, that's the play. I'm losing out on my spawn cycle to go for the stray, and I'm banking on the 50% chance that drops, plus the 70% chance that I get the, at least a one eye. So I really like the play from Beef. I missed exactly what happened for EDCR, but this stronghold does not look fun either. It's Mineshaft Nation. And if this is a 0-eye Rose, I mean, we have a legendary seed. And here we go. We have no idea yet, because the EDCR is going to go for the Hungry Reset first. I didn't see one, and it is a one-eye.
They are so lucky. They are so lucky.
They are both rewarded. Pretty crazy stuff. But Beef Salad doesn't have to Hunger Reset.
Yeah.
Also, Rose, I totally forgot. If EDCR just hits the 0, he wins 3-0. I totally forgot about that until right now. Offset universal side setup here for EDCR. Look at this extension as well off the Crying Obsidian. I mean, this is a ridiculous 0 from EDCR here. The damage looks great so far. Not amazing damage on that last one, but that's actually going to kill. What an anchor to kill the dragon.
Really good anchor.
And EDCR is going to sweep Beef Salad after 2 seasons in a row of upsets against EDCR. I mean, maybe looks like the best player in the tournament right now. That was a ridiculous showcase on 3 really hard seeds. And what a 0 to close it out for EDCR, winning against Beef Salad, sending them home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, really kind of strong, I think, performance from EDCR. I mean, just clean sweep, didn't really make any mistakes at all. Maybe the second seed a little bit of a kind of a stumble. I'm really interested to ask about the kind of thought process from EDCR to send the one eye there. Obviously it paid off, but you can see they were so close the whole seed as well. But it's just, I mean, I'm just really impressed with EDCR. I think they've definitely come out and kind of made a pretty strong statement here. as they're heading into their first semifinals. And I think if you are, the other runners on that side of the bracket, you're going to be watching this game thinking a little bit more like, okay, EDCR is someone to worry about now.
Yeah, that was a absolutely incredible showcase from EDCR, and I'm really excited to interview him in a little bit here. We have to get all that new tech set up behind the scenes, because that is why we're in sync again, which honestly, like, yeah, the sync is great and all. Like, I'm happy that I'm talking at the time where my face says that I'm talking. But Rose, I don't know if you've noticed, like, watching the game, our quality for us is so good. Like, I'm so happy that we actually get to watch this. It's so much better than what we had to deal with before. So everything just works out. Everyone's happy, and we just all need to get used to some new tech stuff, and we're getting there. But I mean, wow, I mean, we look really stupid right now. We predicted beef salad, and now we have to talk to the person that we just predicted to lose against. But I guess that's esports sometimes. I mean, what are you taking away from this game if you just watch this? I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think a bit of not unexpected in a way, because we know EDCR is good. He is consistently, at the top of the leaderboard. He's got, a disgusting win rate, 80% this season, 70 odd last season. He is a really strong player. And I'm actually really happy to see that he's kind of almost settled in now to tournaments and is able to kind of have a really, really strong quarterfinal match here, because I think it just means, we're able to now see him, I think, at his best. And I think that's just going to give us some really, really good games now going forward. I think, semi-final, I can't remember what side of the bracket they're on. I'm going to have a quick look. Okay, so they're going to play the winner of NHB Feinberg. So that's going to be a really good game as well, actually. So a really interesting side of the bracket, I think. But yeah, really strong performance from EDCR.
Very impressive. Also, huge shout out to Beef Salad. I mean, didn't go their way this season, but has proven themselves to be a crazy, crazy tournament competitor. Has done a really good job. I mean, you see a couple other things go their way, different ways in this matchup. It could be 1-2, 2-1. We could be going to another game. But I mean, shout out to Beef, did really good. And I know we'll see Beef next season as well for sure. But we're gonna talk to EDCR soon here once we get all that set up behind the scenes, as we said. I mean, I definitely have stuff to ask. Last time I was like, I have no idea what I'm saying to Feinberg, but like, that's also easy because Feinberg is just not going to shut up for 20 minutes. So that was also really easy to just deal with that. I want to I'm ready to talk to ECR. I want to ask about the one eye. I just want to hear their thoughts about pushing through, the differences between like leaderboard games versus like playoff games. Like, all that stuff is so interesting from someone who's also, I mean, Rose, didn't really mention this, but I mean, EDCR, so new to the community as well to be so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been so, I think it's been so nice to see, someone who has not necessarily been around from the beginning and be able to kind of break into the scene in the way that EDCR has. And just to have seen, even over the last kind of year, how much they have progressed and how strong they have been has been really enjoyable, I think, for me as a viewer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We should be getting this interview pretty shortly. Just double checking the last things here. And we will be hopping into that, I think, like now. So we're going to do that. I think it's going to be fun. 1 second, according to Oliver. We're figuring things out. Okay. Listen, give us some breathing room. And also, you didn't hear this from me, but you do not want to go anywhere after this interview. You did not hear that from me at all. Do not want to go anywhere. So we'll get that in a second once the big boss gives us the approval. Okay, we've been told that. Okay. In just a second. And yeah, it should be pretty good here. Figure this out.
There we go.
Wonderful. EDCR, welcome to the booth. Congratulations on not just a win, but a 3-0 win, making it to the semifinals. How are you feeling after that matchup?
I feel great. I'm really happy to make it to the final day, especially after my previous playoffs performances. It's a really nice contrast to make it to the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to definitely ask you about that. I mean, you have obviously been a leaderboard demon for a long time now. I mean, we were talking about it. Your win rate this season is 80%, which is like, we haven't seen 80% win rates since like season 1 Feinberg or Silver. Like, it's just crazy what you're doing on the leaderboard right now with the amount of skill. Talk to me a little bit about what's kind of going through your head in these playoff games now compared to like what you maybe think when you're just doing a 1v1 on the leaderboard compared to a best of 5, or is there really no thought or no difference between the two? Like what's kind of what are you thinking going into this matchup?
Well, if you asked me that like 2 playoffs ago, my answer would have been very different. But to be honest, now it just feels like a normal ranked match, kind of. Like I get a bit nervous, but in honesty, I just kind of feel like I'm playing ranked, which really helps.
That's awesome. Rose, what do you got?
So I wanted to ask, it was in seed 2. You were obviously in the Bastion for a little while because you're waiting for the Obsidian, and you obviously made the decision to go for Home Portal, and it was obviously quite far from where you were in the Bastion as well. So just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on that, because what ended up happening was Beef actually waited and got backups to then trade to get more obby, and you obviously went for Home Portal. So just wondering to kind of get your thoughts on what your sort of decision making is of when do you take that risk and when do you make that decision to kind of play Home Portal?
Well, home Portal was definitely slow there, but I still think it's better than forcing 20 because first of all, you're not guaranteed to get 20 from 5 gold blocks. Like I think we had 14 obby, so you would need 6 obby from 5 gold blocks. It's definitely possible, but it's also quite it's not guaranteed, I'll say. And yeah, I feel like it's an interesting play, but I don't think it's quite correct. So I just kind of forced Home Portal, even though it's a bit slow.
That
Okay,
makes
no,
sense.
interesting. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of times too, it's also just about like you just have to make a decision, right? Like you just have to decide on something, and committing to that early, I think really helped you. I want
Yeah.
to talk a little bit about the last seed as well. I mean, going for a 1-eye, I don't know if you know this yet, but Beef Salad also went for a 1-eye. So both of you were forcing a 1-eye there in the last seed. I know you've talked about before how you think going for a 1-eye is like there's a lot of like skill and thought process in going for that. So I was really curious what your mindset is going for that when you could lose basically on the spot. I think it's a really interesting concept, and I think in that situation, I think it was really honestly a good play for both of you. But curious to hear your thoughts as the runner.
Yeah, so I knew Beef Salad was gonna send a 1-eye if he had the opportunity, just from like playing him on the ladder. I know he likes to do that play, and I think it's the correct play. So you kind of just in that situation where I'm not that far behind, I kind of just have to do the same thing, knowing that if it's a 0-eye, I'm definitely more experienced at running back. So if it's a 0-eye, I just win, and if it's a 1-eye, I have like a decent chance of winning. Maybe a bit less than 50%, but still a decent chance.
Makes sense. Last thing that I want to say, if Rose wants to say something after, of course, please do. But I wanted to ask, like, Beef Salad is someone you've played so many times on the ladder. You just brought it up as well. I mean, like, I think Rose, you mentioned it. They've played like 140 times in the last like 3 seasons, or just something absolutely absurd. You're gonna now go into a game where I don't know how much you've played Feinberg or NHB, but it's probably not nearly as much as Beef Salad. Do you think about that at all going into your next matchup, or is it kind of just, you're thinking about your own play, you're just gonna do whatever you can to win in semifinals?
Well, it's definitely nice to know how my opponent plays because I like to do quite a lot of metagaming. Like, for example, in that last seed, I sent the 1-eye knowing he would send it too. So yeah, I don't really have too much experience playing against Final and HB. So it's definitely, I would rather play Beef instead of Final and HB in terms of that.
Makes sense. Rose, you got anything else?
I think my I guess you kind of asked the question there, but do you have a preference of who you'd want to play over Final and HB in your semi-final?
Definitely NHB. I'd love to see NHB make it through because he's my friend and it would be nice to play against him. But also, this is his last playoffs and I want to see him do as well as he can. He said he's going to take a break after this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You awesome friendship there. It's always nice to play against your friends, hopefully, and then at least one of you goes through. Yeah.
Yeah. W. I mean, ECR, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck in your matches, and hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Well, I mean, W stuff. I need to do this. There we go. Amazing.
There
We're
we go.
getting all set up here. Now I don't hear myself. This is actually so wonderful. W friendship, Rose. W friendship.
Yeah.
We'd love to see that.
W friendship.
I think that's really cool. And I think that's honestly just been a theme. I mean, ACR talked about it last playoffs as well when he went up against Steez. Like, I think just having people in the community that are your friends and like push you to be better is really awesome. And I think that's what makes MCSR really special. And I mean, again, huge congrats to EDCR there. But that's not the only thing that's going on, Rose. That's not the only thing.
Yeah.
We have something really cool to show you. And it's so cool that you do not want to hear me for the next like minute or so. So, Oliver, take it away.
It's down to the 0. The last seed potentially. He gets it. Finally getting it done. 6 seasons in a row. He takes the gold.
Oh, but Mr. What just happened?
Oh, and one shot for Duval. I don't think it's enough. And there's no chance for Duval to stay put here. That's playoff final. And he wins back-to-back season.
Hello? Is that not the coolest thing ever? $25,000 prize pool, MCSR ranked world championship. And oh yeah, by the way, it's happening in a month. It's happening in a month. Rose, is this not the coolest thing ever? It's so awesome.
I think it's so amazing. I think it's so, we've got more information for you that we're going to share with you, but I think it's so good. I think for MCSR, for ranked, I think, you know, we are at the point where we're a big esport now. We're making it big, and I'm so excited for this tournament. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. I don't know if you want to give a little bit more information, or I'm happy to.
Yes.
I've got my notes in front of me with plenty to say.
I'm happy to. I'll talk about some stuff here. W Ludwig, first of all, W Ludwig.
Yeah.
Go check out the website mcsr.ludwig.gg. I saw someone ask, where are you getting the money from? Well, having Ludwig involved definitely helps with something like that. So thank you, Ludwig. Also, I saw someone else in the chat already say, oh my God, I need to buy tickets. Guess what? Free entry. You're not buying anything. It's a free entry. We'll have more information about RSVPing soon, but it's free. It's free. So that's freaking awesome. It's June 20th and 21st. Little rough idea about the format, more about the format, and also venue information will be given in a little bit. We have more info for that coming soon. So make sure you're in the Discord, make sure you're watching everything that we're doing. But there will be 12 players completing. Top 3 players from seasons 8, 9, and 10 of playoffs have been automatically invited, which is Mungie, Infume, Hax, Dugile, and Skycrab. And then, because of also, Rose, the insanity that's happened in this playoff so far, there's a really good chance that we get 3 people from this playoffs that are also like completely brand new. So that's crazy. Why don't you talk a little bit about how, since we have to get to 12 players, how the other people can qualify and how a lot of people probably in the chat watching can potentially qualify.
Yes. So, as you saw in the trailer, we are having 2 different last chance qualifiers. So there's 2 different chances for you to be able to qualify for those remaining places. And it's going to be 2 different formats. So next weekend on the 23rd and 24th, there is going to be the opportunity for anyone who has ever finished at the end of season in the top 100 of phase points from seasons 8, 9, and 10, which is about 151 people, will be able to play in these LCQs. And what that means is you can play in both, or you can choose to play in one. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the kind of format for those. So day 1, the Saturday, the 23rd, is going to be a free-for-all double elimination style bracket. And then on the 24th, on the Sunday, that's going to be the traditional LCQ format with the 10 seeds kind of following the same elimination process. And if you are one of those players who has met that criteria, so you finished top 100 phase points in seasons 8, 9, or 10, then you will get the information in the ranked Discord for that very, very soon.
I am so excited, like low key. Also, like this is happening. The qualifiers are literally happening next week, by the way, like literally next week. It's next week are the dates. I'm just so excited to also just watch 150 person bracket between like some of the best players in the world. Like that's just gonna be awesome to watch on its own. So I'm super pumped. Huge shout out to Ludwig, and I know he's never gonna say it himself. Huge shout out to Oliver for like somehow making this stuff happen. Oliver. Like there's so much stuff going on with ranked that is so cool, and really we are still only scraping the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. So shout out Oliver for making that happen as well. But I hope to, I mean, I'm definitely going to be going. Rose, we talked about it. It seems like you're probably going to be going. Fingers
Hopefully,
crossed.
yes.
So
the plan is
fingers
to go.
crossed. Fingers crossed. I mean, I cannot wait. It's going to be an absolutely incredible event. We hope to see a lot of you there. And as we said, more info will be released soon about the format at the actual LAN and the venue. But go check out the website, mcsr.ludwig.gg. I'm already losing my voice for tomorrow. It's phenomenal. We're going to take a quick, like, I don't know, whatever time Oliver puts on the intermission screen as a clock. And then we'll be back here for our next matchup, which is going to be not Silver and Infume. So it's the other one. Aquacord Mungie, which I'm super excited about. Oh my goodness, that's going to be so exciting. Rose, any other thoughts on the LAN before we send it to a break here? I mean, like, just phenomenal that our community gets to do this. I remember you didn't get the chance to go to the other LAN. I remember seeing a lot of tweets about, like, I'm pulling the Feinberg where I asked you a question, then I talk for 2 minutes. I'm sorry. But I saw so many things from people about, like, I wish I went. Like, oh my God, like, I have so much FOMO. Like, I should have just committed to going. Well, guess what? Here's your second chance to go, and the ticket to go is free. So that is awesome.
Yeah. No,
I have anything else?
just
I'm sorry. I talk for so much.
No, it's okay. No, I just think it's amazing. And a huge shout out to Ludwig and to Oliver for pulling this together, and for Ludwig's team and for the ranked team. I just think it's going to be incredible. And I hope to see as many people being able to go as possible.
Absolutely. We're going to take it to a quick intermission. When we come back, it'll be Mungie versus Aquacord, and we'll see you all very soon. W. Wait, why do I hear myself? Because I'm probably... Hello, we're back. It's Curryway and Rosebeams, and we have a matchup between two of the longest names in MCSR Rosebeams, Big Mungie versus Aquacord. It's the Mungie and it's Aquacord. I didn't have like a nickname for Aquacord, but this is gonna be a really high level matchup between two really impressive runners. I mean, I guess it's gonna happen in the quarterfinals, but I'm hyped for this matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's also really funny to see that the two names try to squeeze into the little graphic.
Oliver's very excited to tell us that the names are going to be really large. So I'm happy that Oliver's happy about the names.
But yeah, no, I'm really excited for this matchup. I think, obviously Mungie had a really strong performance in the round of 16 against BlazeMind, and Aquacord able to kind of reverse sweep Dougal, who is a multiple time playoff winner. So two, I think, really strong runners, and maybe kind of, if we're looking at some of our other matchups today, maybe kind of a little bit more of one that's running a little bit on the down low, but I think is actually going to give us some really close and really exciting games today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two players I don't feel like they play that often as well. I don't know if you have stats on hand. I'm going to be looking it up right now, but I don't think they play that often. Mungie, much more like pretty early. I mean, I guess Mungie plays like literally whenever the hell Mungie wants to play, but I feel like it's not that common between these two.
Yeah, they played 8 times last season. And it was 4-4. So all equal. But yeah, they are pretty much complete opposite time zones. Obviously, Mungie is Australian, but on a weird sleep schedule. Aquacord is North America, so very kind of rare chances to kind of like catch each other. So yeah, we've not seen them play each other very much, as opposed to EDCR and BSAD, who've played each other hundreds of times. It's a lot kind of fewer games between these two.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it now. I mean, this is season 10 was the most times they've played each other since season 6, where I don't think you can really count anything that happened past like season 8 at this point. I mean, everyone improves so quickly. So this is going to be pretty evened up as a matchup between these two runners. Any like early prediction before you even look at the stats? Just off vibes, pure vibes. What are you feeling in this matchup?
My pure vibes, I think I'm gonna go Mungie, just because I really liked watching him play last weekend. I think he just looked really solid, and really confident in his games against BlazeMind. So that's my purely vibes based kind of feeling, I will say.
I respect it. I'm happy that you picked Mungie because we're not going to have the same answer for the third game in a row. Because I love watching Aquacord. Aquacord is probably in the top 3 of people that I watch. Just I find their gameplay so interesting, and they do kind of have a similar play style of like you watch them and you're like, I could easily do what either of these guys are doing. Like, it's not as flashy as like a Loki or a Hax or whatever. And then you don't actually understand. Hello, are we still on the thing? Hi.
Oh no.
Oh,
okay.
We're still in immersion.
No, it's fine.
Anyway,
okay,
hey, we're back. We're back. It's okay. Hi. So, hey, W first time chat message on Keep Talking, by the way. That was actually clutch. Unfortunately, we fixed it quick enough. But anyway, what I was saying, Mungie and Aquacord are not flashy players. You watch them and it's like, oh, like, yeah, I could do that. And then you actually try to do what they're doing, and then you fall on your face because they are still two of the best runners in the world. They're so incredibly impressive, and they're very deceptive. I think that's why, honestly, both of them are a little bit underrated. So I'm really excited to see them match up here. I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup in play style, but I absolutely love watching Aquacord play. You take a look at the spotlight here. I mean, some pretty impressive stats. I did not realize Aquacord's ranked average time was that low last season, Rose. I mean, really impressive stuff here.
Yeah, really, actually, big difference between the average speed there. About 17 seconds, and a high amount of matches as well. It's like over 900 matches for Aquacord, about 1200 for Mungie. I think Mungie's got the second highest amount of games of the players in playoffs, and both really kind of strong achievements as well. You know, we talked about this last weekend with Mungie. Mungie's achievements really, really impressive and very varied. You know, you've got second place in LFI for a LAN. You've got kind of Paceman second place, you know, NRI second place. Very, very different kind of experience in terms of, you know, we know Mungie is a very decision making kind of creative player and is very adaptable to kind of more sort of unpredictable or things we're not kind of used to seeing. But Aquacord, you know, really, really fast. You know, sub 730s in RSG, you know, fourth place in season 8, you know, former blind world record, really fast pace there. One mouse, one keyboard winner from the LAN as
very
well.
Prestigious.
You know,
very, very prestigious category to hold there.
Yeah, definitely. But no, I think you know, it's going to be really interesting. Another thing that's a little bit interesting is obviously Mungie's got a faster rank time from last season and a higher win rate. But obviously Aquacord with the kind of faster speed. So maybe it's kind of a case of sort of consistency versus speed between these two players as well. That's going to be hopefully something we get to potentially see in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I do think it is a really even set here. I mean, we've seen a game 5 and a 3-0 today, so I mean, anything can happen. But it's hard. Like I said, I probably pick Aquacord here. I'd probably pick Aquacord like 3-1, but Mungie is very capable. I would not be surprised if it swings the other way at all. But these two runners, again, like I guess this just happens when you get to the quarterfinals. Like 2 of the top 8, 10, like at worst players we have to offer. Like this is just so awesome that they get to play here. Also, first time today, dueling regions, Australia versus Canada instead of US, UK. So very prestigious matchup here going on.
Yeah, we're going full international this time. It's exciting.
We're going global. We can take a look at the seed picks probably soonish. And see what they have going on over there. I'm taking a quick look to see what that is looking like. Yeah, we should have that momentarily set up. But I mean, again, I think we mentioned this last weekend too, Rose. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're ready. Village for Mungie. Interesting. I was going to say, like we mentioned this last time, Mungie, the king of second place, which is no small feat. I mean, you see people go back and forth. I mean, Mungie, very consistent player. Village, an interesting seed type here. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we've talked about this already today. But, you know, that idea of decision making and the kind of different lines that you can take within a village seed, I think is something that's going to, you know, potentially is going to play for Mungie's strengths. You know, it's going to be a seed type. It's a seed type that everyone is comfortable on, but potentially, you know, with him having the first pick here, he's going for something that's going to be a little bit less linear to kind of allow him to kind of open up potentially a gap to Aquacord here as well.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see what that looks like here. First seed is exciting. Sets the tone. We saw it set the tone for EDCR last seed. I mean, both of these players are as well, like very tournament, like players who have played in a lot of tournaments. I mean, maybe Aquacord. I don't know, because like, let's say Aquacord has more experience, like he's been to the LAN, whatever, but like Mungie does a lot of stuff with like the Australia, New Zealand community in MCSR. Like they do a lot of tournaments that are hosted. So I actually think both of them have a similar amount of tournament experience, which is really exciting because it's not like the last matchup where, you know, one player is maybe more tournament focused, one player is more leaderboard focused or whatever. Like both of these players, I keep mentioning it, but really similar in just more areas than I originally thought.
Yeah, no, for sure. I completely agree. And, you know, they're both players that have been around for, you know, a while. This is, you know, it's the 7th player for Mungie. It's the 5th for Aquacord. You know, they've both been in semifinals. They're both very, very strong runners. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I think, you know, especially this first seed is going to hopefully set the tone for some really, really good matches here.
It is definitely going to set the tone. Should be starting any moment here. Hopping back to us to stall just a little bit more. I mean, Rose, we've seen a lot of good Minecraft today. We saw the game 5 between Loki and Feinberg. We saw the beef salad ECR 3-0. I'm putting you on the spot here while we're stalling. What was your favorite moment of the day so far?
I think I loved that Fine and Loki's game came down to a perch race at the end. Because I think that's potentially like, it's going to be one of the last times we potentially see that in playoffs with the kind of change to how the dragon perching works. So that was quite exciting. And I loved how close both of the, like all of the seeds were between those two players. But also I loved both EDCR and Beef sending a 1-eye as well on the third seed. That was also pretty good.
That was pretty insane. So you took both really obvious ones, so now I'm kind of like stranding for my third one. But like, I don't know, I really just liked, can I just say, I don't know if this is like non-biased commentary, by the way, just watching Loki play Minecraft was probably my favorite moment of today. Like, there's just random things that he'll just do where I'm just like, oh, that was really awesome. And I think specifically like just his terrain nav, especially on those like first 3 seeds, was just so good. And I think the way that he plays, I also really liked in the EDCR Beef game how we kept getting like triple to gap stables, but it was like a really weird triple to gap where we have to go like middle or left or whatever. And having it be when it's those two players who are so teched out is really fun. So those would probably be my moments. I just like seeing all the new tech stuff. I think playoffs is a really good way to showcase that, especially as someone who's, let's say, behind the times on a lot of the tech stuff personally. Watching them really do it full out is awesome. But here we are, W stall, seed type village here. We'll see what type of village. We've had a couple different ones so far today. Looks like it's going to be desert village to start. And Rose, I don't see a single tree on the screen.
Yeah, I do not see a single tree. So both runners going to be grabbing as many sticks as possible. Luckily, when you get sticks from the bush, they're standardized between the two players. Interesting, Aquacore grabbing gravel as well on the way.
One gravel, that's it as well.
Yeah, only one, but yeah, Monkey grabbing hay bales as well. Interesting, 6 obby, 3 iron, and a diamond pickaxe. So they are potentially probably gonna have to kill the golem because then, well, you're not going to be wood lighting because there's no wood to wood light anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but is able to kind of craft the tools. Yeah, going for an iron axe for Monkey there. Probably going to see the same from Aquacord. No, Aquacord making a bucket, but potentially still going to kill a golem. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, gonna mine the stone here. So why wouldn't we make iron axe if we're Aquacord? Like, let's think about this. I'm putting it because, like, again, I don't like anytime a player makes a questionable play in playoffs, I just assume that I'm wrong. Like, I'm definitely the problem here. Like, what is the thought process here for Aquacord? And I guess I don't know. Like, I guess that's the problem. I'm not exactly sure because I feel like the play from Monkey just makes so much more sense. You're guaranteed the 4 from the golem. So I don't know exactly what this does specifically.
Yeah, and then still killing the golem. Like, I would have understood it if you were just gonna go for a wood light. It's also really interesting. Aquacord had like 5 beds. So, and I think Monkey's got like 4 beds. And I think because they know there's no wood, and if you don't find wood in the nether, you're gonna be struggling here. Monkey's gonna be entering first, so will be worth seeing if there's going to be... There is a warped, but is it in the direction of the bastion? Sort of.
Close enough. Like, I feel like Monkey probably go... Oh my god, look at this. The boat, the bed clutch. W bed clutch. I was going to say, like, no boat is awesome. This seed is not a... I can't remember the last time I watched a ranked player enter the nether with no boat. Like, I actually cannot remember the last time this happened. So, really fun to see this. I like Aquacord getting this tree on the high ground as well. Monkey, I think, missed this, so this is going to allow for maybe a little bit of a difference here for Aquacord, but I mean, is realizing we're going to have to just kind of jump down here. Click me.
How is he going to go for it? Oh, okay.
Oh, I like it. No, different from what Monkey did, but it's going to work.
Yeah, they're not taking too much damage. I mean, you've got plenty of bread, so it's not too bad. It's going to be bridge. Not a lot of blocks either. So Monkey's going to have to grab a lot of this netherrack on the way. Aquacore's going to have to do the same. Lovely pit of lava as well on the bridge.
Yeah. Not ideal for sure, but Monkey really has a sizable lead here. Kind of committing to like realizing, okay, I'm going to have to use the bed to get down. But Aquacord using the bed for some blocks here. Gets 34. Pretty nice stuff. That's actually, you can't really complain if you're getting half a stack from a bed explosion there. Really nice stuff from Aquacord. gonna maybe make up a little bit of time from that, but I mean, the problem is that this terrain is just ugly. Monkey has a pretty sizable lead at the moment. And I think that Iron Axe play, I mean, really smart from Mungi to save a lot of time here in the overworld that really has translated so far into the Nether.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see Mungi already kind of comfortably into his route. Not too much of a problem. Just takes a little bit of a hit. A lot of pigs kind of making their way towards him now. But yeah, Aquacord's still on the chalice, almost done, but a little bit of a kind of not perfectly smooth route for Mungi there. And has to let these extra pigs up as well. But mostly fine. We're still looking around for the fort as well. I don't know if they've seen it yet. Loads of obsidian in the chest as well.
Yeah, what I want to point out is Aquacore did the same thing that I don't remember if it was fine or low-key on the first seed, but like a modified Sug route where we just are not building up as much as we used to. And I guess this is just like a new thing that players have found out, that we just don't need to go as high as we used to aggro the piglins that we want to if we're able to like see something that we like. So I really like this play from Aquacore here. Something to keep in mind as well as we just see more bridge throughout this tournament, but both players having to figure out where we're going to be going here.
Mungi's out.
Mungi is out.
43
fully out.
Which is more than you could need. You could misplace 2 whole portals and still have enough. So it's pretty good. Aquacord's still trying to look for the best direction. Does throw a Pearl Hang, but yeah, Mungi just a lot faster, I think, here in this seed. But
yeah, absolutely. I mean, having a tough time. Yeah, I was gonna say it's such a weird seed too, because like inventory management just starts to get kind of weird as well. Because like we have these 4 beds that are already crafted. We just have so much weird stuff to deal with on this type of seed. Like, I think Mungi's in a really good spot. I mean, Awkward finds this fort way faster. I mean, actually made up a ridiculous amount of time getting here. Maybe only 8 seconds behind at this point. Like, not a lot at all. Looking really good here. Gets the double bed off. And, I mean, Rose, all of a sudden, this is kind of anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they both were pretty much blaze bedding at the same time there. They're both pre-crafting now. They've both got, the same amount of rods. So amazingly, despite being really behind with the enter here, Aquacord is made up all the time. And it's going to blind early here as well.
Gonna be blinding. In a ravine, that is unlucky. That is actually crazy unlucky. We'll have to see if the same thing happens to Mungi here. Probably loses like 5 seconds or so to that. Gets the measurement off. No calc overlay for Aquacord, though, so we don't know the percentage. We don't know the distance. Mungi 5 rods, so a little bit ahead of Aquacord here. But the real question is this going to be in a ravine as well? Because if it's not...
No,
and it's not.
not.
So that's just some free time save for Mungi there. Not going to complain about that if you're a Mungi fan.
Interestingly, Aquacord did grab 2 logs as well. Oh, but Mungi has to go down to the bottom of the ravine.
Pick up the high and just build another portal.
Just chooses to build another portal because you've got 40 obsidian, so you can. But yeah, Aquacord did grab 2 logs to be able to make a boat, but I don't believe that Mungi did. So at least Aquacord has the boat there. If you've got a little bit of a bad pearl, you need to boat clutch, or if something goes wrong in the end, getting down from the top of your tower, you've just got that extra little safety net. But Mungi is going to be out already, and Aquacord, I think, is still waiting for his last rod.
Mungi is fully out here. Aquacord just having to wait here is so frustrating. Can't do anything. Mungi opens into some terrain here. It has still enough obsidian after building like 4 portals on the seed. Missed the first one. Builds a second one. Then builds a third one in the ravine. This is now 4. We're in the stronghold. Aquacord is also out. No immediate spike for Mungi. But this direction actually looks pretty good. And there it is behind the starter. No reason to hunger reset here. We have plenty of food still. We're going to be able to enter the end here. Head of Aquacord with plenty of explosives.
Yeah, more than enough explosives if you are Mungi. Another back 0. We've had a lot today.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. Universal side setup. is good. Gonna set up that side bed. Pretty good height here. Actually, not amazing. I mean, has a lot of explosives, though. This would be... It's not phenomenal, Rose. At some point here, you got to at least question a little bit. That's a really nice double bed. We should be good at this point because of that really nice double bed. And it is going to be enough. But for a second there, we were maybe sweating. But really nice for Mungie to stick to it, clutch it out, take the first seed here in this matchup against Aquacord after a really weird overworld.
Yeah. As Mungie types, yo, I'm Feinberg in the chat as well. But no, it was really interesting, you know, no wood at all. Having, you know, that spawn on the really, really high terrain as well, forcing you to have to basically bed clutch down, not having a boat, and also, yeah, so much obsidian, being able to kind of, you know, we saw Mungie's eye fall down the ravine and he's just able to build another portal rather than having to waste time pearling or climbing back up. But yeah, you can see faster enter for Mungie and much faster into the Bastion, just much more efficient, I think, in gathering blocks to start the route. And then Aquacord obviously blinding early, and then just Mungie kind of extending that lead into the end of the seed there. I think just better... I don't know, just better blaze cycles potentially. I feel like Aquacord was just waiting a really long time after he got his first rod.
Yeah, maybe it could be a fire thing. Maybe it's just one stray that we missed in between that. It could be a bunch of different things. But I mean, if you're Aquacord here, you got to probably be thinking you got a little bit unlucky in a lot of different areas. Obviously, you don't know exactly what's happening to your opponent the entire time. You don't know that Mungie also didn't get the ravine portal. You don't know, you know, a couple other things that happened. But I think that overworld play really mattered. I think it ended up, you know, just the hesitation on getting to the Bastion. I think Mungie, because of the experience that Mungie has as well from playing a little bit more seeds than Aquacord, could also be a reason for a little bit less hesitation there. So interesting first seed for sure. And Mungie is going to take it 1-0 so far, but a lot of game to still be played here, Rose. I mean, this is why it's a best of 5. 1 seed is not a good judge of these players, and that's why we get to do a lot more than just one.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, a seed like that is not a good judgment, I think, either. I think that was potentially one that just played better to Mungie's strengths, because you're having to make a lot more decisions. You know, Desert Village, absolutely no wood. You know, Mungie obviously choosing the Iron Axe, less hesitation, and just kind of also, I guess, a little bit braver, and just sort of Mungie just immediately went for the bed clutch, whereas I kind of just like, you know, went for the tree behind, kind of like not hesitated, but, you know, just kind of a little bit slower. Whereas I think Mungie just sort of rolled with the kind of wild punches of that seed, in terms of just like, you know, not wasting any time, just sort of saying, okay, this is the seed I have. I'm just gonna, you know, make the best of it that I can. And I think he just did that really well. But it'll be really interesting to see now what Aquacord is going to pick as a seed type. Okay, there we go.
Ooh.
Buried treasure.
I like it. Okay. RSG, Demon, Aquacord. I mean, Mungie plays a fair bit of RSG, not like a crazy amount, but Aquacord definitely plays more, especially recently. So I like the BT pick for Aquacord, but I like what you were saying. I actually really think brave as a word to describe Mungie's gameplay is really good. He is just a very, he'll just send it sometimes, and I respect it. I think it's a good categorization of Mungie there. But this BT pick should be interesting. A little bit more top speed potential as well, which I think will favor Aquacord ever so slightly. So we'll see how it goes for Buried Treasure, but I mean, Aquacord, you do not want to go down 2-0 in this matchup. We saw how punishing that could be. There's only been 4 reverse sweeps ever, so this is nearly a must-win for Aquacord here.
Yeah, but he has done the reverse sweep before, just last weekend, so it's not impossible.
That's true. I forgot that was Aquacord last weekend. That literally was Aquacord. Yeah. So, I mean...
So it's still possible, but you want to get one back here if you are Aquacord.
Do you want to get one back? Both players pretty quick. Finding Aquacord maybe just a tad faster. Both in the same spot, so no weirdness here. Interesting food. Not a crazy amount, but you'll take anytime you get at least 4 salmon, you'll be happy. Looking pretty good here for both. The trees are a bit far, but not anything these runners are not used to.
Yeah, and you've got gravel on the surface as well, so you're not going to have to waste time, swimming down and mining it there, and you can just kind of use the time to kind of try and find your ravine where your enter is going to be. But plenty of iron, food there, gold as well if you need it for distraction. So interestingly, Mungi making diamond shovel, Aquacore choosing to ignore the diamond. Not that it's going to make much of a difference unless it takes 2 stacks of gravel to get flint, and it doesn't, so it doesn't really make any difference. But yeah, just interesting choice. But maybe they spawn in a buried soul sand valley, you never know, and then you're going to want to have a diamond shovel. It could matter.
It's true, it could matter. I think I also heard, I think iron and diamond shovel actually makes no difference on gravel. I think it only matters for like dirt. So pretty silly stuff. This kelp though, not looking good for either runner. I mean, both going for it, both getting kind of owned. Not going to work out for them in that sense, but Aquacord finds something else first. So he's going to be heading down here, trying to figure out if this is going to be real or not. I mean, this first bit, I don't think it's going to be real, but maybe the second bit, I mean, maybe this could be real. Yeah, no, I was pretty surprised, honestly, that Aquacord even went for that. This is much more real for him, but Mungi going to be entering first here after winning the first seed in a good position here. Aquacord maybe 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, interesting to see now. Is this going to be a close bastion? Nice, clear, high number on the E-ray there. Oh my goodness, Mungi. Okay, just, boat clutch across the gap there. Doesn't quite make the parkour jump, but yeah, still a little bit far. Bastion, again, just having to take slightly different terrain. I think Mungi's staying up high, whereas Aquacord, I think, has possibly gone a little bit lower, or approaching from a slightly different angle. Whereas
very
Mungi
different angle for Aquacord, but
at the triple, it is stables.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Mungi's just took way better terrain than what Aquacord was doing. I mean, this is just not going to be nearly the same pace here. I mean, Mungi just adding to the lead here. Aquacord going to be going down, not even checking the top part of the chest. So this is going to be more time loss, having to mine through all these blocks. And Mungi just looks really good right now. I mean, this is some really high-level gameplay. Aquacord is going to try and find a way to get back into this game here. Barely blocks off a pig. And I mean, Mungi looking lights out.
Yeah, just well underway into the route. Able to use the shears to quickly break the leaves as well. That was something you picked up on in the previous game. A little bit of damage from Mungi, but just a lot faster, just a lot quicker of a kind of route into the bastion, which just saved him a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be getting the main section of gold blocks now. Aquacord again, maybe 15, 20-ish seconds ahead, maybe less than that, honestly. Made up a little bit of time here. Handled getting the piglins to the gap a bit better, but Mungi's still clearly in the lead. Gonna see how the inventories play out here, the management, how they handle all the trades. But this fort is not very close. It's like 15 or 16 chunks for these runners. So max distance fort pretty much. Terrain nav is going to be a huge factor in the second half of the seed.
Yeah, definitely. And it's already played a pretty big role in the beginning. I think Mungi is having a look now in his wide macro while he waits for the trades to try and see if he can see the best sort of route to take to get to the fort as easy as possible, because you don't want to make the wrong decision and be stuck having to dig or backtrack to be able to get clearly to the fort, especially with the kind of layout of this Crimson. I think it just makes it a little bit harder. Does find the obby in the bottom chest there as well.
Yeah, really nice find from Mungi. Still wide macroing, still not seeing anything that he likes, so just gonna have to pretty much throw a blind pearl here, some direction based off quadrants. Is Aquacord actually fully leaving? He is, and Aquacord making up a ton of time. I mean, I thought he routed the pigs better, but maybe also just got more pigs on top of that as well. I mean, really played that bastion phenomenally once he actually got there. So
yeah,
the problem for both these runners though was, where's the fortress?
Yeah, and both were up high and now are like dropping down into this Crimson, but both just not quite able to see it still looking just really no idea where it can be.
Aquacord has it within 2 render. Also lowered, going up into 3 Hoglins on the high ground here. A little bit scary, especially with the food. Monkey still nothing. Aquacord still nothing. And Aquacord still getting chased by the Hoglins as well. Nothing for either of these runners. I thought I saw it for a second on Monkey's screen.
Yeah. I thought I saw it as well. But just
and there it is for Monkey.
Yeah. Who found the better
is that
terrain.
not fog? That is it. It's so hard to tell sometimes. It is real.
Okay, no, he sees it. Okay,
and
that's good.
Aquacord's in the same spot. So somehow, after all that, they're basically entering the fort at the exact same time, which is actually like crazy.
Both in the bad part as well.
Yeah, they are in the bad part, but Monkey is in a way better spot in the bad part. Aquacord, maybe it's just up here, but I thought there was much more. Oh, no. Aquacord ended up actually taking fine terrain. I thought it was actually a little bit more different than Monkey, but I am wrong. Monkey finds the spawner. Doesn't have a bed pre-craft, though. Aquacord does. Is going to lose some time to this. Thankfully, not a full spawn cycle. Looks like, yeah, it's going to be fine. Not punished for that. And I mean, they're pretty close here. It's marginal. It's marginal. I mean, you want to see Aquacord take this so it's not down 2-0 again. But it's definitely Monkey is still in the lead.
Yeah. And definitely, you know, if you're either of these runners, having to search for so long to find the fort is going to be frustrating, but it's also going to be throwing off your pace. So you've got to make sure that you're kind of not letting that kind of, I guess, get to you, to make sure that you're kind of staying focused. And they're both pretty much blinding at the exact same time. They're on equal amount of rods as well. So just really, really close. You know, after all of that with the terrain and Aquacord entering kind of slightly behind, all of that time has been made up here.
These rates are great. 5 rods for each player, but Aquacord having a hunger reset, taking so much more damage throughout the Pearl lane, where Monkey, I mean, is going to still have to hunger reset going to Cords, but it's not far. And Aquacord's probably going to have to hunger reset again anyway, so Monkey saving a full hunger reset over Aquacord here. And actually, Aquacord has this whole spawn cycle, gets the rod, and is leaving before Monkey. So because Monkey did not clear the blaze spawner quick enough, because the beds weren't pre-crafted, I guess lost a blaze or two, and now Aquacord's in the lead after all that. And it's pretty close. Also, very different terrain decisions, and Aquacord's was clearly better. Building the portal now made up even more time heading to Cords.
Yeah, and just much simpler route choice over the terrain there for Aquacord, as opposed to Monkey, who is still digging through the blocks to get there. Not sure if Aquacord sees a spike that he quite likes.
I don't think he loves this. No, he does not love this at all. Now heading way more towards it after that most recent spike, and there it is.
Yeah.
Find something he really likes. Monkey taking a lot of damage. Going to have to hunger reset as well as Aquacord, but Aquacord ahead by at least 20 seconds or so now. Has this game in the palm of his hands. Just has to hit the 0. It's caged. 0.55. A little bit of a weird O value for some runners, but handles it very nicely. Not a ton of explosives. Only 6, but Monkey only has 5. So very close for these runners. It's also a pack small boy again. So going to be hard to really push here, especially with the cage. Only going to be able to go to 90. Is the dragon going to fly is really the big question here. And it does. So Monkey is not going to be able to get 95 either. So guess what, Rose? We have another perch race on our hands here.
Yeah. And as we've already seen, it doesn't matter if you entered the end first or not. It's very much going to be down to your kind of dragon perch RNG. Is the dragon? Yeah. Or, yeah. It does fly.
You know, it's gone. It's gone. Okay. It did look a little bit confusing. I thought the same thing for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But not going to matter for Monkey. Both runners also very low health, so have to be careful.
Yeah.
Neither going to be able to pearl in for their I'm laughing because Monkey's dancing. And Aquacord missed the perch!
No. Oh, that's not.
And Aquacord missed the perch. Monkey, stop dancing so I can commentate correctly. Oh my goodness. Oh, so why did we?
What? I don't know what the thought process was there. He was trying to maybe place for the anchors, but just was too close to the dragon and got launched up.
I don't know what happened there. I actually have no idea.
Yeah,
tried to go for one shot, according to Parker. It's so hard to go for one shot when you don't have like a pre-set up, at least to my knowledge. I'm sure there's been more developments and stuff, but very, very risky play for Aquacord. I mean, it would have been crazy if it paid off. It would have been actually crazy hype, because I don't think there's ever been a successful one-shot in playoffs before. That would have been crazy. But a really, really risky play there. And now, I mean, you know, Mungi can just stroll into the victory here.
Hopefully. Still very low health. Does have to kind of walk to the middle, to the fountain, when the dragon is perching. But yeah, it's still waiting. Okay, I thought it was going, but it's really hard to tell.
I think this is it now, finally. Yeah, there's the snap. I mean, reads it really well, so has the time. Not a lot of health, so has to hit. Why is there a dolphin in the nether for Aquacord?
Oh,
sure, why not? I mean, this is kind of a weird setup for Mungi, but we should be good.
Yeah,
Let's
only
just
had
not
4 explosives,
accidentally die somehow.
Yeah, half a heart, so there's a chance, but no, I think it's going to be Mungi taking a second seed here, which is not quite what you would have expected, but it all comes down to the dragon flying there.
It's a beautiful 12-minute speed run, a back and forth seed, and a surprisingly even seed. I mean, really, it was really even until Aquacord just really dominated on the stronghold terrain nav. I mean, really good job getting that second portal. Still enters the end faster. The dragon flies for both, and then just missing the perch in playoffs is just absolutely disastrous. It can't feel good, especially when now you're down 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we've talked about it before. Goldfish memory. You know, Aquacord has been in this exact scenario this time last week, and he was able to reverse sweep against Dougal. So he's got to at least have that in the back of his mind of, you know, a maybe 2-0 down, but I'm not out yet. And, you know,
exactly,
we've seen 2 very strange seeds. So I think, you know,
yes,
anything can happen now. So if you're Aquacord, yes, it's frustrating, but you can bring this back.
There should be no one on planet Earth that feels more comfortable in this situation than Aquacord, because he was in the exact same spot 1 week ago and did it against Dougal. And if you can reverse sweep Dougal, you can basically do anything you want in the world. Like, go be an astronaut, go get like a doctorate or something. Like, Aquacord can do whatever's possible after reverse sweeping Dougal. So I would not be surprised if we see that. I mean, I guess I would be, because it's pretty rare, but I mean, I don't even think Aquacord's played particularly bad in any specific spot. I mean, maybe the only questionable thing was that Iron Axe play in Seed 1, but I mean, Mungi's looking really solid, straightforward, just playing solidly, and Aquacord, a really crucial miss there that could have made it 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Aquacord played, I think, the fortress so well. You know, it took a long time for both of them to find the fortress, but, you know, we saw Aquacord got his last rod way earlier, just had way faster terrain to get to the stronghold in the first place, and it's just so unlucky that when the dragon flies, he misses his perch, and then Mungi, just, I guess, that kind of consistency, I think, coming through there potentially to just make sure that you're able to hang in there and kind of clear up with a 12-minute seed. But match point for Mungi, but not kind of not over for Aquacord yet at all.
It ain't over till it's over. We do have a Fulham analysis for all of you to take a look at, because I'm sure we've missed some stuff in these absolutely 2 wild seeds. So before we go into game 3, let's have Fulham tell us what we've missed.
Go Fulham. Fantastic. Welcome back to the mid-match analysis. It is Big Mungi versus Aquacord, and Big Mungi has taken the first 2 seeds. We did think that Aquacord had a little chance in that second seed there, but wasn't able to finish things off. But What I wanted to talk about there was the zeros. Of course, now you could see the obvious things that happened with the zero. The dragon flew and Aquacord went for a one-shot in the end. What I do want to talk about, though, is notice the difference in setups between these zeros. I'll skip through a lot of it, but notice Aquacord has 6 explosives and therefore can afford to use the 2 anchors to set up, as we see very frequently with runners. Obviously, we see the Dragonfly here, 2.5 hearts, not ideal, but can hit a 4-bed 1 cycle because earlier on in the seed, Aquacord decided to go for a single blaze bed, topside blaze bed, so only using 1, meaning that he has 4 beds, 4 beds entering the end, but having placed those 2 anchors and using 1 bed here to explode, he now only has 3 left. This could have influenced his decision making to go for the one shot in the end, because only having those 3 beds remaining is going to really struggle with the 1 cycle unless he deals a lot of damage with those beds. Maybe can have a 3-bed axe, but these runners don't really practice that given the fact of how frequently they do end up hitting the 0 cycles. Notice the difference, however, with Mungi's play. Enters the end with the correct number of explosives. Let me pause real quick while he's got his inventory open here. You can see 3 beds and 2 anchors. Now, if Mungi had pre-placed those 2 anchors when going for this 0 cycle, he wouldn't have been able to complete the 1 cycle with the perch afterwards. But notice he doesn't go for that. Places the 2 crying obby instead. So when this flies, he now has the 4 explosives. The 2 anchors that are in his inventory still, he can use to kill the dragon on the 1 cycle. That was a massive, massive difference between these 2 runners, and it allowed Mungi to be able to go for that 1 cycle as the backup. It was probably a very heads-up play, given the fact that he didn't see Aquacord had that take aim achievement maybe early on, could have done a little bit of advancement metagaming there. Just something that I noticed that allowed Mungi to take that second seed. It is 2-0 to Mungi, and I'm going to send you guys back to the commentators right now.
Thank you, Fulham. That was very nice. W analysis. I mean, that's something that honestly I think about a lot in No Reset, because for those of you who don't know, when with ranked, the dragon rotates like a whole extra rotation down for 0 cycle. So these runners are not used to having to deal with like the dragon flying that much, which is why they're in these awkward spots that they're not really accustomed to. So it's not front of mind for them to think about, oh, like where am I placing my obsidian? Where like can I save my anchor here? Just not something that's thought about nearly as much. And I kind of like when it comes up because it's just another variable play that makes decision making matter even more.
Yeah, definitely. I like that's one of the reasons why like I feel like ranked speedrunning is so good, because it doesn't matter necessarily that you are the top mechanical player. You know, the decisions that you make, those like little micro decisions that you make, can completely swing a game. And we've started to see that. You know, we've seen it in the past, we've seen it in these 2 seeds. And yeah, I'm so excited to see, you know, the next game here. I'm also curious what Aquacord is going to go seed pick wise as well. We've had two very interesting seeds, so maybe we'll have a little bit more of a normal 3rd seed potentially.
Shipwreck, interesting. I actually, if I was Aquacord, I was thinking Ruin Portal here for Aquacord, just because you maybe try and bank on the top speed thing again. I mean, you enter the end first, and I mean, Shipwreck, your thought process is probably, okay, we just played an Ocean Seed. I played that better. Let's go back to an Ocean Seed where I have a chance to play that better as well. So I like the thought process here. I think it makes sense. I think Aquacord has a chance here to get back in this game. I mean, like we said, we cannot count him out at all whatsoever. But Mungi has been looking really good. I mean, has a chance to make it to the semifinals, and definitely wants to do everything he can to just end this game right now.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see as well now, are we gonna have that kind of like just linear, simple overworld, a simple nether, and is it gonna come down to kind of like raw speed and decision making, or is it gonna be a little bit more kind of not so much wacky? I don't know if wacky is the right word, but is it gonna kind of matter a little bit more that we have these slightly kind of like more, you know, these less or unchosen kind of seeds? They've not been reviewed, they're just purely going on the filter, and I'm so excited to see kind of how that's going to play out here as well, and if we're going to have any kind of extra craziness to what we've already seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. No immediate spot of the ship for Aquacord, but Monkey does spot it pretty quickly here. Aquacord going to lose a little bit of time, but not too much. Something also, Rose, Monkey is undefeated throughout this playoff so far because 3-0'd Blazemind as well. So, I mean, getting it done. Has a chance to 3-0, 3-0 here. And that would be pretty impressive.
It would be. And we got a lot of iron as well from the ship there. We've got good food, 6 bread, 7 carrots. You've got the option to make golden carrots. You can make shears, you know, plenty of kind of things to play with here. You know, it's a really comfortable, I think, overworld as well. And Monkey just slightly ahead, purely just from finding the ship a little bit faster than Aquacord.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to matter a lot. I mean, Monkey's out first. Aquacord has to still get some more leaves. Ruined Portal here as well, Rose. That is exciting.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, is he going to check it?
I mean, it's an enter, so I like it. There was no obvious kelp. It makes sense here. I mean, not anything amazing, but you get your lights. Makes sense for both of these runners here. And Monkey with a great completion here as well to really do this. I think Aquacor's going to do the same thing. Yeah. Looks really good here, but Monkey again entering first. Looking really solid here. Trying to go for the back-to-back 3-0. And what is this here? This looks like a bridge bastion.
Yeah. Has got leaves, so just has to be a little bit careful that those leaves don't burn when you start your route. But interestingly, Aquacord, I think, is trying to go around, whereas Monkey is digging up from the inside. But I think Aquacord is trying to go around to get straight to the chalice rather than going through the bastion, which is what Monkey has chosen to do.
I actually really liked this play from Aquacord, but I just think it's not going to pay off as much as it could have. I mean, there's a little bit of terrain here, but look at this, Rose. Like, goes for this great play. Oh, I thought the lava was going to be on the chalice. Unfortunately, fortunately, say for Aquacord, it's not going to be on the chalice, so it's going to be okay here. This is actually going to end up paying off really nicely for Aquacord. I actually thought for a second it might not, but I mean, when in doubt, go high terrain. Really nice play so far from Aquacord, and this is maybe when he needs to get back in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's any benefit. It's just Monkey got to check the chest slightly faster. So, yeah, but I don't know if that's going to ultimately matter here. Going for a higher gold block placement for Aquacord on Sook here, which is slightly different to what we've seen the other runners do who've been placing it lower, more so.
Yeah. Going for Ludwig hole here on the right side. Looking pretty good. I mean, honestly, not that many pigs, maybe 6. So that's not going to really do it. Monkey now doing the same exact thing. Even less pigs, actually, for Monkey. So, like 5, maybe? I mean, we're going to be here for a while. So, Monkey checking that first chest does not really matter here as much as we might have thought it did.
Yeah, I guess like one late pig is trying to kind of lure this other one up, but it's definitely going to slow down trades. Definitely a lot less. Still trying to aggro to get more pigs, but definitely a lot less than you were used to seeing from a bridge bastion.
I mean, double single bridge is always hard to get those things, but yeah, look at this pearl hang from Aquacord that he can do because of not checking this chest already. So he's now going to go grab this. I don't know if Monkey actually saw this because of how he played the bastion. So this actually might be a crazy big advantage for Aquacord here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Monkey didn't see it.
Might have been. Yeah, he's having to measure here, or to pirate, I should say.
It's a huge advantage to Aquacord. Kind of exactly what he needs to get back in this game. Has the pre-crafts going off for Aquacord, the golden carrots, the beds. The pearl count is not looking amazing, but we're checking trades now. We still need some more stuff. Just barely unable to leave. Maybe we're good now, honestly. I'm not sure what we're still waiting for. We have like 8 beds and a stack and a half of pearls. We're leaving now. We're out. And because of that pearl hang, Rose, Aquacord made up a ton of time in the bastion and is now strongly pulled ahead of Monkey.
Yeah, and a much better pearl hang, much closer to the fort because he knew exactly where it was. Only had to throw kind of one pearl to be able to see it, whereas Mungi had to throw 2. And so, yeah, Aquacord with the much better time here, and with the golden carrots already kind of made, whereas Mungi still has the bread, I think hasn't crafted the golden carrots yet.
Yeah, this is huge. Aquacord in a really nice spot here. But again, Mungi not out of it yet. This looks like different spawners. Mungi actually has a couple strays here as well. Awkward having to deal with this glowstone that I don't think Mungi had to deal with at that first spawner. So, no, it was the same spawner. It just was because it wasn't blaze bedded yet. So, Mungi is playing a completely different spawner, like 100 blocks away in the nether. So, we could see some different strongholds here. I mean, this is much more open as well, which is kind of nice. But does get a spawn outside of the spawner, which is kind of annoying. Meanwhile, Aquacord going to be building the first portal now with only 2 rods. I mean, they're even on rod count here. So, not that much of a lead for Aquacord right now, but we'll see how it ends up going once Aquacord blinds here. And now is up to 5.
Yeah, and for Mungi, obviously trying to maximize, getting those 2 blazes on the way, and visiting both spawners to obviously maximize the amount of rods that you can get, but is only now kind of doing his pre-crafts, does eventually craft the golden carrots, does his explosives, but I think it's still behind in terms of rods. I think Aquacords has to throw 2 there, 2 eyes as well there, so just a little bit of extra time lost, but not too bad. Different locations, I think, for the blind portal, but I don't know if it's going to affect the stronghold kind of distances.
We'll have to see here. Fortunately, Aquacord does not have the Ninja Brain bot open, so I'll have to maybe see in the F3 what it's looking like here. But Aquacord still having to wait for that one last rod. Gets the spawn cycle here. Gets it immediately. Is going to be leaving. And it looks like it's the same direction as Mungi's spawner. So Mungi's going to have a pretty much straight line here to grab that. But still needs... No, does not need one more rod. Actually got it off that last blaze. So is kind of back in the game here. They're basically standing at the same spot. And Aquacord maybe ahead by only 5 seconds or so now.
Yeah, both building up from in the lava at pretty much the same point. So just Mungi making up time there by, I guess, from, playing the extra blazes, extra spawner. And
I mean, this is legit tied right now. Yeah, this is a dead even heat here. Aquacord's stream is ahead by also behind, I should say. Or I guess technically ahead. I don't know how you want to do it. Aquacord is earlier in time than Mungi is. So maybe ahead by 5 seconds. Finds the portal room instantly. Mungi also does. But again, that stream delay actually might matter here. It's pretty close, Rose. I mean, maybe Aquacord's ahead by 2 seconds here. It's an easy 0 as well. And these runners both have... Oh, Aquacord only has 5 explosives. It's really going to depend on if either of these runners can do a 2+2 here. Both pushing a 95. Aquacord getting set up here. Plenty of beds. Does not go for the first 2+2. Meanwhile, Mungi is going for it. So if Mungi kills the dragon on this rotation, it actually could be it. But it's not going to be enough. And the dragon is going to come through again. Mungi still has not killed the dragon, but it doesn't matter because Aquacord with a clean 0 is going to be able to take this 3rd seed, get back in the game here. A crazy, crazy shoot from Mungi to try and win on the 2+2 there. Just barely not getting the second bet off. I think it would have been enough. Honestly, it would have been really close. But I mean, wow. Yeah. 2 seconds separating them entering the end there. What a seed at that point.
Yeah, I'm super close. And yeah, just so unfortunate for Mungi not able to pull the kind of the 2+2 there at the end, as you were saying. But yeah, really interesting to see the time difference in entering the bastion, but that's more because Aquacord chose to go around and to enter just from on top of the chalice, whereas Mungi dug up and kind of through the bastion, which did kind of cost more time. And by going around, it meant Aquacord got to, by having to go to the chest at a different point, was able to see where the fortress was, send the pearl hang. And so that just meant that Aquacord was ahead, and even though Mungi made up time, it still just wasn't quite enough in the end. I mean, 2 seconds coming down to it is so close.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And I always love when it is so close like that entering the end, not because obviously it's just hype to see them zero and at the same time, but it forces them to go for that 2+2 like Mungi did and try and hit that to win the game. And I mean, really, really unfortunate for Mungi there, but I'm gonna say it. I'm happy he failed it because we get one more seed, and that's awesome. So thank you, Mungi, for messing it up. I appreciate it. I mean, Aquacore, also, like, maybe if you're Mungi, like, maybe the thoughts start creeping in, like, oh my gosh, Aquacore reverse swept Duke Island, now it's my turn. Like, you got to stay strong. You got to lock in. You got to know that you're still up 2-1 if you're Mungi. You have a real chance here to put it away and get to the semifinals. But if you're Aquacore, I mean, the sky's the limit. Anything is possible.
Yeah, and if you're Aquacore, you're going to be thinking, okay, I've done this before. I've got one seed back. I've just got to do it 2 times again. You know, it's very, very possible. It is going to be Mungi's seed pick though for the first time since the first seed. So it'll be interesting now to see what he goes for. I'm trying to remember what the options are because he can't play Village again because he won Village, and he can't pick DT because he won that. So yeah, so no Ocean and no Village. So he's only got the choice between Desert Temple or Ruin Portal. So I feel like if you're Mungi here, maybe you go Desert Temple. A little bit more kind of, I guess, reliant on your decision making. So it's interesting. Hopefully we'll see momentarily what the seed pick is going to be from Mungi, but you know, would he go for a Ruin Portal? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's questionable. I think Desert Temple, I think Aquacore is actually quite good at Desert Temple, so maybe I wouldn't go it if I'm Mungi. Like, maybe I do want to go Ruin Portal and just kind of put the ball in Aquacore's court there with that, and maybe also trying to bank on, like, could be a weird one. We've seen a lot of, like, interesting Ruin Portals so far, nothing like crazy fast. So I think Mungi's probably going to go RP here, but it is a bit of a toss-up. It's probably like 60-40 in my head here. But we'll see that momentarily here, and then we'll hop right into this game because it has been a very close match so far. I mean, really every seed has been like end at like the same time, I feel like, in this matchup so far. So I'm hyped to see. These players are very evenly matched. It is going to be Ruin Portal in this matchup here. I mean, Rose, if you're Mungi, do you think you're hoping for the top Ruin Portal here or the bottom Ruin Portal? What do you want here?
I think you're hoping for the top Ruin Portal. I don't know. I just feel like with on the last seed, they obviously entered off of the Ruin Portal, even though it was a shipwreck seed, and Mungi was just like a little bit quicker, a little bit more confident with that kind of like setup for the enter. So that's my only reason. But I feel like, you know, it would be nice to have a fast Ruin Portal of just, you know, you've got your iron, you place your obsidian, you enter. I think would be nice to see. I would like to see a kind of a very, very fast, very close game between these two here, like we did with the last seed, basically.
I think it's very possible. I'm hoping for it. We're going to hop in just a second here. I don't know. Just looting would be nice. I always like, it's just always fun. Always fun to commentate those. I mean, I'm never going to complain if there's a looting seed. Maybe like we can say that there's no seed filter, except we always shove like a looting 3 Ruin Portal seed somewhere in there. Maybe that's what we do. But we'll see here. See if they can win the lottery here. It is going to be Obsidian completable. We'll see if they can get an iron pickaxe as well, or what the food is looking like. No iron pickaxe, but a gold pick will be pretty nice. So that is something to watch out for. And Mungi is just going to straight up enter the nether. Whoa, it's Soul Sand, so he's going to have to go pretty much straight back through. But Aquacore's going to see that
as well
and be like, yeah, it is treasure. I mean, Aquacore's going to see that and be like, okay. So that's pretty interesting. I love it.
The trees
I love it. I absolutely love it. That's why I went for it. Like, maybe you get a Crimson.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, I love it. Oh my God. And look at this play from Mungi. So if you don't know, lighting sheep on fire instantly will kill them. They will just die. There's not water near them. So Mungi's going to get the mutton on the way back. Pigs and cows do not do that. They will live on like 1 heart. Sheep instantly die from the fire. He's so smart. He's so creative. I don't think any of them are going to be able to make it to water. I mean, what a phenomenal play by Mungi. Playing the seed so differently than Aquacore so far. He's playing it much more traditionally.
Yeah, and he, you know, he knows now as well what to expect. He knows he's got treasure, so I think he's grabbing a few extra blocks. He knows he's in soul sand, and he's also just has to run past to pick up the mutton here, whereas for Aquacord just having to kind of kill them with the axe. But actually going to be both heading back into the nether pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, actually crazy. The thing is, though, Monkey's going to have a little bit more of an idea of what to do, at least exactly. So maybe saves like a second or so on the processing power here. Also, the fact that it's treasure, in my opinion, is probably the most annoying bastion to do when you don't have an iron pickaxe. So both players are going to have to be going up here to the top. Aquacord going to be mining through this hole to see if he can get any iron. Nothing in that chest. Nothing in that chest. But does have the ability to put some armor on. The piglins are going to be a lot more chill. Monkey's going to run into the same problem that Aquacord just did, where he's going to have to go to the side of the treasure and gets the iron. A lot of obsidian as well, so probably not going to have to go bottom for either of these runners. And something to watch out for as well, Rose. Are we going to see Glowdar from either of these runners? Haven't seen either really prep for it yet. Sometimes we'll see runners really push like that render up and down basically instantly upon entering the nether here. Neither doing that so far. So interesting to see if that's going to be something, or if we're just going to send quadrants, or what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, Monkey took about half of his health of damage as he was running up to get to the iron, whereas for Aquacord he didn't. So Monkey's already kind of slightly down of having to have eaten some food already to heal back up, whereas, they're tied at the moment, but Monkey's definitely on slightly lower health. So it's potentially something to keep an eye on. I think Aquacord was trying to have a look to see if he could see the fortress.
A crazy crossbow piglin shot on Aquacord, shooting him into the hole with a goal. I mean, it ended up working out. He had to go down there anyway, but that was crazy.
I was trying to figure out what hit him. I was like, did he get hit there? Just absolutely sneaky shot. They're pretty much equal in this bastion now.
Yeah,
bit of a late
pretty
pig,
interesting stuff here. Waiting to see here. I still haven't seen anything on either side. Oh, wait a minute. Monkey's lowering render. Are we going to see some Glowdar action here? Or we're just lowering render for fun? Maybe we pearl hung and I missed it. That could also very well be the case. Maybe we just see the fortress. Like, I did not see the fortress yet, but Monkey's playing on 2RD, making me assume that he pearl hung to a fort that I just didn't see. Aquacord also pearl hanging somewhere. So yeah, they see the fort, and wow, that is a lot of mobs for Aquacord. Going to be the first one out. All so withers, unfortunately, though, but has the blaze spawner here, and I mean, Aquacord needs this. He's behind. He wants to be ahead, and is ahead a sizable amount into this fortress split here.
Yeah, a lot more blazes actually for Monkey than for,
a lot more blazes.
Aquacord here. I think Monkey's gonna. Well, still a lot of withers, but I think
this is misleading. I think this is misleading for or for Monkey, because not only is it all these withers that he's losing time to, there's this big magma cube in the way. There's a bunch of small magma cubes in the way. While all this is happening, Aquacord just gets to play the spawner, clear it out, play much more consistent. I think this is a misplay from Monkey. I think he kind of got caught a little bit out by just how many there were. It looked a little bit nicer than it actually was, and Aquacord is in a phenomenal spot now.
Yeah, definitely. And now Monkey's got to run his way back through. He's still going to play the rest of these strays. But Aquacord's on 5 rods. Monkey's on 4 now. 5 as well. So actually, but still losing time with the mobs. He's raising his render back up now. I think he's going to play the spawner. But it just depends now if he, on this, as he deals with more.
He's losing a bunch of time to the mobs, and he also hasn't pre-crafted. Aquacord has all of that set up already. Also has 7 rods, so could just leave an eye if he wants to here. Really nice from Aquacord. And again, the withers from Monkey are just everywhere. Well, Aquacord already dealt with all that because of not forcing the strays. We don't know how far it is for Aquacord, but we do know that Aquacord is significantly ahead. I mean, Monkey does have 6 rods. We know the eye doesn't break, but it could be a little bit annoying to pick up, which Aquacord does not have to do, and is just fully out.
Yep. Just a much better play there. With the sheer amount of mobs, it just made more sense to play the spawner. And obviously with Aquacord, he didn't have as many blazes on his screen as Mungi did. He had a lot more wither skeletons, so made the decision a lot faster to just head out and head for the spawner, to play the spawner, and didn't waste as much time having to deal with all the mobs that Mungi did. But I think Mungi is out now as well. Yeah.
I mean, look at this boat movement from Aquacord getting through all this lava. Yeah. He did it like 5 times, getting through the boat, and gets to the cords. I was going to say this seems like really awkward terrain for Aquacord. Handles it really nicely. Going to be building the portal. Mungi almost there. I mean, getting some pre-crafts off, but Aquacord looks primed to take us to a game 5 here. The nav looks pretty simple straight down mid, but it is a little bit awkward just because we're on such low health. We have to figure out where exactly the PR actually is. Maybe not as straightforward as we once thought. And Aquacord committing to down the staircase. Maybe heard it, but it is here. And is going to get a hunger reset off, but Mungi now entering the stronghold.
Yeah, Mungi also going to have to hunger reset though on a heart and a half. But yeah, Aquacord is going to be the first one in to the end here.
It's 058 though, and the difference is that Mungi has a gold pickaxe and Aquacord doesn't, but it is front cage, so not going to be too punishing for Aquacord here. Is going to easily be able to get to 90, almost certainly 95. It's going to push for 95 here. Mungi does enter the end, but Aquacord in a prime spot, plenty of explosives, no arrows, which could maybe matter between the gold pickaxe and the beds, but I don't think it's going to be enough. What did Aquacord just do?
I think that was just like 3 explosions just happened on my screen. Okay.
What? With no arrows? That was ridiculous. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a way to give yourself a little bit of aura before going into another game 5. You've pushed it to this point once again. And now we get another best of 5 for Aquacord. Oh my gosh.
And I mean, and as we said, you know, if anyone can pull off the reverse sweep, it's Aquacord who did it this time last week, and he manages to do it again. I mean, just obviously the first stat there, we know Mungi entered as soon as he could, immediately at 14 seconds, but they re-entered pretty much at the same time. But you can just see the fortress is where I think Aquacord just kind of was able to gain that time on Mungi, and he just kind of kept that throughout. Just I think better decision making. I think it was a bit more of a misplay for Mungi to play the strays there as opposed to playing the spawner like Aquacord did.
I love the decision-making process for Aquacord literally throughout this entire seed. But I mean, you see, like, they entered the fortress at the same time and like 1 second separated from that point. So really what it was is Aquacord just played the Bastion so cleanly. I don't even remember what Bastion it was. Oh, it was the treasure. I don't even know how Aquacord made up so much time. I just like both of these players have like a knack of just like making up 20 seconds out of thin air sometimes. And the last 2 seeds, it's been Aquacord. And what just a crazy +3 there at the end on the 0. I mean, the way that it works, the way it was just explained to me is like you use that first bed as like the arrow damage. So you do it crazy early and then you just do a normal double explosive and just wow. To do that in playoffs when also you just have no reason to, like legit no need to do that whatsoever is crazy impressive.
Yeah, just I think maybe a little bit of aura farming there just from Aquacord, but I mean, can you blame him considering, you know, you were 2-0 down. You were 2-0 down going into the 3rd seed, and now it's even again, match point for both these players. And you know, if you are Mungi here, you've got the he's got the seed pick choice again. But he's kind of limited to actually he's not got very many options left. I think it's Temple or Shipwreck is pretty much his only option. So maybe not the best options. I don't know what
I'd probably go Ship here, but it's going to be Temple. Okay. So we're going to see all 5. It's a world tour. Whatever Feinberg coined it last season, I don't freaking remember, but I think he called it a world tour. And I like it. It's good. It's a wonderful. We get to show all the seed types. Aquacord is definitely going to be up on the TNT Temple Tech as well. I'm sure Mungie is as well too. So, I mean, we could see some really weird stuff here. Are you going to change your pick at all? You predded Mungie at the start. Are you sticking with Mungie here?
I'm going to stick with Mungie. I feel like I don't want to change at the final kind of hurdle now. I'm going to still go with Mungie. Are you staying with? Did you say
I'm
Aquacord?
sticking with Aquacord. The momentum is going. The momentum's going. I mean, how does he do it? How does he do it? What a story for either runner this would be if they're able to get through this. I mean, we'll see what this Temple Overworld looks like. Mungie a bit ahead on the stream and no immediate Temple. Aquacord playing so much smarter, going really high on the terrain, but is going to take a little bit more time to get down now. But again, there is maybe 3 or so seconds of stream delay, so both basically at the same exact time here. Real question is, what is going to be in this temple? We're going to get some diamonds, maybe an enchanted golden apple. Have to see here.
High TNT versus low TNT as well. Mungie going for high TNT. Aquacord going for the low TNT. Doesn't
Diamond pickaxe.
Chests explode. Yeah. Interestingly, Aquacord, because he went into the temple from a slightly different way, was able to see a ruined portal in the distance, but I think it's too far away for him to go to, but he did have a much better vantage point and some really nice head hitters as well from him coming out of the temple as well. It was just so,
that was great.
So clean.
I didn't see the ruined portal for Aquacord. I think you're right. He's probably not going to go for it. But, I mean, maybe also was able... I didn't see a lava pool for either runner, but maybe he saw something there. But really interesting overworld here because the one golden apple, how these runners utilize that one golden apple could be literally the deciding factor of this entire match. And I love this from Aquacord. Gonna grab the fish on the way for extra food. I love it. I absolutely love it. A little bit inhumane, but you know what? What gets the job done gets the job done here in the Seed 5. And both runners at the lava pool. Aquacord going to be entering first, but messes up the portal.
No.
But we have a diamond pickaxe, but he's still going to be entering slower here. I love this play, though. This is definitely faster. I think this is faster because we lost the water. If we didn't lose the water, I would disagree with it. But the fact that we lost the water, it's kind of TAS. And now Mungie has the lead.
Yeah, and I think another far bastion, potentially.
Very far bastion.
Yeah. Pretty much similar terrain decisions. I think Mungie sees it. It's hard to see. Yeah, he does see it. I think it's treasure again.
Treasure with a diamond pickaxe is always a really nice thing to have.
Oh my goodness.
That Aquacord just saw as well.
Potentially.
No, it was the leg of the treasure.
Okay.
Through all the trees. It's got to be like, I know these runners are really good at speed bridging, but like you also have to be imagining in your head like oh my god, if I just fail the speed bridge on the game 5, like that would just be an absolute train wreck.
Mungie surviving on half a heart because he jumped down and placed the block and then missed the block clutch and had to save himself, and he had no blocks on his hotbar and had to save himself with the TNT and survived on half a heart. But that means he's had to eat his golden apple already. That was scary.
Wow. That is that, I mean, we talked about it. That could be a huge factor, eating that golden apple so early here for Mungie and really not getting that much reward besides, I guess, living. So that's good. But that's going to be really punishing, especially dependent on where this fortress is. And we could see, compared to last Seed Rose, Aquacord is absolutely cranking this Glowdar up and down. Like, really, really pushing this aggressively here. Compared to what we saw last seed.
Yeah, they had a pretty clear view as they came into the bastion as well. And he knows he doesn't see it, so just going for the Glowdar here.
TNT for Mungie.
Yeah, TNT.
No TNT for Aquacord. I'm really surprised by that. Like, no TNT for Aquacord is really puzzling, but I mean, Mungie kind of right back in this. I mean, the difference really now is just the golden apple between the two runners.
Yeah. And I guess Aquacord did have the one extra salmon as well, but I don't know how much of a difference that really makes. Obviously, it's much better than rotten flesh for healing. But yeah, Aquacord definitely in a slightly potentially better position. Whereas, yeah, Mungi is going to be interesting to see. Is he going to send for quadrants? Because we haven't seen him spamming the render distance for Glodar.
No, he is not going for Glodar at all. I think we're going to quadrant it up if we're Mungi. I don't think we're going to be going to the bottom. I mean, Aquacord has everything he could possibly need. Maybe wants a little bit more explosives. I didn't exactly see what his glowstone was at yet, but has 4 beds worth of string. And obviously we don't need to pre-craft because we have, or pre-craft a blaze bed because we have the TNT. We have enough for 5 explosives total in Aquacord's inventory at the moment, and both leaving. But Aquacord is so much surer of this direction because of the Glodar. Meanwhile, Mungi, even though he's committing to the right direction, or at least should see it on the... It's on the right for Mungi, I'm almost sure, and just pearled pretty far left. So might not see it now, and is going to have to rotate back. And all of a sudden, Aquacord is now in a commanding position because of Glodar.
Yeah, just absolutely, that's something that difference with treasure as well, whether, even ignoring Glodar, deciding if you're going to go down to bottom treasure to break the spawner or if you're going to send quadrants. But in this case now, it's obviously that difference between the Glodar and not, and a little bit awkward for Aquacord there with the glowstone in the way. But yeah, it's costing Mungi a lot of time now, just from that difference in terms of that skill. Why did he punch the zombie pig then?
I think Mungi is just having fun. I think that's what Mungi is doing right now. He's just being a Mungi. I think is Mungi's thought process. I
thought maybe there was like some hidden, tech that I wasn't aware of,
Just aura. Just going for the aura play. I mean, low key, like if the aggro carries here, I did see one zombie piglin on the floor, but I don't think the aggro is going to carry this far, even with the pearl after. So should be fine in the fortress now. But I mean, Rose, Aquacord's ahead by at least 30 seconds and has the golden apple and has a gold pig and is pre-crafted. Like, it's not looking amazing for Mungi believers right now.
Yeah, Mungi is now doing his pre-crafts. He does have 4 rods, but Aquacord has got 6. I think the eye broke there, actually.
And so the eye breaks, yeah. So the eye breaks. Yeah.
But it's not an ideal situation if you are Mungi here. And Aquacord's much more health, more rotten flesh, has the golden apple still, I believe. So
and is out.
Definitely don't want to be in Mungi's position right now.
But it's not over yet. It's going to depend on making sure that the stronghold nav is still locked in. No weirdness. Aquacord just jumping for joy there a little aggressively, but it's going to be okay. Not punished for it. And should be okay here. I mean, getting close to cords, it's really going to come down to this nav. Mungi, meanwhile, killing a sheep to, I guess, maybe play for no hunger reset later on, or just trying to, like, not have to hunger reset now, but that's not a play we see all the time going for that food. What's the nav look like for Aquacord? It's a spike, but it's not super comfortable. It's not something he loves.
Yeah,
so he's going to try and go a slightly different direction. Does he see it bridging somewhere? He does see it.
Does see it.
And just doesn't want to pearl, so he doesn't have to hunger reset, which makes sense. And is going to be entering the end here with a commanding lead. It is Cage, gold pick 057. It's a back dragon. This is not an easy 0, and he does not have that much regen. It's actually back 1 and 8. But this could be it. 1 heart now.
1 heart.
Pushing should be able to get to 91, but is going to stay at 88. This is the line for Mungi. The dragon could fly at 88 here, and that would be the line to get Mungi back in the game. But Aquacord is, I think, just barely going to get the 0 off. The dragon stays. We have a lot of explosives that we have to eat during it to make sure we don't take too much damage. We only have 1 more bed remaining. We have fire resistance, so we should be okay with this anchor no matter what. And we are going to live. We are going to get around the dragon, and Aquacord is going to reverse sweep 2 matches on his way to the semifinals.
I mean, back-to-back reverse sweeps. Yeah, I mean, incredible. Also just incredible mental as well for Aquacord to just ignore the fact that you're down 2 seeds, and to bring it back in, such a way. Yeah, just phenomenal. And, just showing, I think, real skill from Aquacord, really strong mental. But yeah, just I don't know what else to say. I'm really impressed. But yeah, that fortress time, that's what lost it, I think, for Monkey there.
I mean,
the Glodar difference.
If there was ever an advertisement to learn Glodar, it's right now. Like, that was really, really impressive from Aquacord. I mean, was immediately cranking it in the Bastion to just raise render, lower render so quickly, get as much variance on the spawners as possible. And that was just so impressive. Like, that was just so impressive from Aquacord.
Yeah.
Such a clean endgame as well, with, I'm sure, tons of nerves, and was able to knock out Dugile first and now Mungie, just two pillars in the community, and Aquacord's on a way to the semifinals.
Yeah, and as you say, to beat Mungie and Dugile, such strong players, is just it's really showing Aquacord's strength as a runner. And amazingly, Aquacord has to play the winner of Silver versus Infume, so it's not it's another kind of potential match against some pretty big titans in the community. But we've seen him if you ignore, obviously it's been 2 reverse sweeps in a row, but it's basically he's won 3 in a row twice if you ignore the first 2 seeds. So it's less back and forth. I mean, it's been very close. There's been a couple of key things across all 5 of these seeds, but yeah, really incredible performance from Aquacord. And I think we can't forget about Mungie. He played really, really well in those first 2 seeds, and just a couple of and still very close in the kind of later seeds, but just a couple of little things. The 2+2 that he wasn't able to get in seed 3, I think, was another kind of key point. But no, I'm excited to ask Aquacord how he's feeling after his second reverse sweep.
Absolutely. And the interview's ready. Let's bring him into the booth. I mean, holy smokes. Aquacord, congratulations. You have reverse swept your way to the semifinals. What is going through your mind?
Thank you. I just can't believe it. Oh my God.
I feel like you said the same exact thing last week when we interviewed you.
And nobody expects a reverse sweep. That just doesn't happen. Oh my God. I knew obviously I had way more confidence this time since I just reverse swept last week. I still was thinking I shouldn't be able to reverse sweep here. I shouldn't be able to do this. But I did it.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Especially, I mean, to reverse sweep Dugile and then to reverse sweep Mungie, just 2 absolutely crazy players. And to win it on that last seed, you did such a great Glodar. And I thought, instead of me or Rose trying to scramble our way through it, if you would be so inclined, as someone who probably understands it way better than nearly everyone in the entire community, can you explain Glodar and what you did on that last seed to the audience?
Yeah, so Glodar works by you are reloading the spawner multiple times. You're keep reloading, and every time you reload it, it gets bigger on the pie chart for whatever reason. I don't know the full details, but it gets bigger on the pie chart, so you're able to locate the fortress spawner without breaking the treasure spawner. So I just kept spamming going up and down my render, and then I just got a spike towards the fort, and I guess that won me the seed.
Yeah, I mean, it was really impressive. You did such an amazing job with that. Rose, what do you got for Aquacord here?
I just wanted to ask you, on the previous seed, on seed 4, you obviously, when you pearl to the fortress, if you even remember, if you just kind of ignore the previous seed, but you had, when you came into the fortress, you had so many mobs, because obviously it was Soul Sand Valley.
Oh,
but you had a lot more. You had a lot more withers, and you chose to just play the spawner, whereas Mungie actually chose to play the strays because he had a lot more blazes spawn. I'm just wondering, kind of yeah, but it proved to be the kind of the right decision. So I'm just wondering, kind of your thought process of do you try to play the strays, or why did you choose to then go for the spawner? Was it just a case of there were so many withers on your screen and you were just let's just play the spawner, or was there kind of more to it?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many wither skeletons. I did not want to deal with that. That's so scary, especially with nerves. It's so easy to just die to that. I don't remember what the food was. I don't think we had a ton of food though. Usually that's just gonna be slower if you're having to deal with so many wither skeletons, because you're also not really able to overlap crafts and building portal with killing strays. So I just thought the spawner would be better for sure.
Yes,
Awkward
no,
Word,
and
something I
it
wanna-
turned out to be the right choice, definitely.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I'm horrible at my job. Awkward, one thing I wanted to ask you is how do you prepare for these matchups? I mean, we see all these runners. I mean, you have that first weekend of playoffs where it's kind of like, okay, like I have a match on one day and then I'm kind of done. But this week, if you win, obviously, which you just did, you then now have to prepare for 2 more games no matter what tomorrow. What's kind of the difference in preparing between week to week, and what did you do in this past week to prepare for not just this match, but this weekend as a whole?
I was mostly just queuing ranked like throughout the week, just trying to like be as comfortable as I am with like all my like strats I'm doing and mechanics and everything. I didn't play the last 2 days because one thing I think that helps me a lot is having confidence going in from like having a really good last session before a tourney. So my last session, my title of the stream, I've decided I'm not losing today, and that came true. I just went 8-0 that day, and got up to like 2100.
Wow.
So I was super confident from like how I was playing that day. So I was like, okay, I don't want to queue these last 2 days. I'm just gonna do private rooms, do practice, just relax, and I'm going into today with like confidence that like I'm like playing good right now, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Rose, you got anything else?
I just want to bring you back all the way to the first seed. What is going through your mind when you spawn into a desert village and there are no
That's
trees
a great question.
at all?
Yeah, that's not what I like to see. It's not, especially against Mungie, because I feel like Mungie's definitely better to see like that. Like, I don't know the last time I played a woodless like desert village, but yeah, I was like laughing at it, like it's funny, but like also I knew like this is not my strongest seed, so like I shouldn't feel too bad if I lose this. Like Monkey's just better at these type of seeds. Just chill.
No,
Yeah,
that
it
makes
was
sense.
also interesting. You were a little bit more like hesitant with kind of bed clutching as well, whereas like Mungie went in and he just straight jumped off onto the bed. So, but no, it's just interesting the kind of extra, I think, variance in the seeds that we've seen.
Makes sense. Last thing I'll get you out of here on. You're gonna play the winner of the next match, which is Infume versus Silver. Any thoughts on that match? Anyone you'd rather play? And anyone, I guess if the answer is different, who are you like most scared of remaining in playoffs?
I don't know who I'd rather play. One thing about both those players is I've beaten them both in a tourney before. I beat Silver in season 8 playoffs, I think, and then I just beat Infume the LAN. So I have confidence I can beat either of them. And then who I'm scared of left in the bracket, probably just EDCR. It seems like he like has finally figured out, like he's playing really good today. Like seems like he's got over the curse, so he's definitely one to watch out for.
Makes sense. Aquacord, wishing you the best of luck in semifinals and beyond tomorrow. Get some rest. Amazing match, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
I mean, Rose, we got to commentate some crazy games today. That was absolutely insane. I don't know if the big boss has the bracket ready, but I would love to take a look at the bracket if it's possible. The big boss has said to give him 1 second. Rose, what's your favorite moment? Well, that was literally 1 second. Rose, what's been your favorite moment so far today?
Oh, it's got to be the last seed, actually. The reverse sweep. Back-to-back reverse sweeps for Aquacord. You've got to be, if you're Infume and Silver now and you're looking ahead, I mean, you might not be looking too far ahead. You might be more focused on your current game, but, the winner of that game is going to be thinking, Aquacord is pulling it off. If you're not able to kind of get it done in the first 3 seeds, then he can and will bring it back. But, I mean, more exciting games to come as well. For Parker and Nutty, they've got Infume Silver and Feinberg NHB. So, it's been, I'm just like, I feel like I need to go have a lie down after those games. I'm just like, it was crazy.
Yeah, like 2 games, like I'm feeling pretty good after commentating. Once it gets to 3, I'm like, oh man, like that was a lot. Like that was some crazy games that we watched today. Infume and Silver will be the next match up, and then don't go anywhere because I mean, Feinberg NHB, Feinberg's gonna play 2 games. Word on the street is that he's currently power napping, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully he like wakes up. That would be like a good step 1 for that match. But so before we get out of here, Rose, I mean, any predictions for these 2 matchups? These are going to be 2 amazing games.
Yeah, do you know what? I know I said in my like interview that I'm like predicting an Infume like playoffs win. I kind of really want to see Silver though. I kind of want to see Silver win. I feel like it would be a really good storyline if we have like the season 1 playoffs winner in the season 10 like finals. I feel like that would be pretty good like story wise. But no, I'm just excited for some more excellent games. And then maybe it's Parker and Nerdy's turn to have the 3-0s, but hopefully not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take Infume 3-1, I think, over Silver, and I think I'm gonna take. NHB looks so good in the RAL game. I think I'm gonna take NHB. You know what? I'm getting crazy. I predicted Fine over Loki, and I'm gonna take NHB 3-0 over Feinberg. That's my prediction. I'm sorry, Feinberg.
Okay.
I think you're wonderful. You're a really good friend, but I have to be non-biased in the booth as well. So I'm gonna take NHB 3-0, which also would make EDCR happy, and I'd like to make EDCR happy. So that's I guess the angle that I'm coming from.
Okay, I think that's fair. I honestly have no idea for Feinberg NHB. I think I kind of want Feinberg to win. Again, just storyline wise, I mean he's toppled Loki today, but you know, as you said, like NHB is playing really well at the moment. So it's a I think like both these games are just gonna be really hard to call.
Yeah, I mean, I also want Infume to win over Silver because if Silver's out, that means we're guaranteed a new champion. But also, like, Silver won in like 1933, so it'll also be fine in my head if Silver wins. So, like, you know, whatever happens, we're getting some pretty new stuff here. So I'm excited. I mean, what matches we got to commentate, Rose? It's a pleasure. Will you get to commentate more tomorrow? But for now, we're gonna send it to an intermission. It's gonna be Parker and Nerdy when we get back, and when we get back, it will be Infume versus Silver. So do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MCSR ranked playoffs. I am back here. I'm on the.
It's okay. Nerdy is on the wrong microphone. We have some new settings. It's okay. Occasionally, we do have the webcam microphone pop up. But welcome back, I guess, everybody. This is my first time doing an intro. We've had some phenomenal gameplay today. I mean, the matches, the Feinberg Loki one, legendary match, the Aquacord storyline, coming back from down 2-0 two times in a row. We'll see if he can do it again. Are we back, Nerdy? Are you here? Potentially.
I'm trying.
It's still a little scuffed. We'll get it sorted out in a second. But I'm really excited personally for this match coming up. Infume versus Silver. I feel like Silver has been, on the come up. We see him like start off really strong and ranked, winning the first season. But he hasn't had super strong performances until recently. I think he's been playing really well. We've been seeing his average drop. And the Infume storyline, also very interesting. Not starting off super well with his first playoffs, but coming in second and fourth in the past couple of ones. So he's looking really strong. I think he's probably one of the scariest opponents in this matchup. And just this bracket in general, I'm just so excited for. Like, we still have EDCR in here. This is the first time EDCR is making it further than the first round. This is the first time we're seeing, I guess not the first time, but the first time since season 6, I think, Feinberg is winning his first match. So we're getting all these cool new storylines developing. And we got 2 matches left, chat. So we'll see how much longer I can stall. Are we here? I hear you, Nerdy. Okay, we will send it to an intermission in just a second. So we got a little bit of tech difficulties, but we'll see you guys soon.
Hey, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Just pretend that did not happen at all. We can all agree that was not real. That didn't happen. That was your imagination. You just imagined that in your head. But okay, I should be sounding better now that you can clearly hear me, Parker. I want to ask, how are you feeling about this match? What are you looking forward to in between Infume and Silver?
Between them specifically, I want to see some close matches. I think they're both playing really well. I'm excited for Infume. I think if I had to predict, I think Infume's going to take this one. I think he's probably the favorite here. I think he's really looking for his first playoff wins, and he's got the skills to do it. But Silver, I mean, he's been no slouch. I think he's been really improving recently. So I think it's just going to be a cool little storyline between, like, the newer-ish kind of person with Infume, and then Silver, obviously the first person to ever win ranked playoffs. So that's sort of what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's a good point. I mean, we're going to have Infume, who's really developed his name in the past few months, years in the Minecraft speedrunning community. Of course, has gotten rank 1 tons of times. Absolute phenomenal player, and just hasn't gotten that playoffs win that he's been searching for. As you mentioned, we do have a little bit something different for Silver, right? Got the first ever playoffs win. So it's sort of, I feel like it's sort of a new gen versus old kind of deal we got going on here. And I'm very excited to see how this one pans out, because to be honest with you, Parker, I feel like either way, I think the commentators were talking about this just last seed before we went into intermission, but I feel like either way, it's exciting. We either have Silver return back right? Return back to that sort of top 4 spot, which would be so cool to see. Or we see Infume, who a lot of people are rooting for, who has really been on the up, make his way back. I mean, we have obviously seen Infume make it to the semifinals, to the finals, but we have not seen Infume get that win. So will this be his first ever season? He's going to be trying to prevent Silver from getting back to the podium. And I don't know. I think in either case, it's going to be a great match.
I think that's a great analysis. Either way, you know, the longer and the more that we do this, the more that I see these players play, it becomes harder and harder to pick somebody that I want to win, because I just want to see everybody do it. But it looks like we've got our player stats out here, Nerdy. Very interesting. Ranked average time Infume a little bit faster, but wins versus opponent 19-16. Maybe that's the thing that stands out to me the most. That's pretty darn even, Nerdy.
That's honestly a great point. I mean, to me, 31-second difference in their average rank time is pretty significant. I mean, when you're already this low, when you're already a sub 10 average, being 31 seconds faster, I think is quite significant. But yeah, like you mentioned, 3 wins extra only for Infume versus Silver here. Pretty even overall. And so I definitely think that Infume might be the favorite, but you know, we said things like that for Hacks, our back-to-back winner, and this time Infume may be the favorite. Will Silver be able to close out Infume storyline? We will have to find out. I'm very excited though. I know Silver's been doing a ton of practice for this weekend with Duke, has been really grinding, has been putting in the work. So absolutely not someone to underestimate.
True, 100%. I love watching both these players stream quite a bit, you know, practicing, getting ready for today. And, you know, it really comes down to just this handful of seeds. And so if one starts off really strong, one makes a tiny mistake, leads to a death, that could be their entire run up here. But if it's been anything like we've seen today, Nerdy, we're going to get some good matches. This has been a great warm-up. Watching all the matches so far, they've been so good. So many interesting decisions, like with the EDCR Beef Salad sending the 1-eye. We saw such a close match with Loki and Feinberg. It's just absolute cinema. And then, of course, the reverse move with the Aqua Cord. It's been a good day, Nerdy. This might be one of my favorite playoffs ever. Maybe like my favorite one to watch since season 6 or 7. I forget which one was my favorite.
Okay, nice. You gotta throw in the 6-7 joke.
I didn't even try to. It was the one where it was Duke versus Loki in the finals. It was such a good season. I'm not sure if it was 6 or 7.
No, that's okay. It's okay. It just comes natural. You're just a natural clip farmer, Parker. No, but I think this has been. We've said some crazy storylines. I mean, we see Doog, Hacks, and Loki out in round 1 is crazy. I feel like that I've seen no one predict that. It's been we've had Aqua Cord back-to-back reverse sweeps. Hello? Yep. I fully agree with you. Everything, like nothing is going to plan. Everything is as crazy as it could be, as unpredictable as possible. So I'm trying to think, what's the most unpredictable outcome here? If I'm trying to make my prediction, I need to make what I think is least likely to happen. So I'm going to say it's going to be a reverse sweep for Infume. That's my prediction. I think Infume's going to win.
That's the least likely. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of that's my.
I thought you were going to say like 3-0 Silver winning.
Okay,
I think that's probably your my most unpredictable. I don't know if I should change that from my original prediction. I think I predicted Infume winning 3-1. I think that was my actual prediction. I could maybe go for a Silver 3-0. That would be crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah. I guess I just think that reverse sweeps are less likely in general. You know what I mean?
That's a fair point.
And I guess, and then I'm thinking, you know, I feel like Silver is his mindset is very good. I feel like if anyone's going to reverse sweep, maybe it would be Silver. And that's where I get the idea of the Infume reverse sweep being surprising. But at the same time, I know Infume has been improving his mental a lot. And he obviously has had some great success in playoffs at this point, has a lot of experience. So it's not like he's new to playoffs anymore. Right, so I definitely think that we could still see an Infume reverse sweep, or something like that. But I think it's going to be great no matter what. I mean, maybe there's just something we're not even thinking about that will happen.
Maybe they tie, Nerdy. Maybe they down to the millisecond tie. Is that even possible? I just don't even know.
I honestly don't even know.
Rounding with pausing and because it's a tick based system, right? So surely you can. But
then at the same time, if you pause, then it still counts.
And it's real time.
Yeah.
Very. I think that would be very unlikely. I don't know if I've ever even heard of a tie in like a
It would be
match.
cool though. It would be cool.
It would be cool. It would be cool.
1 in a million chance.
Cool.
So anyways, yes, Parker, it's been a great few games, and I'm just hoping these next 2 games, of course, after this, we also have Feinberg versus NHB, which I think is going to be another great game. Again, kind of a similar-ish storyline. Again, NHB being a relatively new kind of up-and-coming runner against Feinberg, who's been here for ages. So again, just the storylines, they're continuing to be exciting, and I cannot wait for what we've got in store for us. I think we're going to get into this match here shortly. I'm going to have to check out the seed picks from these individuals. And there we have it, Infume.
And I think this makes sense, Nerdy. Like, we've seen this before. Yeah. Desert Temple's kind of Infume's bread and butter. We saw it really pay off when he was playing, was it HDMI cables? I think. It really paid off for him. He just managed the food a little bit better. He seems to be very confident in those seed types. I really like this pick from Infume. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I mean, Infume just has one of, if not the best statistics on the Desert Temple. He's absolutely fantastic at routing. He's defined the meta a few seasons ago, taking less food into the Nether. I think, as you mentioned, we saw him just handle the low food situation. So not only the overworld, but transferring that low food situation into the Nether, he's very good at. And so I think it just makes sense. You want to, have that early confidence boost, and you can just go right into the game and hopefully have an early lead and maintain that throughout this Desert Temple seed.
Exactly. And I think momentum can be such a huge part of these like tournaments and performances. Like, starting off on a good note always feels good. I mean, not everybody can be Aquacord and pull off a reverse sweep. I think having that momentum can be killer in situations like this. And I think having the seed pick is going to be really nice for Infume being the higher seed.
Absolutely. And we will get into the game here shortly. We are just waiting a few seconds here. But, Parker, early predictions. Who's winning this first seed?
Who's winning the first seed?
Silver. I guess you have to say Silver. I just realized if you're taking the Silver
3-0. Am I committing with the Silver?
I
don't know if I can be that risky. I'll risk it for the biscuit. I'll be a little crazy today. Sure, I'll say Silver wins this. This is not what was predicted on my bracket, so I'm going against the grain, Nerdy. I'm going against the grain. Silver winning a Desert Temple seed. We'll see how it goes.
The nice thing about making 2 predictions is that now you're right in either case. You can just say, "Oh no, I was just
if Infume ends up winning,
then you're good. You're totally good."
Yeah.
But here we go, off to the races. We have both runners running right for the temple. It's right in front of us. Not seeing any gravel is the first thing that I notice in this seed, but we are going to be getting down into the lower part of the temple here, and we are going to be checking out what this temple has to offer. Both runners doing the same TNT setup, doing the lower TNT. And we now have both runners stacking up. Silver stacking up with some chests. While we see Infume just stacking up with the sandstone. Now going to... we have 9 iron here, Parker. What do you make of that? How is that going to influence this run too much?
I don't think so. I think it'll be a pretty standard craft. I mean, we have the stone. We're probably going to be doing stone axe, iron pick and shovel, and then we're going to be out. Looks like Infume's found some gravel here in this water pool, so that's going to be a huge deciding factor in this matchup. I don't know if Silver is going to be able to find gravel, and so if he's going for a woodlight, that could lose him 10 to 20 seconds. Infume also just ahead in general with his routing, was a little bit better with maybe not Silver's out of a water pool now. Maybe I'm just wrong, but he is woodlighting, Nerdy, and so depending on luck here, Silver might be in first. He might be in behind Infume. Infume struggling a little bit to get to this lava pool, going to these pumpkins that Silver was at so long ago. And I don't think he sees anything, Nerdy. Does he see a lava pool? There's got to be one here. Yes.
Yeah, it's right here. This is the lava pool that we saw Silver play off of. But yeah, I mean, I will notice as well, Silver takes actually a decent amount of fire damage going into that because of that woodlight, right? Got lit on fire a few times and now down to just 3 hearts. So a little bit scary, of course, with the low food situation in general, only on 3.5 hearts going into this treasure, which as well can be, of course, a Bastion route where you have to run by a lot of pigs with no gold armor. And so it can be a very scary situation where you can take some damage. But we'll have to see if Silver can handle this well. Going to be jumping over towards this gold block. We see actually Infume seemingly caught up a lot of time there on Silver.
Yeah, I think it's just the movement just a little bit cleaner, even getting to those starting gold blocks. You know, he placed a couple less blocks, stayed a little bit lower, but just got to it slightly faster. And I think that's one of Infume's real strength, something he talked about in his interview last time. Just his movement in general kind of lights out. He's going to be making up a lot of time there. Silver, like, he's behind now, Nerdy, mining the gold blocks.
Exactly. I was gonna say, I feel like I blinked and Infume's ahead. I don't even. It's very, very odd. I felt like Infume was so far behind there for a second, but no, it seems like Silver has lost some time and is losing some pigs. This pig is now perma aggro on him, I believe, because he had to punch the pig. So again, just like some small time losses that seem to be adding up, whereas Infume just having a much cleaner run so far, also on more HP. So, I mean, that is like a small advantage there. We do see Infume gets the TNT off. So you love to see TNT being used in Treasure, just saving a few seconds on the routing here, as Silver also going to be going for the TNT just a few seconds later.
Yeah, messes up a little bit with his blocking off. Probably not losing him a ton of time. One interesting thing, though, is I don't think either player's really been scanning in F5 or with wide macro for a fortress. So maybe they've already seen one. I haven't seen one yet. We're also not seeing a Glodar yet. So I'm very curious to see where these runners are going to be leaving to the fortress.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to take a look around here. I don't know. Was that it on Silver's screen? Was that it off to the sort of directly where he's looking now, off to his left?
That would make sense
at this point. I thought I saw it, but maybe I didn't. It can be tough to see sometimes with the nether fog. But I mean, it would. Yeah,
if you going the opposite direction that we were talking about, and there is a fortress, so perhaps he did see that. And now it looks like he's got a very sizable lead here, eating. I'm not sure if he's eaten his golden apple yet, but he's just completely in the fortress. Silver is so far behind, checking his trades, also on a lot lower of health. He does have his golden apple. He's going to be eating that on the way to the fortress. But this whole time, Infume is just looking for the spawner. And I haven't seen it yet. Maybe it's in the distance there. Silver maybe saves a little bit of time, purling more aggressively to get to the spawner. Only one stray from Infume here. And Silver's kind of in a completely different buried part of the fortress. It looks like.
Yeah, and interestingly here, I think Infume still has Infume still has the Gapple. So I mean, Infume's just doing a great job managing the health situation here. Once again, I mean, not a terrible, not the worst food situation that we could possibly have. With that extra Gapple is nice. But it is still a little bit scary.
Yeah, lots of wither skeletons, and it is a double spawner. So there's the debate: do you even blaze TNT? Do you invest the time doing that with 2 spawners? And if the rates are even decent, you're going to be cranking pace. Infume already on 4 rods, killing 2 more blazes on 5 rods, 6 rods. He's already out. Doesn't need to do anything else with the spawner. Don't think he's pre-crafted yet. And I think Silver's just going to be so far behind because he got to the spawners a little bit later, playing the Bastion just a little bit worse. Infume now measuring his eyes. Let's see what the measurements are going to be.
And there we have it. We have the
he's in
Infume. He's in F1
cinematic mode.
Yeah. I mean, just has to.
That's a little goofy. but it looks like 1,000 block stronghold. So that's a little over 100 blocks in the nether. So going to be a handful of pearls here, and he's already out. Pops another fire resistance potion. This is pretty fast. You know, we're still under the 6-minute mark. We are going into some basalt, so this could get a little bit awkward. I almost kind of like going below the lava here, but it's just so weird. You can't really bridge. You're just purling. It's hard blocks to mine. We'll see if Silver handles it any differently, but I do think I like this better than going on top of the train. It's just so hard to dig all the way through the basalt. Oh my gosh, Infume on 1 heart.
Though, yeah, exactly. It's very scary stuff. So, you know, hopefully he'll be okay here. I'm worried about like a gravel falling or something, but no, it looks like Infume should be okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could see something weird as Infume now is not in the stronghold. Did we miss entirely, or like probably not? Probably just has to dig down. And is digging down.
Yeah, I guess we just missed. I'm not sure if he was on the wrong chords, or maybe it just linked up to a normal cave. That maybe gives Silver a little bit of time to catch up, but it looks like Infume has got a spike here to the right through this hidden. Goes down. There's light at the end of this tunnel. It's kind of a far hallway. If it doesn't turn left here soon, it might be a little bit awkward, but no. The spike continues in the direction Infume's going. But this is getting crowded, Nerdy. There's no portal room here, and Silver's going to be entering the stronghold any second. He does have to pre-craft here, so losing a handful of seconds to that. But if he goes a different direction than Infume, it's just maybe not going to matter though, because Infume's in the portal room.
Infume has gotten his portal room, does need to get the crafts off.
So if Silver has a really fast snap, even if he has a really fast snap, I just don't think it's going to be enough time. We're going to have to look and see what the end is looking like if you're a Silver fan. I think it's to the right here from Silver. He's going to the left. Maybe here's it. Digging down. I'm not sure if it's down.
I didn't remember it being down, but maybe it was. Infume now checking out the 0. Let's see what we've got. It's going to be a back dragon. Looks like this should be a pretty easy setup here for Infume. Will he be able to hit the 0, though? Going up to 95, looking great so far from Infume. Just needs to get the beds off at this point. Very clean stuff from Infume so far this seed. Looking to get a low 8 and take Silver to a game 2 with a 1-0 lead. Infume kills the dragon with the 3+2. Apparently, he has holy nerves, is what he said.
Yes, holy nerves. I'm not sure if those are different than regular nerves. It sounds a little bit better, the nerves being holy. I'm not sure that's exactly what you're saying, but it is interesting to see. Regardless of the nerves, Nerdy, he takes the first seed.
Takes the first seed and telling Silver to lock in. Oh, it's a little bit feisty. He said lock in Chud. So trying to I don't know. He's feeling he's being a little bit feisty today. Infume. You gotta be careful, if Silver comes back.
I think it's because they're friends, but you're right, Nerdy. We don't really see that very often, dropping Chud against Silver. I mean, Silver's pretty good at the game, but I mean, a 30-second lead, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. Infume clearly playing that seed better.
Yeah, no, great stuff from Infume. I mean, I think we did see just a little bit slower of that Nether enter, but then just look at that, Parker. Just slowly saving time on Silver throughout the rest of the seed. I mean, it is interesting that Silver, we see the found stronghold split there is a little interesting. Silver ended up, he pre-crafted before entering the stronghold. So I think that's why you see that 37-second time
that does make sense.
But I'm just looking at the splits here, and he's still between, entering the fortress and entering the end, still saved 10 seconds. So an overall 30 seconds faster entering the end. Great start from Infume to start. It's pretty much exactly what we were talking about with Infume, or excuse me, with HDMI cables last week, just handling that relatively low food seed very, very well, handling the temple in general well. And despite entering the Nether a little bit later, I think was able to just sort of transfer the was able to save time on like random little things like the terrain nav and just handling the food situation a bit better.
Yeah, and that all adds up, dealing with the wither skeletons here and there, Silver, maybe losing a handful of seconds. And at this high level gameplay, it's just sometimes it's that chip damage that Curry was talking about earlier, just these little things that just kind of add up over time. And Infume clearly doing well. We'll see if he can do it again. I don't think any seed is going to favor his play style as much as Desert Temples, but maybe if it's like a shipwreck, we could see a similar situation with some low awkward food type situations. But it's going to be Silver's pick for a seed here. So what do you think it's going to be, Nerdy?
Let's see. I mean, I don't think you want to go Desert Temple. I feel like I'm going to expect something. I'm going to say Buried Treasure. I think Silver's going to go for the Buried Treasure. He's obviously played a lot of Arash in his time. And hey, there we go. There's the prediction. I'm on point. Okay, so far so good. This is a good start. But yeah, it's it's just a little bit more linear, a few less decisions. You get some guaranteed food, which of course is something that Infume is good at. He's good at playing on those low food seeds, and so I think it just makes sense for Silver to pick the BT here and just kind of play something that maybe is a little bit more of an even playing ground for the two of them. But in either case, it's going to be an exciting match. We'll have to see if Silver can come back here or if Infume will take the 2-0 lead in this series. Are you going to stick with Silver? Okay, at this point, are you going to change it now? You're going to say
Overall predictions, I've been pretty good at predicting the seeds runners are going to take, but I've been 5-5 for predictions already. I have a 50%. I'm just bad, you know. But so my original prediction was Infume. My second prediction is Silver. So I feel like I'm cheating already. I just feel like I'm so out of the loop. I don't really know what's going to happen. I like the seed pick from Silver though. In general, BT. I was debating between BT and Rune Portal, but I mean, Infume having had world record on Rune Portal before, a little bit scary. So I like this situation for Silver going into a BT.
And checking out the pie chart here, looking for that BT. As we mentioned, both of them finding it pretty much at the same time. Silver a little bit behind here potentially. Though that could be even like a stream delay thing. It can be very tough to spot sometimes.
Sure. And there is an ocean monument, so you know, often you can get a ravine underneath an ocean monument, so that's something you can be aware of. I mean, it's going to be so far out of the way, and I do see kelp to the right, but on buried treasure seeds, shipwreck seeds, that is something to keep in mind. I like overlapping the gravel breaking while you're waiting for the TNT to detonate. Silver gets one of those off, but Infume just a little bit faster on the mechanics here, and is probably going to be leaving the island a little bit sooner. Is Infume going for more trees? It looks like he is. He's going for another tree. There's maybe one log left on his original tree, so we'll see if Silver does the same thing. Silver building up to get this last log, but it's only one. And so if he's going all the way to these trees, he's losing a little bit of time there on the Micro, having to go to the 2 different trees. And this whole time, Infume, seemingly out of nowhere, just building up this huge lead from all these small little things. A little bit faster crafting, going to the tree a little bit more immediately, finding the buried treasure just a half second faster, and he's going to be in the nether maybe 10 seconds ahead. Maybe even 15.
2x1 off, and yeah, exactly, is in the nether at 130. So I mean, a great overworld there from Infume, playing that buried treasure flawlessly. Now we see going to be heading through this terrain. We'll see if he can save even more time on Silver on this terrain nav to the Bastion. Something we saw last seed. His terrain nav ended up saving a couple of seconds there. I think 3 seconds or something like that against Silver on a pretty short terrain nav. So this is a little bit longer. Maybe we'll have to see if Silver can keep up with Infume here, who's now at this point into the Bastion. We got a stables here in front of us, and we see Infume just finding this chest.
He's not only going to need to catch up or maintain pace, but he's going to need to make up 20 seconds, I think, just on the nether entry. And it looks like we're in the stables. I think this is maybe a triple.
Yeah.
So this is a triple for Infume. This is the middle rampart, I believe. So we'll see. Do we have any obsidian? No obsidian yet. Still nothing. So we're going to be playing probably a triple to gap here, checking some lower chests. Hopefully that's where we're going to be getting our obsidian. And Silver, on the same original rampart the Infume went to, but I think maybe checked a lower chest as well.
Yes, he did check a lower chest.
Bit different.
But now we're going to see Silver.
Obsidian?
I don't think so. I don't think the chest had any.
Maybe 4 obsidian.
Looks like. Yeah. So we'll have to see if that ends up mattering here. But we do have Infume starting this route significantly ahead. Has the piglins in the hole at this point, and is going for the ring of gold blocks here now. Going to be getting those guys trading as soon as he can. Meanwhile, we see Silver just trailing a bit behind here at this point. Is going to need to find some way to make up time. Will that 4 obsidian matter? We'll have to find out here as we see Silver doing this triple to gap route. And it does get some piglins. Actually going to bring them down, I think, to the other rampart, if I'm not mistaken here.
Yeah,
I could be wrong about that, but I think this is a different rampart.
Look at all these pigs!
So many
Silver's
guys,
got a
so
lot
many
of
guys.
pigs. And he's got the advantage with the obsidian. Maybe he's in a slightly better position. It's going to be awkward leaving this Bastion, I think. I love the TNT play from here from Silver. We're seeing TNT utilized a lot more. Usually on Desert Temple seeds, but we just got so much from the buried treasure. I mean, look at all these stray pigs. He's got to have piglins. Like 13 pigs here. Does Infume have as many? Maybe Silver saves a little bit of time on just having more entities trading the gold. I mean, it looks like there's terrain out the bottom here, so probably going to be looking to leave in that direction. I like the diamond sword craft here from Infume. Silver.
And 42 string for Infume, so just hoping to maybe get a little bit more. No, are we just sending it? I guess we're just sending it on 42 string. I didn't see how much explosive we had in the anchor department here, but it definitely could be a little bit of a tricky situation explosive-wise if we do not get more. We'll have to see if Silver goes for more explosives. looks like there is a decent amount of glowstone in the inventory. So I think this should be a fairly hittable 0, but still we see Infume actually heading a different direction now. I'm going to use the pie chart in order to be more confident heading directly towards the good part of the fortress, is inside the fortress now at this point. But we see Silver actually, it looks like doesn't get as sort of, he's more directly headed towards the fortress compared to Infume, and does save a few seconds there over Infume.
And he's at the spawner first. So like Silver looked so far behind, but I think he's made up a ton of time just getting to the fortress. He does have 3 more explosives than Infume, but it probably doesn't matter a ton because you have the TNT to clear out your blaze spawners. I think we also have 2 blazes pretty close. Infume, a really aggressive kill on the blaze there, trying to make sure if it dropped a rod, he would be able to pick it up here. But this is looking closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought Infume was kind of just maybe going to run away with the seed, but Silver's really bringing it back.
Absolutely, and we do have 3 rods for Infume and 2 rods for Silver, so just a 1 rod difference between the two. And we now have the anchor craft. So yeah, it looks like 3 beds, 3 anchors for Infume, or for Silver. I assume the same for Infume as well. And now 6 rods for Infume. I expect to see the blind now, and we'll get that stronghold measurement here as we leave the nether around the 6-minute mark. While Silver kills a blaze, gets up to 5 rods at this point. So is still behind, but it is much closer than it was a moment ago. I think this should be the 6th rod, right? No, maybe? Yeah, I think
this probably is, but it's just been so awkward getting it. No, it's not even the 6th rod, so he's going to have to kill some more blazes. And he just wasted a lot of time running around, dealing with a wither skeleton, trying to manage the blazes knockback. And the whole time, Infume, a lot cleaner with it. He's not pre-crafted like Silver is, but he's off to the races, hurling aggressively here. He's going to be in the stronghold relatively soon. Looks like -230, -230. Yeah, he's going to be on courts here at a handful of blocks, building his portal. The whole time, Silver's just measuring. And so I thought it was looking a lot closer than it is. Infume suddenly just like so much further ahead again.
It does sometimes feel like we just blink and Infume's ahead, is how I feel when I watch Infume sometimes. He is a very interesting player to watch. As we now see Infume navigating the stronghold. I think he got a spike over towards the left a little bit, so going to be heading through here. Is this the spike? Is this where he... Yes, it is indeed. And now going to be able to quickly hunger reset and head into the end. We have 6 explosives, so this should be hittable for Infume. Let's see what the 0 is, though. It is a bit awkward maybe,
overhang.
no? This does handle it well here. He's going to have to go for a
This is going to be an awkward side setup. I mean, this is universal side setup, 94, and you only have 6 explosives. Infume is really good with utilizing the anchors plus the beds, but if you don't keep the dragon high enough, it's going to hit you. That was a good late bed, but it has to bail. Nerdy.
Has to bail.
And so he's pre-placed 1 anchor, and he lost 1 bed, so I think he still has 4 explosives, so he should be fine. And I don't know if Silver can really do anything differently. I'm not sure if you can push a block higher there. We're seeing some awkward end fights today, Nerdy. You know, not as many zeros as you'd normally expect.
And Silver going to have to reset in this staircase. Very, very awkward, unfortunately, for Silver. It just was a little too risky to get into the portal room there before doing so. So now is going to be trying to get into the end as soon as possible. And we now see Infume waiting on the perch. Let's see if Silver can do anything about this 0. It is a little bit awkward, but does handle the terrain well, and now is going to be going for it. Is he going to go for a top setup here, actually, though?
Looks like a great burrow. I don't know if he has enough time here, Nerdy. This is really aggressive.
No, he can't.
Decides to push all the way down, and he's going to be pushing the same height as Infume here, and so it's just not going to work out for him, unfortunately. The dragon flies for Silver, and he's pre-placed
he only has 2 anchors now, right?
I think he had 1 more than Infume going into the end. So I think he still has 4.
No, I think he has 3. I think he has 3 explosives. 1 anchor and 2 beds, but it doesn't really necessarily matter if Infume can't hit this 1 cycle. Let's see. The first 2 beds are decent. The 3rd bed is good, and this should be good. He should be able to kill the dragon here with the diamond sword. Infume with a 2-0 lead on Silver, scaring us a little bit in the end there, but ultimately the 0 was too hard for both runners, meaning that it is now match point, Parker. 2-0 to Parker. Hey, all I'm saying... Oh, no, I guess my prediction was a reverse sweep for Infume, wasn't it? Dang it, I was going to say. We've seen it reverse sweeps, and I could have had that prediction going, but we have seen reverse sweeps happen, and I do feel like Silver has the mental to be down 2-0 and be able to come back. It is difficult to do that. We saw Aquacord handle that situation very well in the last two matches that he was in. Will Silver be able to pull off the same story? We'll have to find out. A 9:30 from Infume. How are you feeling after these first two matches, Parker? What do you think?
I mean, I just think Infume is playing really well here. He seems to be making up time nearly on every split. Silver not having a ton of opportunities to claw back time, and it just, I don't know. I find it hard to see a line where Silver comes back and reverse sweeps. It would be cinema. It would be great viewing experience. But I think Infume, he's just looking really good, Nerdy. I think this whole entire playoffs, even him saying he was really nervous in that first match, being nervous, he can still play well under the nerves. And so I think it's very promising for all the Infume fans out there. That's sort of how I'm feeling here. I do, of course, hope for a Game 5, but we'll see if it happens.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to beat Infume 3 seeds in a row here for Silver. So to be honest, the reverse sweep might be tough, but of course we have seen Aquacord do it, so you never know if Silver will be able to pull it off as well. I'm excited to get into this next match. We will get into the seed pick here shortly for Silver. And there we go, a Shipwreck pick. So, I guess just kind of trying to do something a little similar, but maybe a little different. A little similar, but a little different is how I feel like Shipwrecks are compared to BTs. they have a similar vibe, but not quite the same. Maybe a little more inconsistent with that food is probably the main thing.
I mean, they're both the ocean. If you get a little bit luckier and you go to a right ravine, I think Doog lost the match last week just to sending a wrong direction. So, I mean, if you're Silver, maybe you're hoping for that, get an early lead on Infume. I would have maybe expected more like I guess Village is pretty dangerous with Infume too. Any seed really against Infume is kind of dangerous. So maybe I'm liking the Shipwreck seed a little bit more than I first imagined.
Yeah, I think it can make sense. I mean, Silver, obviously, fantastic player, can play well on any of these seeds, and maybe just wants to get some variety here. You lost your first two seeds on two different seed types. Just trying to go to something different, see if that will work. We'll have to find out shortly if that pick will help Silver out. But it is a fun few matches we've got so far. I will say I just don't want a 3-0 here, Parker. Hopefully Silver can take us to a Game 4. I think that's my hope here.
Well, cross your fingers. Maybe do a little rain dance to Silver. Hope you can pull something off magical here. But it looks like we're getting into the match. What do you think would favor Silver more? Like good food or worse type food in this situation? Probably better food, right?
Yeah. I feel like Silver. I don't know. Silver is great at handling all sorts of situations. He's a very smart player, but I do feel like the low food season, speaking of which, we have rotten flesh. A lot of rotten flesh, but rotten flesh is kind of is not the best food source, right? So it is going to be interesting to see how these runners adjust and adapt if they will go for anything else. But probably just going to have to deal with this rotten flesh throughout the seed unless maybe we have a bridge or something like that. In either case, though, both runners should be able to get off the crafts. Let's see what they go for here. Are we going to... Yeah, we're going to go gold shovel and axe, and then we get the shears as well there. Both runners going for the exact same thing as we now use those shears to get a lot of blocks. Is there going to be... I'm just trying to look for any differences here between the runners. I guess the first thing that spots out that I spot is there's some birch stuff in Silver's inventory, and Infume is out just a few seconds before.
Yeah, I thought Silver's micro honestly was looking a little bit cleaner, but maybe just going to more trees, getting a couple more leaves than Infume here. Also, Silver has a variety of wood types and leaves as well, so maybe a bit more awkward to manage in your inventory. And Infume, just still keeping that lead, saying, hey, Silver, this is why I'm rank 1. Try and catch up, and we'll see if he can here, as Infume's going to be entering maybe 2 seconds before Silver. This is pretty close.
Yeah, this is quite a close overworld as we see. Is that a bridge? I thought I saw the chalice, but yeah, there we go. There's the chalice. And we have a...
Look at this, Silver boating down. And Infume staying on top. I think this is just so much better for Infume here.
100%.
The Terrain King, it appears to be, making a name for himself here. He's just made up 10 seconds on Silver, staying on top of the terrain there. And the fort is close here, Nerdy. I'm not sure. I mean, leads like this, we're just seeing build up, and Infume is not laying off the gas. He's staying ahead of Silver the entire time. Gets both his pre-crafts off, so Infume is going to be starting his route here. I think we have 2 triples. So there's a lot of different routes that you can play, but it looks like Infume's going to be playing Sug here. We'll probably see the same from Silver.
This is interesting. I sort of was expecting him to go off to the left rampart just because we saw the fortress closer there, but Infume is instead choosing to go for this. Let's see, is Silver going to go for the same thing? No, Silver actually going to the other rampart here. Yeah, so great stuff. We see some deviations between the 2 runners here, as now Infume is checking the chest here, gets lots of obby from that chest, going to check the other side here, and it gets a little bit of gold. We'll see Silver here, meanwhile, is going to be getting the auto funnel off here on this left triple. So we'll have to see how if this affects the situation, and lots of obby there for Silver as well. Yeah. So pretty similar situations overall, but I will say Silver, for what it's worth, is closer to the fortress, right? So if these trades are really good, I mean, Silver is just a little bit closer to the fort. Maybe that will end up helping him a little bit. Maybe you can just, it's a little bit easier to get a pearl to that fortress, as we now are checking the trades, and we should be good to go here. Silver setting off the pearl hang, and Infume as well, as we now check the trades. We're on 18 obby here for Silver, but look at this. Infume just into the fortress. I guess just started those trades a little bit earlier and is at the spawner at this point. And a bit low
I think
food.
just kind of maintaining his lead here. Silver maybe saves a handful of seconds from being a little bit closer. But it's looking even worse for Silver. I mean, if you lose this, you're out of the tournament. He needs to make a move here. Yeah. We'll see if he can do anything funky or fancy on Infume. Infume's got his double blaze bed set off already too. Is Silver even pre-craft? Look at the hoglins for Silver here too. This is so awkward.
Oh, wow. No, that's so bad. I mean, I guess maybe a silver lining here is maybe you get a little bit of food from this guy, but it's just I think it's just not worth it, honestly, at all, as Silver now has to deal with all of this junk, and he does get the pork chops, at least only 2 though. Should be enough for the rest of the seed, I suppose. But
yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good little boost. If it's a far stronghold, that's going to help a lot more. But Infume, I mean, he's been managing his health well here. So, like, how much is it really going to save? He's going to be able to eat going through the portal on the way out of the nether and the way into it. So, going to be able to heal up a couple more hearts. And it's maybe not going to make as much difference as we thought. Looks like, and it's close, Nerdy. It's 800 blocks away for Infume here. So, that's literally like 1 pearl throw away. And he's just going to be able to maintain this lead. So we're going to need something different in the strongholds for him for Silver to have any sort of shot at coming back here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the strongholds and the end have to hold for us. But it does seem like Infume getting ready to go here pretty soon. Just needs 1 more rod before leaving. The first blaze does not drop. Let's check out the second blaze. It does drop into lava. Oh, and the next blaze drops. So it does not matter really at all. But we do see Silver getting the measurement off. So Infume, to potentially close out this seed and this series, digging through the wall, and is going to be arriving at cords here shortly, is on the X coordinate. Now just needs to go a few more blocks. Oh, man, take some damage there on that fall. Scared me, but is now going to be entering the stronghold here, as we get the settings changed and check out this preemptive. Nothing great, though. Nothing great so far. Looks like you're going to send down mid to start, and still nothing. I like maybe this hidden room off to the left. Wasn't there one? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. We'll have to see if this ends up
This is going down. That spike looked a little bit better.
Is that it?
He pearls, maybe thinking that it was the portal room, but it wasn't. But it seems like he does hear something. No, not committing.
Is it over here to the right? It is over here to the right. Interesting. Okay. So, Infume, at this point, has gotten the hunger reset off and should be entering the end shortly. It is a 2-eye, so doesn't need to craft any more eyes here. Now we're going to check out this 0. Is that 055? So it gets the pearl clip off and is going to be going right for the 0 here. Again, is that the same
This is
tower from
tall.
last time?
This is T100 or T97. And so we're going to be doing another universal side setup. And if he only has 5 explosives here, this is going to get really awkward. Misplaces. He might not be able to hit this 0. I mean, the first bed did no damage. The second was great, but this is probably not going to kill it. And he's on fire, Nerdy. He's on fire and he dies. And so it's up to Silver now. This is still the same hard 0, but Silver has 1 more explosive. Still a little bit awkward on a universal side setup. Doesn't misplace his Obsidian, though, and so it's going to be sitting a little bit better. Good first bed.
0. He, of course, doesn't know that Infume died here. So he does have to send this. And does get the dragon kill. Fantastic stuff from Silver with the double explosive there at the end. Able to take out the dragon and take Infume to a game 4. Fantastic
it's not a sweep,
stuff.
Dirty. It's not a sweep.
The practice clearly paying off for Silver as we get a sub 8 there. And as you mentioned, we're at least going to a game 4. It's not a sweep. And we'll have to see what this next seed has in store for us. But great stuff from Silver, able to hit that very difficult 0. That Infume, unfortunately, was not able to pull off. 746, 2-1 for Silver. Or, excuse me, for Infume.
Wow, I didn't realize how fast that was. You know, it's still a sub 8. And, you know, it was looking really good for Infume entering 25 seconds ahead. But if you don't hit the 0, Nerdy, it just doesn't matter whatsoever. And Silver is going to be pulling ahead there. Maybe it was that 1 extra explosive that he had that pulled him off the win.
Yeah, some really impressive stuff overall, I'd say, from Silver, able to pull that off. I will say, though, Parker, to be honest, yes, that was obviously a great 0 from Silver. And in Infume, we did see that was like probably the first big mistake we've seen from Infume today with that misplace of that crying obby. But the thing I'm worried about is, I mean, I just feel like we've seen Infume just, I mean, look, 25-second faster end split there. And I mean, I don't know, we saw the averages at the beginning, right? Infume was like 30 seconds faster on average than Silver. And it seems like that has been the case throughout these 3 seeds. So Silver kind of relying on a mistake from Infume. I want to see this next seed. I want to see Silver beat Infume to the end and take us to a game 5. That's what I want to see. I want to see not like some mistake from Infume or whatever. I want to see Silver just outpace Infume and take us to a final game. That's what I'm hoping for, Parker.
I totally agree. It's one thing to win off of an opponent's mistake. It's another to beat them outright in top speed. That feels really good, especially in tournaments like this. And if Silver can pull that off against Infume, then it'd be tied up 2-2, Nerdy. And we really could see a Silver reverse sweep. Another reverse sweep would be kind of crazy. 2 in a day?
That would
There's
be
not
ridiculous.
been like many ever.
Yes.
No, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Maybe we're getting a little greedy here. I'm just good with the game 5. Yeah. You know what I mean? To be fair, I feel like last seed I said I'm good with the game 4, and now I'm saying I'm good with the game 5, and next time I'm going to say I'm good with a sweep. So maybe I'm a little greedy here, but that's okay. Anyways, we'll get into the seed picks here shortly. Any predictions for this seed pick from Infume?
I think it's going to be a village. You know, it's very similar in terms of like heavy decision making. I think it resembles like a temple. I think it just fits Infume's playstyle. And now it's just like he's lost the seed. I guess he could go Ruin Portal. He's like had the world record in before. But actually, I'm kind of in a toss up. I'll go Village though. Ruin Portal a close second. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he does Ruin Portal.
Okay. I think that's fair. We'll have to see here shortly. Okay, I got spoiled on what it is, but it is a village, so there we have it. Village pick from Infume, I think, makes sense, kind of similar vibes to the temple and the fact that you get lots of different ways to route it potentially, lots of decisions to be had, and Infume's decision making is something that he is very known for. So as we look at this beautiful village, this little villager here standing on top of the grindstone, what are your predictions for this match? Do you have any predictions? What are your thoughts? I said my prediction already. What about you, Parker?
I think this match in particular, I think Silver is going to enter faster than Infume, but with less food. That's my prediction here. A little bit niche.
I know. I like the specificity.
Yeah. Okay,
No,
I'll try to
that's-
be precise.
that's
It'll be a Plains Village.
Okay.
4 iron plus Iron Sword. I'm getting
All right,
a little greedy with my predictions here. I got to back down. There's a lot of different variables
No.
here we're working with.
That's fair. I'm going to say also Plains Village. Are you ready for this prediction, though? I'm going to say Infume is going to go for carrots.
Ooh, I kind of like that shout. I think carrots are underrated, especially like if there's not hay bales easily in the way, and like carrots are just arguably the best food source besides like golden apples and enchanted golden apples that you can get in a speed run. I really like the carrot shout out.
And let's see what we've got here. It is a desert village here for both runners.
In a plains biome, though, notably.
We were close enough.
Yeah. And this is gonna be cool because we're gonna be able to get our beds here, as opposed to the Aquacord match. We saw players enter without a boat, and so if you don't have the right sensitivity with your Ninja Brain bot, it can be like you can't even measure the stronghold correctly. But it looks like we're entering here 6 iron, not the 5, no iron sword, but we do have 2 pieces of armor, and this can matter. This probably favors silver. You know, maybe not as known for handling like the low food seeds as Infume.
But I will say, like, look at this. I mean, kind of your exact prediction here. Infume getting less food, only on 10 bread, whereas we see silver with 5 extra bread. So potentially the seed, you know, if it ends up being a little bit slower, maybe it's like there's more opportunities to take damage for both runners, or maybe you just have to throw more pearls. Like that could give silver a slight advantage with the 5 extra bread. Of course, 10 bread can totally be more than enough if the seed ends up being short and sweet, but you never know. The seeds, we have seen some pretty bad seeds here in playoffs before. Of course, not as much seed checking, which means that the extra 5 bread could end up mattering for silver, as we now are going to get the bucket here shortly.
Yeah, I think Infume saving a little bit of time using a stone sword. I've been seeing a lot of runners crafting a stone sword recently. It's just a lot faster killing the golem. But look at this, Nerdy. Both of our players going completely opposite directions. And so it can be so punishing if one of them doesn't have a lava pool. Infume has a lava pool. Silver does not. This is not looking good for the silver fans.
And there we go. He does get 1 flint, but looking around and still not able to spot the lava pool going. I mean, this is totally a different direction from Infume at this point. And Infume going to be entering the nether at this point. Silver does find a lava pool, but is pretty far behind at this point, unfortunately. Once again, the overworld being a pretty big factor here in this run. We'll have to see if Infume can maintain this lead. Again, I think if you're rooting for silver here, you want this seed to be as slow as possible. You want as many opportunities to take damage from skeletons, from hoglins, from piglins, whatever it is. That is silver's way back into this game, in my opinion. And now Infume going to be taking some pretty aggressive movement through this Soul Sand Valley. Now getting right into this double and going to be starting the stables route shortly. Do we have no triple chest here, Parker?
No triple chest. So the order in which you check chests is really going to matter. And it looks like silver has checked the single that Infume did not and got obsidian. So this can really matter. Silver also checking that same top section that Infume did. And so silver is going to be checking more chests than Infume here, which is something he really likes to do in his playstyle. He's kind of known for stables, you know, made the literal tutorial for stables bastions on the Mcsr YouTube channel. But Infume is just raw ahead here. And so if we're hoping for a silver win here, we're going to have to hope that we don't get the obsidian trades and that Infume checks the chests in the wrong order. Only time will tell. You're totally right. We don't have a triple, so it's going to be a lot more awkward to get this obsidian. I think that's the big storyline here.
Yeah, so 12 obsidian before trades even start there for silver. Infume, let's see how much obsidian we're on. 13. Yeah, so this is going to be potentially... I mean, this could decide the match even.
This could decide the
Infume
match.
gets unlucky here, let's see. Checking this chest. Is this one going to have obsidian? And no, it does not. So Infume's going to need to check that chest that we saw Infume
Only
get
a 14,
potentially.
Nerdy. This is the line. This is the line for silver.
See, silver
he does not have
19.
the obsidian.
Wow.
I think silver is going to get 20 here. And if he does, he's going to be able to lead to the fortress faster. This is the lead he needs. Not on
Yes,
20
and does
though,
he have
Nerdy.
fire
Not
res?
gotten
Yes.
it from trades, and I'm not sure how much gold there is left.
He has
29,
29
so
left.
he should be fine. And he has
Okay,
20.
he's
He has
out.
20 obsidian, so he's out. But Infume now has to check the chest. He doesn't know which
He's
one has the
checking this one. We
guaranteed
don't know
5
if this one has
obsidian.
it.
And it
This one
doesn't,
have
Nerdy. It doesn't. He only has one. No, he has 2 chests left to check. And I don't think this is the one with the obsidian. This is a committal chest to
could
check
be,
because
but
you
we
have to
don't
dig
know.
so much. And if it doesn't have obsidian, which it
No.
doesn't, this is even better for
19.
Silver. Infume's going to have to go all the way to the other side of the Bastion, digging down the whole time. Silver is making up his lead. He's making a name for himself here. Can he win his second match? He's going to be in the fortress so much faster than Infume. So much faster. Infume's not even checking for the chest. He's trading gold.
Yeah, he's just going to trade this 1 gold. And this is not guaranteed to give the obby. We'll have to see if it does. And he does get it. So
Barely.
Infume does get the obsidian, but is so far behind Silver at this point. Might be confused as to exactly what happened there. But yeah, Silver just checking that chest on the way into the Bastion. Infume not going for that has made a huge difference between these two runners, as we now see Silver trying to find the spawner. Is he able to? Not quite yet. Infume trying to claw back some time potentially, but ends up in the middle of this lava lake. Now Silver struggling, honestly, to find this spawner. Going to be heading down this hallway, trying to use the side of his screens to get a little bit better visuals onto the end of it, but we don't see anything still. Silver still not able to find the spawner. Infume now at this point is into the fortress. Will Infume be able to find the spawner faster?
I think he got a spike, so unless those are chests or a ruin portal, he's maybe even going to be at the spawner before Silver. No, the spike is gone now.
Silver checking up
He
here,
looks
not
kind of
down,
uncertain
up here.
on where to go. Where are these spawners? He's going up. There's awkward lava here. No spawner, though, for either runner still. We've spent almost a minute in the spawner for Silver and just absolutely nothing. Finally finds a spawner. So he is still in the lead, and Infume appears to be lost, so probably not making up a huge amount of time, if any, on Silver here. And Silver, he's got his double blaze bed off, so now he can really start to crank this end game.
Yeah, and Infume getting a little bit lost here, which is frustrating. This is a very frustrating. I think this does. Oh no, this is a different spawner. Okay, so they are in different spawners, which of course could end up mattering. They could get different strongholds. They could get different terrain nav. They could get just, I don't know. It could just be a little bit different here between the two. But Silver, meanwhile, has gotten 4 rods, 5 rods now. Is this going to be the 6th? No. It is not, but
not quite.
Silver is significantly ahead of Infume at this point in this seed.
Also,
it is sort of exactly what we predicted. Sorry, yeah, go.
He also has more explosives, getting more beds from the village. And so if it's another end like last seed, having the more explosives is what in part caused Silver to win that seed. So we'll see if that ends up mattering again.
And we now have 10 eyes here for Infume as Silver is leaving the overworld and going to be leaving the spawner hopefully soon here. Ooh, is Silver going to send the 1 eye? That's a question. Looks like he am I
Is he?
I think he is sending a 1 eye. Am I mistaken? I might be mistaken. I thought he had 9 eyes and 1 rod there. So I think he might
On our
be,
little
but I
graphic,
could be
it
wrong.
says he has 7. But I'm not
does he
sure.
have
I mean, he
7?
could.
Okay. He's got 13 eyes according to chat. I missaw that. My apologies, but we do see Silver now headed right towards the stronghold coordinates here and is able to place the obsidian down and get into the stronghold around 8:30 and does not. Oh, I thought I thought I cursed him there for a second. Spoke maybe a little too soon, but he is in the stronghold now. Few seconds later,
this
and now going to
wormholing
be
that he did though. Really like keeping a high Y level, so probably getting to starter a little bit faster. It looks like he liked the spike down this direction. It's looking more awkward the deeper that he pushes, and if it's not this light source, it is. So he's going to be in the end first here, Nerdy. This is probably the best look we've seen from Silver in this matchup. What's the 0 looking like? It's open. We have 8 explosives. It's back. Even if you have to do a universal side setup, like this should be fine. This is kind of a high tower. It's 97, but I think he has time to get to it. Not sure what the dragon's rotation was. He's there a full rotation
Beautiful stuff.
early. He has a bow. I mean, this is looking textbook.
Should be good to go. He
No
should be
arrows,
good to go.
though.
This
No
is,
arrows.
I mean,
That's an early bed. That's really low. Scary, but manages to keep the dragon high.
Ooh,
That was
really low.
also
Let's see.
low. He's messed
Silver
it up,
scaring
and
us
now
here.
going for a crystal kill. Even though he has the
That's not
bed,
gonna be
he
enough.
messed up the
He failed
0, and it's just...
And he's dead.
Silver's
He's dead.
dead.
He's dead.
Watch Infume,
now
though.
has
He
the
could
chance.
mess up. The dragon's also low for him here.
The
That's
dragon
so
is very
low,
low
Nerdy,
for him.
that's so low!
Infume!
And he
He's
blows up
scaring
the
us
crystal.
here.
He's pearling.
He uses the
The
pearl.
dragon's not dead. There's no arrows on this scene, Nerdy. There's no arrows. How do you kill the dragon here? If you're Infume,
What is he
do
gonna
you have
do?
to chase down all of these towers? You don't. Do you even have the health to break all the crystals? If you just punch them all, I don't know if you do. No, he has bread, so he should be fine. But
But
ask the
Silver
question
is
is
going to be
how does
running
Silver
back
run
here.
back?
Silver does not have blocks, and it was over lava, so that's going to be awkward. But I think he should have some explosives left. No, I thought he had some explosives left. Infume get a full dive. Infume get a full dive.
Infume's dead, Nerdy. And it's
But
anybody's game. What do we do? What are the lines for them to kill the dragons? Infume has to go all the way back to the end, break all the crystals.
Yes.
Silver, I don't know if he has enough explosives
Back in the
to do
Bastion.
it. Probably has to... He's back in the Bastion.
Yeah, I think just trying to get some pearls, maybe some fire res, because again, like that portal was so awkward. It was in the middle of the lava lake, right? So I think that's just gonna be that's a smart play from Silver to just play it safe here. Of course, neither runner knows that the other runner is dead, right? Like they both can assume that they haven't killed the dragon yet, of course, because they didn't, the match is still going, but neither runner knows that how horrible the other runner's position is. So the mentals might be cooked for both runners, but I mean, at the end of the day, I honestly have no idea who's even favored here. I think I like Silver a little bit more. I feel like he had some explosives left. I don't know. I thought maybe he should be okay if he can get back to the end, but Infume going to just use the stuff from the village that he can and head back towards that stronghold portal. So, wow, crazy
this
stuff
is so
here.
awkward to get to. Like, we have to go...
Silver here.
Like, Silver's just gonna die
skeletons.
here. He didn't get any wood. He has no tools. He does have a pearl, so he can pearl above these skeletons, perhaps to the crimson, but then he's gonna be on 1.5 hearts. It's gonna be so awkward for him here. I think Infume is running this back better, but if Silver has more explosives in the end, it might be enough to kill the dragon, especially if you have a quick... He's killing skeletons in hopes of arrows, Nerdy. Maybe...
Yeah,
he
does
gets an arrow. Maybe he's like
There's
hoping
one
for
more
one shot. He
skeleton?
can't one shot with a crossbow. I don't know what is going through Silver's head right now, but this is awkward. You do not see this kind of gameplay often in playoffs. Like, what is even happening here? Silver, if you mine this, is that going to drop into lava? He's scared to mine
I think
it,
he's just gonna die.
but he needs the hunger reset, so he's dying to get more health. And Infume, this is nerdy. This is cinema.
What is
What? Like, how do we kill the dragon here?
I don't even know. It's just so awkward for both runners at this point. I mean, I assume both runners are almost like assuming they're gonna lose. They're just waiting at any moment for the match loss screen to appear. But both of them just absolutely struggling so hard. It is
still
absolutely
not
wild.
Wood. Like,
So
why are we not
just not
getting
going for it.
wood? Is it like so far out of the way? I don't know if it is. Infume, I think Infume's run back is looking good right now. I mean, Silver has the
It's
pearl,
looking
though. Silver
decent.
has 6 pearls.
How many beds do we have? I don't know. It's just gonna be so awkward. I didn't see how many beds Infume got.
Oh my
Does he have
gosh.
any? From the village?
Me?
I don't know.
I don't think he has any from the run back. I think he has to go just break all the crystals. You could stop at a library. You maybe get enough string for 4 beds from the 2 libraries, but then you have to find them. I think he's probably just going to be entering the end here. The dragon's still relatively low health. He has food. He has... oh my gosh, does he have enough blocks to get to the island?
I think he's okay.
He has enough
okay.
blocks to get to the island.
He does have to use the wood. I don't know if we needed that for anything, but yeah, look, he's
breaking it. What does he want it for, though?
I think he maybe wants to get
so...
a pickaxe.
No, he
Or
has.
maybe he wants
it.
to get a few blocks here and save that. I don't even know.
I guess.
I'm not
Can he
even entirely
craft
sure.
more beds?
Wow. Yeah, I guess he's trying to save some wood. I mean, I don't even know. This is just wild. Like, this is absolutely a wild scene.
This is
we see
wild.
Silver now digging down in the middle of Netherrack here, hopefully on his stuff. Oh, wow. So has a ton of explosives.
Infume
there.
has a lot of explosives.
Yeah, I
so
did
he's
not
totally
see
fine.
that. I guess that's
if
why
the
he was
dragon
saving
pushes
the wood.
here,
That
he's
makes
going to
sense.
win.
Yes,
I mean, Silver has a pearl. He can throw 2 pearls. This one's not going to be in lava. You kind of need to, like, aggro pearl here.
And there's the perch
blocks
for Infume. Gets a east-west perch.
My gosh.
And now just needs to hit this. I think this is a 4-bed for Infume to close this one out. The first bed is okay.
He messes up this 4-bed, he has 5 beds. He has 5 beds. He has 5 beds.
He should be okay. And he has a 5th. Okay. Well, there we have it. Wow, Infume unfortunately eliminating Silver in one of the most chaotic seeds we've seen. Chaotic seeds we've seen in quite a while here. Barely getting a sub 15. And there we have it. We can see, we can ignore the match win number and just, look at the enter end.
Respectable 9-16.
Sub 10 pace. Yeah. Ignore the last 5 minutes. Pretend that didn't happen. We close our eyes, did not see any of that. But yeah, some great stuff from Infume. I'm curious to hear his mindset after that match. We'll get into a player interview here shortly, but wow, that was absolutely hectic.
That was entertaining, Nerdy. That was fun to watch. That was
certainly
I mean, it goes to show the skill of running back and knowing what resources you had when you died is still an important skill, even at the upper echelon. In these niche cases, like, it matters, and Infume takes the win.
Yeah, and it's important, never give up. I feel like both of the runners did do a very good job, like trying to claw back. Maybe it's very tough, right, with all the nerves, all the pressure, to take a loss or to take a death like that in such an important game and be able to keep going, right, and to not even think about it and to just go right into the reset. But I feel like, I don't know, both runners playing it well. Infume just playing a little bit safer, maybe getting, like you said, getting the wood. Silver, we saw kind of playing a little bit more aggressively, maybe not going for that. Seemed to be sort of a big difference between them. And ultimately what gave Infume the win in this one. What a crazy, crazy 4th game. Makes me excited. I mean, hey, we were talking about like unpredictability. You know what I mean? At the beginning of this, right? We did not get our predictions, which is kind of meaningful in a way. We didn't get a 3-0, we didn't get a reverse sweep, but that game, I think, was certainly unpredictable. I don't think anyone saw that coming at all. So at least we got that out of this series. Infume going to be moving on. And you know what that means, Parker? I just realized. Is that guarantees. Yep, that guarantees a new playoffs winner. So that is going to be very exciting. We are, 100% guaranteed to get someone new on top. Very exciting. I don't know. I mean, who's going to be? There's so many options. Really could be anyone.
A lot of good options.
So, yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the bracket here.
The best.
We're getting some good lineups, Nerdy. We've had, this is a really fun playoffs to watch. I think, yes, maybe my favorite it's turning out to be. And we still have the best matches to come. We still have the best ones.
Yes.
So it's going to be great.
Yes, we do have Feinberg here up shortly against NHB. So that's going to be a fantastic game. But yeah, so it looks like Infume's going to be going against Aquacord next weekend. Or not next weekend, tomorrow, sorry. And EDCR is going to be going against the winner of Feinberg versus NHB. So this is exciting, man. This is exciting. I'm looking forward to see who is going to move on to the grand finals, who is going to move on to tomorrow's game here upcoming between Feinberg and NHB. But yeah, what a fantastic series there. Silver almost able to take us to a game 5, not quite, but still a good performance, I think, from Silver. And that last seed was the greatest thing I've ever watched.
Yeah, it was a good matchup. I love that we didn't get a 3-0. Silver got a match, kept it close. It was, like you said, a fun watch. Do we have an interview with Infume?
I believe so. Just going to need a second here before we get into that. But
we got an exciting match coming up with Feinberg and NHB. I think, honestly, kind of reminiscent of the Feinberg versus Loki in terms of play style. NHB, I think he's just got like really good mechanics, and he's been improving a lot recently. I think that's going to be a really exciting one. But Feinberg finally maybe making his stretch for like a first place in playoffs. He's doing really well. So I think that is something to look forward to. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for that match.
Yeah, no, I am too. It's my first time ever commentating Feinberg. I've only ever commentated with Feinberg, but not on Feinberg's gameplay in playoffs. Because every single time that we have had the opportunity, or there has been a Feinberg match, then I've been commentating with him, so I haven't been able to do that. You know what I mean? So it's very exciting. I'm looking forward to being able to get that opportunity to do so. Of course, NHB is an up-and-coming great runner as well. I think we're going to get into our interview here with Infume, the winner of this match. So looking forward to that. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I think it's all good. Oh, are we muted right now? I think we're muted right now.
Oh, I think I'm muted because I shouldn't mute here. Sorry. I'm gonna be hearing double nerdy voice. It's okay. And my own voice. But the interview's the only thing that matters.
But we are indeed back.
I forgot you guys can see. I turned on Discord.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
We can hear you. Can the stream hear you?
Oh,
Beautiful. You want to take it away, Nerdy?
You go first. I'm having technical difficulties still.
Okay. Well, Infume, first of all, congrats on the win. How are you feeling just overall? I think that's the first question we like to ask people.
Everything's all over the place. I choke back-to-back zeros, and then I'm trying to get tech support getting into this to this playoffs interview. It's just everything's all over the place. Everything everywhere all at once. As you know.
Well, it was fun watching you. I did have a question on how you look for lava on village seeds. You made up some time on silver on one of the village seeds, and I just wanted to hear your thought process on how you approach it.
I mean, that seed, I remember, I don't know, it's kind of funny because I was looking in HVG earlier, I think either last night or earlier today. I think you were doing, Parker, you were doing them. You checked, I think Silver's, you checked Silver's overworlds, and I saw he was in Netherite, he's bottom 0.0% on village seeds. I have a 20-second faster overworld on average, so it's like I already know. I feel confident in them, and now I can see, it's something he kind of struggles with. I feel a lot better with it. But then also, I remember specifically on that overworld, it was really weird because the lava pool you saw is in the opposite direction of the river where you would want to get your gravel. But it's just it's weird. I didn't really want to play for woodlight. The river was kind of close and it was weird. So I specifically remember I wanted to look down the river and look towards the desert to see if there's a lava pool, and I saw some stone exposed down the river, and I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so good. And I mean, I think it did end up being really good because my line was really nice. I was able to get a bunch of blocks of leaves, just get my gravel on the way, and then literally 2 seconds later, I'm building my portal. And I imagine he was doing a woodlight. I remember even when I was in the portal animation, just please, come on, just let me get a bad woodlight. I know he's woodlighting, please.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome to hear the thought process. Thanks for sharing. Nerd, are you here, Nerdy?
Okay, all right. I guess I am here.
Okay.
I can hear myself on Discord or on through the screen share or something. So it's really throwing me off.
In triple.
But my question for you, Infume, is just who are you looking forward to? Oh my god, I cannot do this. It's actually so bad. I can hear myself talking with delay. I gotta mute the Chrome browser. Okay, I'm good. I'm so sorry. That is hilarious. That is
How
hilarious.
do you mute the Chrome browser?
Infume. All right, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, okay.
My question for you. You're going to be going against Aquacord, okay? What are you looking forward to tomorrow? Are you going to do anything to prep specifically for that game? Is that a match you're nervous about? I know you face them in the LAN, or are you feeling confident? How are you feeling going into that match tomorrow?
I mean, I feel good. I think I'm just gonna go in. I'm just going into that match with the same mindset I was going into this match and my match against Cables last week. I think for me, it's just all about the mental preparation. Make sure I'm confident. I'm comfortable with myself and how I'm playing. And I think as well, it's gonna be nice because yes, Aquacord beat me in the LAN, and I still sometimes think about that bow clutch when I was a solid 20-30 seconds ahead. I was like, I still feel good because I think on every seed I've played in playoffs so far, and even in the LAN in Vegas, up until that seed where I died on, I think I was in the lead at a really solid point. I think I'm playing really well. I think I think I'm always putting myself in a really good spot to win. So I feel really confident in my gameplay. So for me, it's just all about the mental and trying to get back on Aquacord.
Yeah, some great stuff. I mean, I definitely think that you played really well today. I mean, that last seed was a little bit scuffed. I guess like, do you have any thoughts on that last seed? Like, well, I'm just like curious. Is it? Did you fully like give up mentally, or like what are you thinking in that moment where you die and you're just I don't know. I feel like it must be so hard in such a high stakes match to die. But I mean, you did a great job handling it. So I just want to hear what you have to say.
It was like a weird back and forth because I imagine Silver do home portal, or did he get that gold block early, or is there another obby chest?
He found he found a chest that you didn't like, the very first, the closest chest in the stables on that right rampart.
Huh, okay. I'll have to check that back then. But yeah, I was like fully convinced he was doing home portal, and I saw him blind, and when I was on 2 rods, I was like, ugh. And then, I'm still like behind, going for the 0. I figure, I want to push for that top setup, play for any win con, and maybe it flies at 95. It literally just flew at 95 the seed before, so, it's punished me twice. Why can't it punish him once? So I was like going for that, and then, on that second rotation or that first rotation, I go to shoot the dragon. I have no arrows, and it's like, oh no, I have no arrows. But then a second later, it's like, oh wait, he has no arrows either. And then it's just like a minute passes, and it's just like, I know he's going for that 0. I know he probably doesn't have the most explosives unless he got more wood or more beds in the village. And then, after like a minute or two, I felt really confident because I knew I still had 15 wood or 15 wool left over that like I died with, because I don't know if you saw as well on my run back, I broke a log and I didn't realize I didn't pick it up. I think if I picked that up, I get another bed, and I probably just hit that 0 fine.
Yeah.
But I think just knowing I would need less time in the overworld compared to him to get back, because we still need tools to mine through. I only need to get the wood in order to get the explosives, and then I'm entering. I see that as East-West Perch, and it's like it is a nice feeling to know, okay, I'm getting the perch, but in East-West Perch is probably the worst because that takes so long to go down. It's just the most agonizing, like 5-10 seconds ever. So when I went through the portal all clean, it was a very nice sigh of relief.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, yeah, it must have been a stressful game, but you are moving on to tomorrow, at least the semifinals. And with your win, Infume, I don't know if you heard this or if you thought about this, but it is guaranteed a new winner. So you are changing up the storylines for season 10 here, Infume, by getting that win on Silver. Congratulations on your win, and good luck tomorrow. It has been a pleasure to have you here as always, and we will get into thank you for being here, Infume. And we'll get into our next match here shortly, everybody, which we have Feinberg versus NHB coming right up.
Beautiful.
Oh, we're still here.
This is gonna be good.
And
was I muted?
I think we were muted there for a second. There's been some we have some growing pains with the new program, everybody. I hope you all can forgive us. It's gonna be worth it in the long run once we get everything all sorted. It's gonna be worth it. But today there's gonna be a couple of funny clips. So that's just how it works. I mean, I think that's my optimistic side of myself. I think it's nice to have a few little fails to share. But it will be worth it. I promise. Once we get it sorted, everything's gonna be better. There's gonna be less delay. It's gonna be fantastic. But yeah, so apologies if for the unprofessionalism, I guess. I've had a few errors today, you could say, with my microphone, but that's all right. No worries. It is all good. I think we are going to get into an intermission here shortly. Up next, of course, we have Feinberg versus NHB. How are you feeling for that match, Parker?
Like I've been saying, I've been looking forward to it. I think we have these two different play styles, reminiscent of the other one. Yeah, I'm just glad to see Feinberg really having a good run here. I think his gameplay has in most of the playoffs has looked really good, and he's had close matches, but he just hasn't had that breakout where he's been winning, and this one could be the one for it. So I'm really excited to see that storyline develop.
Yeah, no, I think for sure. I would love to. I mean, Feinberg obviously has not been feeling the best, and has been going through some difficulties, you could say. And so I would love to see Feinberg move on. Of course, he is a good friend of mine. I'm a bit biased, but at the same time, I like to be I like to play both sides, and I feel like NHB moving on would be so cool as well. I feel like maybe a bit of a lesser known runner compared to some of these other people that we see have seen get eliminated quite early. And so it's exciting to see new people come through and prove that really anyone can take the win. And that's what's so cool about playoffs, is that it is, totally, an open qualifying event. And to see some new names and to see a guaranteed new winner is very exciting. And so we'll get into that match shortly, but we have a quick intermission to go to before so. So stay tuned. Feinberg versus NHB coming right up. Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 10 MCSR Ranked Playoffs. I'm here joined once again with Parker. Parker, how are you feeling after the short break? Are you looking forward to this game? What do you got to say for us?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a little rejuvenated. I'm feeling like I'm ready to sit back and watch these top level players. Honestly, I feel like I've learned a lot watching these players this playoffs. We've seen a lot of new micro come out. We've seen like TNT used in places, a couple different routes. We've seen like debates on using one eyes and whatnot. And so even just like as a player, I feel like I have a lot to learn from this playoffs in general, which has been just fun for me personally. And I think that trend will continue in this match.
Yeah, no, 100%. Feinberg versus NHB, of course, a player. I mean, two players I think that we've never seen get past the round of 16. Is that right? If I'm not mistaken, I think that's true. And so
we used to have
definitely
going
to be.
And so Feinberg is like won some matches. We did have like a different bracket in season like 5, or 6. So like Feinberg won 2 matches there. I'm not sure if that was that would have been past round of 16. But I don't know about
I forgot about that. Yeah. But it wasn't a round of 16. You know what I mean? It was a different.
Because it was like a different
way of doing
format in general.
So I by technicality maybe I'm right, but
true.
But I know. But anyways, we do have a good match here. Regardless of the stats, it's going to be a great match. I mean, these two runners, obviously two very skilled runners. We saw NHB take down Rao last weekend, and Feinberg we just saw beat Loki after being down 2-1 as well, is I think an important takeaway from that game. So he's definitely looking good. Obviously, Loki is a very formidable opponent, and NHB is as well. So Feinberg's route to getting to tomorrow is not going to be easy whatsoever. And NHB as well is going to have to go through Feinberg in order to take that spot. So I'm looking forward. I think we'll get into the seed picks here shortly. But first, we got to look at the player spotlights here. So looking at the stats here, honestly, I'm noticing pretty similar averages, pretty similar win-loss, a little bit favoring Feinberg. A pretty similar elos. Like, honestly, a lot of these stats, Parker, looking pretty similar to me. I'm trying to find some things that really stand out as different. And really the only thing I can see is that best rank time.
Yeah, I think maybe the most notable thing to me is just like best rank time, like what you're saying. I think it kind of sort of speaks to NHB being a really good mechanical player who's extremely fast on those linear seeds, but overall Feinberg is winning more. He's got a higher win percentage. He's even got more games, and I think that just is because he has better decision making in general, and he knows how to play off the different situations. Like, even if you have a slightly slower average, maybe it's because you're playing those 5 seeds that are 15 minutes a little bit better than your opponent, and maybe if you're the fastest, you just lose those because you're not as good at run backs. And so overall, this looks promising for a very good matchup.
Yes, and I think people have been mentioning Fine 608. I think these are season 10 stats, and I think the 608 was from season 11. So that
True.
might be why.
That's notable though. That's notable, Nerdy.
That is notable.
Doing really well recently.
No,
just a little bit
I've
unfortunate, like where the stats are getting pulled from, and
I mean, we're just a little bit delayed, with the stats. It's a little bit. It's a little bit offset, right? Of course, the players are playing. They've been playing a lot since these stats were taken. And so, maybe those averages are different. Maybe all that stuff. I mean, we could of course go into those stats at some point, but I think we should get into the seed picks here and take a look at those in just a minute here. But I guess
it should be NHB or Feinberg's pick, and we've got to be seeing a Desert Temple. You know what I mean, Nerdy? Like, it just makes sense in my head. Feinberg's the higher seed. He should just pick Desert Temple.
I'm gonna have no comment. I did spoil I keep doing this. I'm sorry. I keep spoiling myself. But yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is a Desert Temple. So good stuff with the prediction there. Once again, I feel like you're always on point with the prediction of the seeds. Parker.
I
love to see it.
I mean, that one's like a free prediction, but thank you. I appreciate it. I've been doing better than past seasons. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah.
There is sort of strategy to picking the seeds, and we're seeing people like Feinberg and Infume really liking the Desert Temples, and I think it's been working out. So maybe there's a skill to develop in just picking the seeds and reading your opponent, which could be very interesting to see as we get further and further into how rank develops.
100%. I definitely do think that this may favor Feinberg in this seed. I mean, obviously that's why he probably picked it, but we have seen lots of times where, you know, it does. I would be curious, Parker, to see, because in my head it really is. There's not like a clear correlation between picking the seed and winning it. Is what it feels like to me. I don't feel like there's like some huge advantage. It would be interesting to take a look at what those numbers look like. Between like how likely is the average playoffs player to win a seed if they pick? You know, that would be an interesting thing to look into. But
that gets into like whole statistics, like p-values and whatnot, and I don't really know how it works, but it would be interesting.
But yeah, so Feinberg going to be picking here with the Desert Temple, and I think that, like, yeah, as we mentioned, he's very good at decision making. He's very comfortable on these seeds. Did pick that seed against Loki and ended up, well, he I think he lost one temple and won another one, so I guess just, you know, is very comfortable on the Desert Temples, but as we saw from that game, not guaranteed to win, so we'll have to see. I think we just need a few minutes here before we get started. All right, so I forget, what were your exact predictions, Parker, for this match? I don't remember what you said.
My predictions...
Did you give me a number?
I didn't give you a number, but I have Feinberg winning this. I'm just kind of using my pick'ems. It didn't really ask for exact stats, but I think it's gonna go to another game 5. Personally, I think it's gonna. I keep saying this. I just think it's a really similar matchup to the Loki game. I just think NHB and Loki just very similar. I would like to see NHB whip out some crazy times here. Unfortunately, I think I did hear that like this is maybe his last season, so. Hopefully, you can get some good times going. But that is sort of my prediction.
That's interesting for sure. Okay, here's what I want to see. Okay, since we have like I think a minute or something here, we're just waiting on something on the back end here. Chat, listen, I want to see if we have a lot of people here. Okay, I want to see your wildest predictions. Don't give me like Feinberg 3-1. I don't want to hear that. All right, I don't want to hear NHB 3-0. I don't want to hear a scoreline. I want to see something really specific, like a pink sheep on the 3rd seed or something like that. And what I'm saying is, between everyone here, between all the people in chat, surely there can be someone
at some point
that gets something really weird correct. So that's what I want to see. Like, get your craziest predictions in, and I'm sure that between everyone here, surely someone has to get something really crazy right. That's what I want to see.
I saw Baby Hoglin incident. I kind of like that one.
Yes. No, and later we can look back.
The craziest thing, guys. Not like corrupted end portal. People have heard of that before. But I'm talking like a Hoglin knocks a skeleton in front of Feinberg as he's trying to crit a blaze.
Like a long sentence.
You know?
Yes, exactly.
Like something crazy. Something crazy. This is a chance to practice your creativity, your unusualness. Get into it. I think this is fun. Chicken jockey, interesting. Looting 3. Come on, guys. We need more unique than looting 3.
Yeah, we want to see some really specific stuff. This is your chance to, like, I mean, I'm surely someone gets one of these. I mean, like, if all of them are like 1 in 1,000, if there's 1,000 people that type, then on average we'll get one person that gets something really crazy right, you know? So this is your chance to really
exactly. Go all out. I like your stalling strat here. This is good. We can go back, we can like clip whatever happens, and I guess we have to have something crazy happen in the match though, you know. We can't have a boring old standard couple of matches from Feinberg and NHB. So they got to put in the work a little bit too. But I'm liking these predictions a lot more, guys. Blaze Spawner knocks Fine off 4 and he misses boat clutch. 3 bats in temple and they can't mine the sandstone. Okay. That's maybe my favorite prediction so far. That would be kind of funny.
That's really good. No, that's really good. I like seeing. I've seen a lot of creative ones from everybody here. So hopefully someone will get something really crazy right. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Yeah. Looting 3 and killing Enderman. That would be crazy.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I would see that.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
And here we go. And now our chance to see if any of those predictions will come true here as we enter this Desert Temple seed. And looking around, and does spot the temple for both runners. HP maybe a little bit ahead here, but I mean, it's really micro at this point to compare anything.
Yeah, just a little bit micro. And maybe what we'd expect from NHB here. I like that we have trees on this seed, but gravel could be a problem. I saw a water pool. I'm pretty sure I saw the lava pool. So the main question is going to be, are we going for a woodlight? Are we looking for flint anymore? I know Feinberg is a fan of doing the higher TNT setup. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. No hidden gravel anywhere. There is an ocean in the distance, but it's probably too far. I think both players are probably just going to be playing a woodlight here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this ends up mattering. If the woodlight ends up... We've seen a lot of woodlights affect a lot of these runs. But, looks like NHB maybe is going to go for the gravel here. Is Feinberg going to do the same thing?
It's like a second lava pool out of the way, so Feinberg didn't see that. Then this is going to be a significant advantage for NHB. He does see the fire, so actually both players are probably going to be doing the same thing, getting their flint from that ocean. Not too far away to play.
I mean, I feel like NHB is just playing really well here. Just seems to have gotten that gravel ahead of Feinberg and now maybe able to take a lead. But Feinberg actually not going into the ocean, finds a little bit of gravel here on the edge of the beach, now able to use that. And honestly, I think both runners very, very close to one another here. Entering the nether, it looks like NHB just with a little bit of a lead here as we enter the nether. Let's see what the nether has to offer for us as Feinberg is completing the portal just a few seconds behind NHB.
Yeah, I mean, clean gameplay from both runners. Love to see it. Looks like I can't tell what kind of bastion this is. Maybe housing. Well, we'll have to see as they get into it, but it's not far away. We have a decent amount of food. I think we have a golden apple too. No, this is bridge. So this is going to be really nice, especially on seeds where you have the TNT. Usually not going to have to worry about getting more blocks here. We've seen a ton of explosions from both players. NHB maybe having to use some gravel, though. Actually kind of low on the block, so maybe this is favoring Feinberg a little bit on the start of this route. But crafting up our gold helmet. And we have one triple on the right, so we're probably going to be seeing a Sug from both of these players.
And Feinberg...
Oh, a little scary from NHB! Has to
I was
bail
watching Feinberg. A little scary for
here.
Feinberg, honestly, as well. The Hoglin just offering some issues to these runners as we now see the routes coming out from both. I think the fortress was in the background there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to see if that is the case. But in either case, both runners here getting the pigs into the hole. NHP just a few seconds ahead still as we see. It's a very low food seed here, though, Parker. As we see only 15 run flesh, no gapples, and so if NHB took some damage there, we do have one gapple. We do have one gapple here for NHB.
We do have a gapple, so that helps actually a ton here. We have seen on some previous season playoffs, like if you misuse the gapple, if you take some damage in a bastion that you didn't mean to, which I thought NHB was going to, but I think he managed to play it well. And honestly, Nerdy, because it was a Crimson, I don't think that hiccup that NHB had in the bastion was nearly as egregious as it could have been.
True.
But is Feinberg leaving out the back here? Wasn't the fortress in the opposite
this is not where I thought I saw the fortress. So I must have just been mistaken there. I thought we saw the fortress, but it looks like Feinberg is headed sort of towards the chalice, in the direction of the chalice here. And we see NHB heading off to the right more, actually, it seems. Does either runner have vision on the fortress here?
No, I don't think so. And I'm not sure if we've seen a ton of pie charting from either player as well. So maybe this is the defining feature of the seed. Where is our fortress? NHB clearly out faster, which is a little bit surprising to me. I mean, Feinberg does have a pearl hang here. Checking his trades, he's got everything. Not a crazy amount of pearls, but should be enough to complete the seed. But where's the fortress, Nerdy?
Is that the fortress there for Fine? I think that's the fortress there for Fine. I think Fine does find it.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Fine sees it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm like doubting my fortress spotting abilities now. Sometimes it can be very hard to see on the little screens here. But NHB now does find it as well. So Feinberg has caught up some time. It is now in the lead. We'll have to see if he continues that to the blaze spawner on 2 hearts here. So definitely a little bit scary for Feinberg. 1 blaze hit could be enough, or 1 wither skeleton hit could be enough to take him out. But it looks like he's okay. He's going to be eating up here.
Heart, though.
NHB on half a heart here, so really anything at all could kill him here. 1 blaze spawn, anything like that could be all she
You
wrote,
get
but
10
it looks
seconds before the next blaze spawn cycle generates. So you want to get your TNT off before that potential to happen. And it looks like he's done it. Feinberg, love this, using buttons to detonate his TNT. There are zombie piglins next to him. You do not want to aggro those. But it looks like he's going for some strays here. I'm not sure how much I like this play. I mean, it's more time that you can use to heal up. I guess it's 3 strays. But it's just so far away from the spawner. I'm curious why he'd be making this decision here. You know, typically we see runners pre-craft at the spawner, like NHB, he's pre-crafted, messes up a little bit with his bow die though. Measuring, let's see how far it is. 1,500 blocks away. So that's going to be about 200 blocks in the nether. Has a lot of gold picks. This is looking pretty good for NHB. We're only down to 3 rotten flesh, so we can't heal up, honestly, a ton more. So that might come into play, as we're going to have to chuck a good 3, 4, maybe 5 pearls to get to cords here. And he's taking some damage here. He's on 2 hearts. Can't even throw a
some scary
single
stuff.
pearl. And this is good
More
for Feinberg.
spawns here. Yep. Feinberg here
he's
trying
gonna be able to travel to
kill
second cords
these
a lot
blazes.
faster.
And looks like we do see NHB handling the blaze as well, but I mean, it's just so scary. There's so many guys around him, and like, there's another blaze right in front of him. On 3 hearts now, Feinberg is on 5.5 with 4 rods. So this blaze spawner has proven to be quite awkward for both runners on the low food, but they are both staying alive and doing a good job handling it. Feinberg still yet to blind here, so gonna blind now, get that measurement off. We see NHB making sure the inventory is good to go. No food left though, as you mentioned there, Parker. NHB just has to deal with the 5.5 hearts before the end of this nether split. Feinberg gets the measurement off. Now on
NHB
7 eyes,
gets
I
3
believe.
strays here.
Ooh,
4 strays.
interesting.
There's one behind them as well. So depending on the rates here, I don't think we have great rates. So this is just going to be weird for NHB. If NHB takes another hit from a blaze, it's going to be really bad because he has a pearl hang. That's another 2.5 hearts down. He can't be taking more damage, and he's still not out nerdy. This is punishing. I guess he could. Doesn't want to, though. I think it makes sense. I don't think Feinberg would ever send a
NHB is ahead at this point. And now is going to get these blazes and should be also on. Let's see. I think this blaze might be different though. Is that blaze different? That blaze is okay, cool. So that blaze did drop a rod that time, and so that spawn cycle was NHB didn't have fire res. He's dead.
Of fire res. I mean, it was such a bad position anyways. He was on half a heart, like bridging over lava. It's just so awkward. I think Feinberg has managed his health way better than NHB here in this seed. And he's going to be entering the stronghold, and NHB just has to fully reset the seed. And so unless we have a disaster like the Silver Infume run, even if we have that level of disaster, I still don't think it'd be enough time for NHB to catch up. But if Feinberg dies and does something really awkward, it could be bad here too. You know, he's only on 2.5 hearts. I think this is the portal room.
So
he's going to be entering the stronghold here, or end here. And this should just be a Feinberg win. He has plenty of explosives, still has enough pearls to hit basically any 0. It is overhang, so a little bit awkward. Is it front dragon? Is it back dragon? It's front, so this is just an even better situation here. We're at Y94. This is an easy 0. Feinberg should be walking away with the first match here.
Should be 1-0 Feinberg, as long as he does not choke this 0. He's looking great so far. And gets the 3+2, or I guess 3+3 if you want to count the last cosmetic bed there. But good stuff from Feinberg, getting a sub 10. And yeah, it's hard to say how much the death ended up mattering for NHB. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I feel like Feinberg played the endgame very cleanly, but at the same time, NHB was looking good. So definitely unfortunate for NHB, an unfortunate start. But regardless, I feel like, you got to just move on from that seed and realize, it was a mistake. Got to move on. Think about the next seed, not think in the past. Goldfish memory. And NHB can easily come back and take Feinberg out of this Season 10 playoffs.
I totally agree. Love the Goldfish mindset, especially on these seeds where you know, you're not even getting outpaced. It's just a mistake on your own. You know, it's a different kind of mental fortitude to like ignore that, you know. And I think NHB looked really good last week. I think he will totally be able to. And my prediction, Nerdy, I think this next match, NHB will enter the end first and is going to take one match.
Okay. I think that's a good, that's exciting. I like to hear it. I like the back and forth always, Parker. You know me, I'm always rooting for whoever's currently losing, because that increases the chance of us like having a more exciting storyline, you know, more back and forth. Right. So I'm with you. I would love to see NHB take a game off Feinberg here. But no, I mean, yeah, NHB was playing very well, right? Like it was just this mistake of not having fire res in the lava, which is unfortunately that is way too big of a mistake to happen. But at the end of the day, you know, happens to even the best of the best runners. So we'll have to see if NHB's mental can bounce back, or even if maybe that didn't even affect the mental. Maybe it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate, and we move on. So we'll have to see how NHB plays in this next seed, and if we see any lingering effects from that seed and the frustration of it. We'll get into. Well,
he's got the seed pick here. So, yeah, you know, there's a little bit of momentum in like picking. I think just a Ruin Portal makes sense from NHB. It's just like the stereotype of like fast player versus like mechanical player versus decision-making based player. So it feels a little bit shallow of a pick. But it is a Ruin Portal.
There we go. Oh man, your prediction rate on this is crazy. I feel like, I mean, even I swear you have not gotten a single one wrong, and it's like that's one thing when you're predicting the winner of a game. It's a 50-50 ultimately who's going to win, you know, even if you're just randomly guessing. But when you predict these, it's like you got like 5 or 4 options or whatever. Like, I mean, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed.
You flatter me, Nivy. You flatter me. Yeah. We'll see if my prediction of who actually wins is gonna get any better, because I have not been nearly as good. But you know, I'm hoping to get proved wrong. I always like seeing unique stuff, and I think this playoffs, you know, the last match in particular, we saw some really unique stuff.
And I think we are ready to get into the game here. So we will do that in just a second. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's gonna be a close one once again. I mean, I guess that seed it ended up not being close, but it was close until that moment. It was very close until that moment. In fact, NHB I think was winning. So yeah, I definitely hope to see that continue. The close matches continue. That's what I want to see. No big mistakes, and hopefully maybe even NHB can guarantee us a game 4 with this one. You know, winning 1 seed here would guarantee a game 4 at least.
True. I mean, that would be beautiful. You know, we could see some really fast seeds. Have we seen the looting 3 that you've been predicting yet, Nerdy? Is this it? Is this the looting 3? Well,
I said it's the second. I'm gonna say final day. Final day. That's my
final day. Oh, jeez. So you want cinema on cinema? Well, we're about to see what kind of loot they're dealing with here. Probably not going to be able to make an iron pick. I mean, that's a lot of nuggets, though.
It might be a sword. There's some sword here.
We will be able to make an iron pick and a bucket. We have a fire charge. I think this is 6 ingots worth. Not quite 7. 1 short of 7, actually. And did we see the enchantment on the sword? What's the sword enchanted?
I didn't see it either. I think both runners just broke the... I mean, they're both keeping it, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. But also notably, both
Curse of
runners
Vanishing.
with 2... Curse of Vanishing, that's too bad. I got optimistic there for a second. Both runners there as well with 2 gapples, which, you know, is good from the healing perspective, but it is not from the saturation perspective. And so we'll have to see how the runners handle this seed, and if that influences anything. Both with a sub 1 Nether Enter here, now going to be looking for the Bastion as we see NHB does get out of this little cave. A little bit ahead of Feinberg here, so taking another lead against Fine. Nice boat clutch there from NHB as we now are trying to wrap around this terrain.
Goodness. This is not looking good for Feinberg here. Gonna have to
Feinberg taking some damage. I didn't see that.
Ran into some lava on the way down, like it was generating. A little bit unfortunate. But NHB looking really good here. Had a much better completion getting into the Nether, and the food situation is also just looking a lot better. If you're Feinberg here, do you ever debate getting another Hoglin.
Yeah. No,
Like
I think
for
that's not a bad idea at
food,
all.
You know, the saturation is going to be kind of low here. Typically, you want to
Look at
match the
this terrain,
saturation
though,
of the
Parker.
food with the out that you're down. Sorry, it's not.
No, it's okay. I sort of interrupted you there. I will say, first things first, Feinberg having to eat the second Gapple, so that's unfortunate. But then also, I mean, this terrain is just horrendous to this Bastion. We do see it looks like to be a housing, but I mean, it's just horrible for both runners. Feinberg having to diagonal bridge while under a block, now finally able to stand up straight. We do see NHB taking some pretty different terrain here, though, into this housing, and so that is going to allow we're going to see probably some different routes here. Feinberg in the lower section of the housing, whereas we see NHB up top going to be doing a top-down setup here. So totally different Bastion routes from the two runners, just approach the terrain entirely differently, and so we'll have to see if that ends up affecting the route. Feinberg taking 5 hearts of damage,
NHB too, though. Look at NHB.
NHB half a heart.
Can't even take full damage. He has the 2 golden apples, though.
Yeah.
So he's going to be... I mean, he eats both of them immediately, which I'm not sure if that's the correct play. You're optimizing for saturation there. That's really good regen. But the golden apples do just give you the regen effect, so I'm not sure. Either way, the food situation, I mean, still bad for Feinberg. I mean, taking lava damage in the nether is just so bad. You take extra ticks as opposed to like when you're in the overworld. It's just very punishing. And even though this is a relatively fast seed, a ruined portal into a housing, it's still going to be really awkward. And you're going to have to think about, where do I hunger reset? How do I get my health back if you're in Feinberg's position? Maybe not NHB. He might have enough.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but like both runners taking a lot of damage here. Feinberg taking more damage, in fact. And now we'll have to see these runners looking for the fort. Looks like that is the fortress leg, I believe, there for NHB. And so gets a Pearl Hang off in the right direction. But yeah, both runners, no food at this point. Luckily for NHB, does have 12 hearts with the absorption hearts. Feinberg only on 4.5. So wouldn't be surprised if we see an anchor reset from Feinberg soon here. Again, this terrain was very, very awkward getting to the Bastion, which would, to me, assume that we're probably going to need to pearl out of here. Also, importantly, though, no fire res for Feinberg. What's going on there? NHB has plenty of fire res. I don't know.
I don't know what's happening to these trades. I mean, Feinberg has the same amount of obsidian, but you're totally right. Has less pearls, has less explosives. No fire res is really punishing Nerdy. You're totally right.
I don't know.
He's going for backups. Did he lose trades somewhere?
Here.
Is his hole not sealed correctly? I mean, NHB is just now with the spawner. And the explosive count is very important too. We're going to be able to double blaze bed here and not even think about it. Feinberg needs more string from somewhere.
I think he must have like lost some trades or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like there must be like a little hole somewhere down in the trading pit. And I mean, that is unfortunate for Feinberg.
He's pre-crafted a shield, Nerdy, because he didn't get any fire res. Like, he has to have missed trades from somewhere. He's probably just like, this is probably just a pearl hang. It's going into lava, so he needs a fire res here. But he probably should get it. He's traded a whole bunch of extras. I mean, he's checking.
There we go. Now we get these. Like, that's just so bizarre to me. I want to know what happened. Honestly, I don't know what happened
analysis to explain that.
Did he get the mid block, like the blocks you get on the way down from the top down? I just assumed he did. Maybe I didn't catch that. I think I was watching NHB on half a heart, but I'm wondering if maybe that's what it could have been. I really don't know.
That's a good shout. I mean, meanwhile, NHB is just so far in the lead now. This is looking good for him. Messes up the eye measuring again. I think just something with like the DPI button that he's using. Maybe not used to it, but this is looking to be a close stronghold. 500 blocks away. So NHB isn't going to have to hunger reset anywhere on the seed. Feinberg's already done it, so losing a little bit of time there. And an explosive. And this is just looking so promising for NHB here. Just commandingly in the lead.
Yeah, and so, I mean, ultimately, that is going to be a huge difference maker. I mean, not getting the fire res for Feinberg, holding him back a lot on this seed. I'm really curious to watch that one back and see exactly what we missed and what what gave NHB the advantage there. Because I honestly, I'm wondering if maybe there were some gold blocks in the top-down chests. Like that's a possibility.
That's a possibility.
I'm trying to think of what it could have been. It's such a bizarre situation to see, as we see Feinberg crafts the explosives while NHB is digging towards cords. I'm not sure exactly how close we are. I think we're pretty close here, just maybe like 10 blocks away or so for NHB. So should be, it's a sizable lead here at this point for NHB with, plenty of health to deal with. Honestly, it could be a little awkward if the stronghold is bad. Might have to get a hunger reset before getting into the portal room, but we'll have to see what this stronghold has to offer for us as we build the portal. And Feinberg has just now gotten the measurement off.
Yeah, not looking good for Feinberg fans. NHB gets a spike to the top left. This looks good, promising. Going through this hidden. Yep. And if the portal room isn't down this staircase or the one to the right, it could be bad. Decides not to commit to it. Maybe hears something. Maybe hears that it is the portal room and wants to hunger reset at the top. You're not sure
I ran out of sprint, I believe. Ran out of sprint, so yeah. So just had to deal with that. But now just going to be looking down, maybe down further this direction. Is that the portal room through here? Further down?
And this is getting lower and lower.
Yes,
that is here. So it's always a little bit scary when you're going solo.
So now going to be entering the end here. Just a little bit of end terrain there, but nothing to worry about, honestly, as we now have NHB going for the front 1 and 8 setup. Let's see if he can do it. Going to go to 91. Yeah, maybe going to go, even a little bit higher potentially.
I mean, this is awkward. We have to use Soul Sand here. A little bit of stuttering, but to the setup, plenty fine. We have a bow. We have arrows. More explosives than Feinberg. And this is looking like almost a 2+2 even, Nerdy. Very clean zero cycle from NHB, tying it up 1-1. Love to see
very good zero from NHB. Feinberg is struggling a little bit in the stronghold. But it won't matter because NHB is going to take game number 2. And Parker, it is now 1-1, which means we are guaranteed at least a game 4. No sweeps are happening in this quarterfinals match. So I'm excited to see where we go from here. Let's take a look at the splits. We see, it came down to the Bastion. There's not much to analyze here, honestly. I guess I'm seeing that maybe Feinberg saved 20 seconds or saved 20 seconds.
That's significant though. I didn't think you would save so much time there, like 20 seconds on NHB. But I just have no clue what even happened in the Bastion. I'm gonna have to watch this back.
I really do want to watch this back. I am very, very curious what happened exactly. I'm thinking like the top down must be it in my head. It must be blocks, right? Like you must have just gotten some gold blocks in the Bastion or something like that. So I think we're going to do analysis after the next seed, it sounds like. But we will get to see that shortly. I am very curious to see exactly what went wrong for Feinberg. But either way, 1-1 Feinberg versus NHB. Great start to this series. You love to see the back and forth. All right, Parker. All right. Mm-hmm. Seed picks. What is our next seed? You're 2 for 2 so far.
Pick. I think it just makes sense to go with the village. Like, they just feel such stereotypical like seed picks. But I think if you're Feinberg, I don't think he's going to be going for anything crazy. I don't like the idea of, maybe you like the low idea of food on shipwrecks. But if I'm picking one, I'm picking village.
Okay. I think that's a good guess. I think I was going to guess that as well. So we'll have to see. I have not spoiled myself this time. So I'm gonna react with everybody else this time. And we've got a village. Oh. Wait. Was that?
It was for half a second. It was a village.
Unless it's not a village.
It's a village, but not a village. Maybe it's like a snowy village. Maybe that's what it's implying. Are there even snowy villages in the filter these days? I know we've had some changes. I think there still are, but I don't know if we'd see any in playoffs.
I think so. We'll see. We'll see. I would love to see more snowy villages, more toolsmiths, more weird seeds. I feel like my favorite seeds are either the really, really fast seeds or the really, really slow seeds. I always say that.
Yeah, right.
I feel like those are the most exciting to watch. The ones that are kind of, you know, like a sub 10 is like, okay, it's cool, but but I would love to see some really fast seeds or some
Right.
like that 15-minute seed we got earlier today. That was easily my favorite thing.
That was a fun watch. I think my favorites are the seeds where runners take two completely different decisions and still end up being on the same pace.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, no, I can see that. I feel like that is always interesting when that does happen. I mean, the game is linear a lot of times, but obviously on a seed like a village, there are lots of different ways to play them sometimes. So I would love to see some different decisions this seed. There's some possibilities for that. We'll get into the game shortly here. I believe waiting a second or two, but it's going to be an exciting one. Feinberg, so far everyone has won their pick, so maybe Feinberg's going to take the win here. That's going to be my prediction. I'm going to say Feinberg's going to win the village. It's going to be 2-1. We're going to get an Acacia Village finally, like Parker. What about you? What do you think?
Ooh, Acacia. I think that makes sense. I'll go with you to the Acacia. I'm a fan. Yeah, orange is a good color. Okay. Hot biome, maybe more lava pools. I think it's a respectable pick. I think I'll also go with you on Feinberg taking the seed.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to see what exactly happens. Yeah, I mean that last seed really came down. Like I feel like the first seed was the big mistake from NHB. The second seed was a bit of a mystery to us. It could have been a big mistake from Feinberg, but in either case, Feinberg got very heavily punished for whatever happened to not get enough fire res there. But now we do see
immediately
right off the bat, Ruined Portal. Run is going totally different directions, and there is a Gapple, 1 obby, and also 2 iron from the chest there. So that's interesting. Now I think Feinberg doesn't need to kill the golem, right? Because it's iron pick plus 2 iron. So Feinberg can totally skip the golem here, while NHB is not going to go for that at all. So this is a very interesting decision early on from Feinberg that could have a big impact on the seed. We'll have to see. NHB is going to have to go all the way back and kill the golem, or maybe is going to hit the Ruined Portal after this before going to the golem. It's going to be interesting to see how NHB approaches this, but obviously we know that Feinberg knows he doesn't need to kill the golem, where it's unsure for NHB if he goes for the Ruined Portal next. So it's
there's a little bit of cope with NHB being able to, like, you could make shears here if you're killing the golem, but he doesn't. He's
going for the
bucket nerdy. Does he think that this Ruined Portal is part of the completion?
Oh, it might be just guaranteed to give 2. It might just be guaranteed to give 2. That might be what we got going on here.
Knowledge that I'm not aware of. This is why NHB is one of the top runners. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I spaced on that for a moment, but in either case, we now have NHB getting the water and Feinberg. Actually, they took totally different paths, but they actually are in very similar positions now. They both got the blacksmith. They both skipped the golem. They're both mining trees. And we see Feinberg going to go for this flint right here, whereas NHB is also going to go for that, but taking slightly less, like has to kind of circle back in a slightly slower way, meaning that Feinberg is going to beat NHB on this overworld. So the village pick paying off for him, as we are now building the portal and waiting for NHB to arrive at the lava pool here. Ooh, drops the flint and steel. A little bit of a micro mistake there. Now we see Feinberg entering the nether. And let's see what this nether has in store for us. We've got a treasure bastion. And just
right off rip here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if Feinberg does Glowdar. I'm pretty sure NHB does Glowdar, and we've seen this matter a ton. Feinberg, a huge fan of just playing quadrants and general game knowledge of where he should go. But also there's some tech using chunk borders where you can figure out what side of the treasure you need to go to. Looks like Feinberg having a bit of difficulty doing that. I kind of like NHB's play going into the treasure more here. We're going to be able to get to these starting 2 gold blocks the same time as Feinberg, even though we're so much slower into the overworld. And look at this, Nerdy. As he's mining these starting gold blocks, he's raising and lowering the render distance. This is because NHB is going to be doing Glowdar. Hits a pig, though.
Cool.
Hits a pig.
Oh, wow.
Aggro's
There's lots of pigs and
he's dead.
Wow, and our second death
from
NHB in the series, unfortunately, and that is going to give Feinberg a massive lead. And unfortunately, that's also he will find that out soon, probably, and be able to play safer according to that. So that is an unfortunate, basically.
I mean, the run back is kind of This might not be the worst
run
run
back.
back.
I was gonna say a 3-minute time loss, but no. If NHB can get back their stuff in time, it could be closer than that. Feinberg,
and if you get the like crying obsidian chest like early on, maybe you like are aware that Feinberg likes to metagame, and so you try to get an advancement early on. He's got obsidian. I guess you get that from the rune forge chest. Like, this is not the end of the world. This honestly, this is a very good run back. He's maybe only lost 20 or 30 seconds here.
Yeah, he's
doing Glodar, so that's time he could make up. Feinberg dealing with his own pig here, though.
And is going to be mining the gold, the rest of the remaining gold blocks here. So a definitely a lead for Feinberg, but as you mentioned, the Glodar could end up having an impact. It seems like I don't know, like this treasure is like totally enclosed, so you definitely don't have the best vision on where the fortress could be, which definitely, as you mentioned, with the Glodar, that could, of course, increase the chance of Glodar helping out. And Feinberg also with 2 beds is something else I'm keeping an eye on from the village. How many explosives did NHB get? Not exactly sure, but that is another thing to keep an eye on here potentially. We see Feinberg is going to...
He's breaking spawner though, Nerdy.
Yep. Gonna just break spawner.
I kind of like this. Feinberg combating the Glodar new strats with just breaking the spawner. And because he's so far ahead, because it's the village, we have a ton of food. So I think this play is just going to keep him in the lead. A consistency play, not going to have to rely on like guessing where to go. But NHB, I mean, using Glodar, looks like he's maybe found a direction that he likes going to. Appears to have stopped. I mean, he's crossed a couple chunk borders. Kind of hard to tell.
And Feinberg just pearling decently aggressively and does find the fortress now. Going to be turning the render distance down. Maybe get a few strays. There we go. 4 strays on the left for Feinberg. Yes. So going to be able to grab... oh my god, wait, is that like...
5, 6.
Is this like...
They're duplicating, Nerdy. It's just straight up on straight.
Yeah, blaze mitosis. Yeah, it's crazy. We have lots of blazes here. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the blaze takes out the skeleton there. Very convenient for Feinberg. Now able to try and find a rod here. I feel like these rates are so horrible, though. How many rods is he on?
Yeah, not great. He's on 3, gets 2 more here. NHB is there and at the spawner at the same time as Feinberg.
Yeah,
which does not have the same strays.
It does not have all of those strays. I mean, a good play, though, from Fine, right? Turning down the RD and getting all those guys. It was a smart heads-up play from Fine to be able to get those strays. It really paid off. And now on 4 rods, able to get the blind off here soon. But, I mean, I think NHB has done a great job getting back into this game despite taking that death. Obviously, it was not... I thought this game was just over for a second. But he's done a great job just getting right back into this one, making it a lot closer than Feinberg would like. And we now have all of the rods for Feinberg, so Feinberg should be able to leave now. And we see some blaze kills there, 3 rods for NHB. Feinberg just needs to get the measurement off, and assuming this eye doesn't break, he will be good to go. Let's see how close the stronghold is. This could end up mattering. They should get the same stronghold since they're at the same spawner.
Aggressive pearls here.
Yeah, very aggressive pearls. I guess he does have the gap, right? So he's just able to do so.
No, I think it totally makes sense here. You want to keep your lead on NHB. It's 1,200 blocks away, so he's leaving. He has all of his rods here. The terrain looks pretty open. I like the decision to go lower here. It might get a little bit awkward depending on the exact angle, but he's got the gold picks. That's always nice, little bit cushion on traveling to the second portal chords, and he's just maintaining this lead against NHB. I mean, maybe using all of his gold picks. Usually you like to save 1. No, he still has 1 left. So probably want to save this last gold pick for zeros so you can hit some harder 0 cycles. NHB finally out here, but I'm really liking this position from Feinberg. Just keeping that lead, playing consistently, and he's going to be in the stronghold any second now.
No, he's doing a great job handling the seed. Feinberg taking advantage of that lead that he got from the NHB death. And we now see just looking around for a spike that he likes. Maybe likes that one down there. So we're going to try and find a way into that section of the stronghold. Trying to go a little bit more right, it seems like. He's going to
Normal.
loop back here. And there is the portal room for Feinberg. So Feinberg could take a 2-1 lead here, potentially, if he hits this 0. Let's see what we've got. Very open. We'd love to see that as a runner. And it is another front 1 and 8. So Feinberg has the opportunity to close this one out. This is a very hittable 0. Going to be going for the 91-92 setup. And now does indeed get to the standing 92 and is able to pause for just a second to make sure the dragon's properly aligned and going to hit this 0. The first 2 beds are looking decent. The next 2 are going to take out the dragon. A 3+2
I mean,
there,
NHB,
Parker.
not too far behind. A 3+2
Not too
is
far
clean
behind at
0.
all.
I like seeing Feinberg switch from the netherrack to the nether bricks, like once he got halfway to the setup. You know, it's just a little bit better for like they won't blow up with all the explosives. But you're right. Convincing win for Feinberg there. Very solid gameplay.
Yeah, and so far, Feinberg has just won on the 2 seeds that NHB has died, right? But NHB, I mean, honestly, I'm just very impressed. I feel like NHB did a really good job. I mean, only 38 seconds behind entering the fort after that death. Like, I feel like that's a really good recovery from NHB. So that's definitely impressive. Oh, I guess we'll enter the Bastion a little bit earlier, but at a different part. It gets a little complicated. Sometimes the splits are a bit misleading. But in either case, it seems to me like NHB doesn't take deaths, and it's Feinberg's winning any game that NHB is not dying. It's my conclusion.
Yes.
Sorry, the other way around. Feinberg's only winning the games where NHB is dying. So I would love to see a game where NHB doesn't die and it's close, and maybe we even send it to a game 5, if I may ask for that from the ranked gods, Parker.
Yeah, can we get another one? That would be cool. I'm liking how this is shaping up, though. I think you're totally right. I want to see NHB have a clean match, no deaths here. It was an impressive run back, but just not enough to fully recover from.
And I'm very curious about this. We've got a Fulham analysis, so definitely going to see exactly what happened, what went wrong for Feinberg on that 2nd seed, maybe what led to the deaths for NHB, or some other pivotal things that could have influenced what happened. Fulham, take it away.
Cool. So my
Welcome back to your 5th and final mid-match analysis of this fine Saturday. The last quarterfinal of our bracket. It is Feinberg versus NHB. And let me take you all the way back to seed number 1, where we had one very monumental thing that happened within this seed, and that was the death of NHB. Let us talk quickly. Just let me remind you exactly what happened here. A Pearl Throne, 3 HP, 130 blocks to travel within the Nether, lands in lava. Problem, as we can see, the flashing fire resistance sign in the top right here shows that you have less
you guys
than
can
10
unmute
seconds.
here, by the way, if you want to say anything.
I apologize for that. It shows that you have less than that 10 seconds of time left on your fire resistance potion. And you can see it just starts to flash as soon as he enters this lava, tries to use the boat to get out strategically due to the fact that he, in fact, doesn't have any fire res left. Now, you might want to ask, why does he not have fire res left? Notice the time, 8:04, and notice this next clip when he's clearing his inventory. As you guys might remember, there was 21 blazes killed in this seed, and in MCSR ranked, once you've killed the 20th blaze, every single blaze drops a rod, meaning that they went 20 blazes without getting enough rods, and by that point, you end up guaranteeing yourself a drop every single time. But before that, at 5:10 was the last time that we used a fire resistance potion, and notice what happened here. We have a bunch of fire resistance in our inventory, loads and loads of fire resistance. Everything's very comfortable for NHB. Problem arises when we're clearing our inventory to set up for those pre-crafts. Let's see what happens. Boom, boom. And let's throw one more. That gives us just 1 fire resistance potion remaining in our inventory. And by the time we get back, it's not, we do not have the time to throw it. I believe it might have even been thrown on the return through of the blinds portal. I don't actually have a clip of that. I do apologize. However, NHB not able to survive that seed, obviously, in the lava. Not very much that he could do in this situation on half a heart. And I wanted to talk then about seed number 2, where the question was yet again about fire res. The casters asking viscerally, what happened to the fire res for Feinberg? Made that shield, had to force backup blocks to try and get them. Now, the thing that you want to notice here is at the top of the Bastion, as NHB goes for the kind of FSG style, using the gold axe to break all of these chests, a lot of gold was picked up from these. And even though we get very, very good aggros here, notice as he runs down, there's no connection of the second triple, losing him a lot of pigs for his trading hole. Takes one hit here, tries to force breaking this basalt block to allow the pigs to come down. It's slightly less necessary than dying, though. So we need to, than surviving, even, I should say. And he does take some time to survive. And a perfectly paused frame here with 3 gold blocks and 7 ingots from the chest above. This allows him to trade an extra 34 gold than Feinberg, requiring Fein to go and get the backup blocks. As you would have seen towards the back half of that seed when the inventory tracker showed up, it ended up being Feinberg had traded 124 gold and NHB trading just 122, meaning that without getting the backups, NHB traded the exact same number of gold as Feinberg. So it really made all of the difference just by doing the top-down versus the manhunt route. And this is why NHB was able to leave earlier, finishing those trades quicker and allowing him to leave with a fire resistance. Obviously, in that third seed, we did see Feinberg taking the victory, and it is 2-1. Who is going to cement their place in the final day, which is tomorrow? You can go and find out right now. I'm going to send you back to Nerdy and Parker.
Welcome back, everyone, to this match. It is currently 2-1, favoring Feinberg against NHB. Parker, how are you feeling as we are 3 seeds into this one?
It's feeling like a good match, but more importantly, I want to know how these runners are feeling. NHB taking 2 deaths here. I think if NHB can avoid those little deaths, I think he's got a really good shot at still winning this matchup, even though he's behind here. So that's sort of what I'm looking forward to.
No, 100%. I mean, I kind of want to see us go to a game 5. Okay, but before we go to the seed picks, what are your predictions? What do you think NHB is picking after that Feinberg win?
Shoot, it's NHB. Oh, I don't have very good readings on this one. What do we even have left? BT and Shipwreck. He'll go BT maybe.
All right,
that's
BT,
my prediction.
you're thinking BT?
This is like the least confident I've been, but I'll say BT. Wow.
I mean, you are 4 for 4, man. Look at you. Look at you go, Parker. Oh my goodness. Wow. Very impressive stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense, seeming to prefer sort of those more linear, straightforward seeds. The faster seeds, arguably, less decisions to be made, more speed to be had. And yeah, I mean, I would love to see NHB win this one because of that and take us to a game 5. But it is currently match point 2-1 for Feinberg. So I think we'll get into the match here shortly. But yeah, do you have any thoughts on that BT pick? Any more to your prediction, or do you think it's just kind of what's left?
I think it's kind of just like what's left. I like the idea of having a little bit higher quality if you're NHB, especially having taken some deaths during this matchup. So I think that's probably why he's thinking this. But you know, we could have some awkward ravines. I mean, that's like really one of the biggest problems with BTs is just if you go the wrong way for a ravine, that can just be the entire match. So curious to see if that'll happen here. Hopefully not.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to find out shortly. Yeah, it is always a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I feel like it is looking at these wins. I feel like these have been like sort of tilting games from the loser's perspective. You know, NHB dying in lava in the first seed, then Feinberg getting kind of unlucky, or maybe just sending the wrong route, depending on how you want to look at it on that second seed. And NHB, you know, taking a death, doing a good job to recover from the death, but still not able to quite win. So hopefully these runners are locked and ready to go. As we get into this BT, the scan immediately from both runners, and they are off. Looks like they both find
I like
the correct
double
chunk.
checking F5 from Feinberg. We have some trees, so we're not going to have to go to like an awkward island in the distance, but this is an awkward amount of sand. 3, maybe even 4 we're gonna have to break. No, just 3. But look at this. Look at this quality, Nerdy. 4 salmon, 3 cod, 21 iron. So many possibilities of what we can craft.
It's 21 iron is crazy. I didn't even catch that for a second. And an early shears
from the
craft.
first.
Oh, nice. So yeah, an early shears craft from NHB, but now not getting the apple. So I guess it kind of worked out for Feinberg not to do that, as we now are going to get the crafts and an iron doors for both runners. You love to see it, as Feinberg now mining this tree here. And we see NHB not going for these sort of deeper trees towards the forest, instead choosing to be closer to the shore, mining out some flint. So very interesting to see that. We see Feinberg now a few seconds behind is mining that flint that we just saw NHB get, and NHB now off to the right, I believe, of Feinberg here. It does maybe spot some kelp, but that is fake. No, that looks real. And we see Feinberg, I think, finding something similar. Yeah, this is the same ravine.
Interesting. So... There's like 3 ravines here. NHB decides to go to the furthest left when Feinberg also. So maybe the other ones are looking a little bit more fake. But I'm liking this from NHB. I mean, this is sort of the line we need. If NHB loses this, he's out of the tournament. This seed, this play style, the amount of resources, his mechanics are all coming into play here. And he is just ahead here. I'm really like the situation for NHB believers on the seed. Skeleton, awkward. But this is good terrain, too.
Feinberg has caught up maybe a little bit of time. It's hard to exactly tell sometimes. I feel like terrain nav is this sort of like mystical thing to me sometimes, where like I feel like I blink sometimes and someone has caught up time or has gained a lead or something like that. So I'm always trying to like really focus in on these moments to not miss anything. But it looks like Feinberg going to be bridging out.
Yeah, like totally Feinberg bridging out, NHB going up to the right here. It's always a balance of like bridging is obviously slower, but it's hard to calculate like how good a run is just by looking at the terrain. And so like little decisions like that can really come to play. Also taking your height and like managing where your space, like where you're jumping, because that's often like the holdback and stuff like this. But now they're basically on the same page here, Nerdy. I think, is that a ghast? So much fire there from NHB.
I have no idea where that came from. I couldn't hear, so I just don't know. But we do have Feinberg now and NHB. Basically, I mean, they're mining the exact same blocks at the same time here, Parker. I mean, this is great stuff from both these runners. Looks like actually did get some extra gold blocks from the top this time. Yeah. So again, just the top rampart of the Bastion just having so much gold for in every seed that we've seen with the housing.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be low on fire resistance here, so hopefully NHB holds on to one more. But I mean, look at these runners mining the same gold blocks at the same time. Like we really can't ask for closer gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely, and you love to see it because I mean, we have seen some deaths, we have seen some unfortunate differences in their Bastion routes in the past, right? That have had big impacts on the seed, but this time the Bastion routes are looking pretty much the exact same. And both runners on very similar pace. So that is exactly what we love to see. Now, Feinberg going to be looking to throw a Pearl Hang here. Does get it off. Very nice stuff. While we see NHB is just grabbing the rest of these items here. Now, let's see. The string count. I'm seeing 48. Is that what? Oh, now we have plenty of string there for both runners. We have Fire Res. We have Obby. We've got Pearls. I mean, I think I would expect NHB to be leaving. There we go. Now going to be purling onto this fortress leg. I'm not sure if Feinberg saw this, but presumably did. Yeah, there we go. Now gets the Pearl Hang off. So much food this seed, so the runners should be good to go on that front. And we see NHB has taken a lead on Feinberg now.
Yeah, I mean, the blaze spawners are kind of far away. We're seeing some strays start to spawn in now, but I don't think it's going to be a huge difference in the gameplay. We've seen both spawners, NHB taking care of both of these skeletons, and I think he has 3, 4 maybe strays, a similar amount on Feinberg's end, but he is just a couple seconds behind, just a little bit slow on the mechanics. You know, housing can be a very mechanical Bastion route, and I think this is really playing into NHB's playstyle. He's at the spawner first.
At the spawner first, indeed. Lots of other skeletons there for Feinberg to deal with. Maybe slowing him down a bit. I'm not exactly sure the different rod. It looks like 2 versus 4 rods between the two runners here. So we now have NHB getting a 6th rod. So great stuff from NHB, starting to take a more significant lead as the seed progresses. Feinberg trying to stay in this one. Of course, NHB's tournament life on the line, so it will come down to if NHB can close out this end game, if he would like to stay in the tournament. Now is going to be getting out of the overworld here after having measured. Feinberg now getting the measurement off with 12 eyes as well. So it's very, very close. It's very, very close here as we continue this seed. It has continued to be that, as we've seen from the start, but NHB starting to get the crafts off.
Yeah, I mean, it's close-ish, Nerdy, but it's linear. And I think it's just over and over all these decisions, the quick rates, the easy bastion routes. I think this is all favoring NHB, and he's taking. I think he's just taking slightly different terrain from Feinberg now. Maybe Feinberg's a little bit lower. This could be what Feinberg needs to catch up a little bit of time here. But NHB is just on courts, and he's going to be entering the stronghold. You're going to need a difficult nav here if you want Feinberg to take this, or NHB to misplace. It's fine, though. He still has 8 Obsidian, so he can rebuild his portal, but now he's behind, Nerdy. Feinberg finally in the driver's seat by only a second or two. No spike here. Going to the top, checks. A little bit big of a spike down to the right. Maybe.
Is he going that way?
Double
looks like
scanning, not liking
doesn't
it.
love this. Still going
NHB
down.
going a similar direction, but a little bit higher. So this could pay off going into a hidden. This is wrapping around on itself. But it is the portal room.
There it is for NHB. Now NHB going to be entering the end here. 7 Hearts going to eat the salmon and going to have to go for the 0. Feinberg now does find the portal room as well. But if NHB can hit the 0, it's a very hard 0 though. What setup are we going to go for here? Going to go for 94. Okay. Can NHB close the seed out?
Though, watch Feinberg. Does he have a high enough portal here? Maybe not. Even if he hits, not top setup for Feinberg
going down.
either.
It's okay.
And I mean, how many explosives do we have here? Do we have enough?
Let's see. I don't know exactly.
Yes.
Looks like
that's
7
low,
maybe.
Really? That's low, but it kills it.
Scary stuff.
Anchor. Oh my goodness. On those side setups, it's always so tricky to keep the dragon high enough. And even though Feinberg kills, it manages the height a little bit better. That last anchor from NHB was legendary.
Yeah.
And
it came down to the stronghold.
It's 2-2. It's 2-2.
It's funny. You were saying, the stronghold needs to be a little bit weird for NHB for Feinberg to have the advantage. And then the misplace happened. And then the stronghold being a little bit weird ended up helping NHB, but gets an 801. Great 0 from him to take us to a game 5 here with an 801 is very impressive. You love to see it. It's great. 2-2. It's all tied up. It all comes down to this 5th match, Parker.
Yes, and I'm all here for it. This is why we show up and watch them. We're having some really good matchups today, Nerdy.
Oh yeah,
and this is not disappointing.
You love to see a game 5. You love to see we saw some reverse sweeps earlier today, so not happening this time, but I love seeing it when both people's tournament life is on the line. That's what's so great about game 5s is that this seed will determine it. It's very I don't know. They're my favorite seeds to commentate because the stakes are as high as they could be. But Parker, I mean, it's been good. I mean, so far the trend has been that the player picking the seed has won the match. So
really? Okay.
What do you think? Does that mean Feinberg's going to win this next match?
I mean, yeah. I think Feinberg will win this next match. It's a seed pick. Okay. He's got the confidence behind it. I think so.
Okay. I like the confidence. I'm gonna say I'll just be disagreeable, I guess. I'm gonna say NHB is gonna take the win here. That's I'm gonna say it's gonna break the trend of the seed picker winning the seed. And yeah, I'm excited to see what we've got in store for us for this final one. I don't know. I feel like, what are we gonna see? A ruined portal. That makes sense, I guess. Did lose on the ruined portal, but arguably earlier we saw that was kind of a little bit odd. it was Feinberg. It wasn't like the overworld really determined it. It was really just the Bastion. So maybe just not feeling like wanting to go to, not wanting to go to the shipwreck where there's lots of weirdness that can happen. And wanted to just play a potentially very quick and easy seed and see who can take down their opponent and move on to tomorrow in this quarterfinals match today, Parker. I almost just said Feinberg. I almost just said Feinberg. I'm still adjusting to the new commentator duos, and we've been talking about Feinberg so much. I almost slipped up, but I was able to catch myself there. As we wait here just a second, I believe we'll get into the match shortly. But it's been great so far. I mean, going to a game 5, you love to see it. The Ruined Portal pick. I'm gonna say no looting yet. I'm gonna stick by that. All right, but I'm gonna say we are gonna get completable. We're going to get Iron Pick, and it's going to be a sub 1 enter with Iron Pick, and maybe like cows.
Do we have golden carrots?
No. Cows and a gold axe to kill the cows with. That's my prediction.
Okay.
That's
respectable. I like it. We've already kind of had the bucket Iron Pick seed. I'll say golden carrots, no Iron Pick. That's what I'll say.
Okay. Great stuff.
It's completable.
And let's see what we've got. It is completable, so that's a good start. Let's see what the chest has to offer. There is a notch and a golden apple. Holy tamale, that is very impressive.
Do you even bother getting more food? NHB is going for more food. We've seen in the past, though, players. I think there's one really fast hack seed where you just have the golden apple, and I think Infume didn't. And so, do you even waste the time doing it? Probably. The pig is right here, right? Surely you've got to kill pig. Yes, both runners going for pigs.
It does look like it just dropped
Feinberg's
3.
In fast.
Feinberg's in a little bit faster. NHB with 3 extra pork chops. So if it's a slower seed, that could be good for NHB. Feinberg going to be looking around. Oh, and that does not look good for being a slower seed, as we see the fortress right off to the left and presumably the bastion right here in front of us, as I assume that's where the spike is. Yep, there it is. Is that the bastion? I think that is the bastion. Looks a little bit weird. No, that's not the
probably.
bastion.
It's going to be buried.
Oh, there we go. It's underneath.
It's basically there. Yeah, it's not quite that basalt pillar, but it is here, and it's another housing bastion. Both players probably doing manhunt here. There's not a real good argument for doing top down. I mean, it's gonna be so awkward if you have to go to the top chest. So hopefully we get obsidian here. We do. That is our 5 obsidian chest. We have 6 there,
the iron.
And the iron for the Iron Pick. That's huge.
And now we do see Feinberg getting these pigs up here and continuing the manhunt route. We'll see the same thing from NHB shortly. But a this seed could be very fast here, Parker. I mean, we saw the fortress right there. It's a little awkward maybe to pearl out of this bastion. But other than that, I feel like this seed has the potential to be ridiculously fast, as we now see Feinberg getting the pigs into the trading hole and going to be mining out these gold blocks just a few seconds before NHB. Now, as at this point, we see NHB mining those same gold blocks I was just speaking about. So just a few seconds behind for NHB. And so far the extra food, I don't think it's really going to be too impactful, at least as of right now. At least as of what we're seeing right now, it looks like this is going to be our super speedy seed.
I totally agree.
Ooh, 13
and for being such a super speedy seed, I didn't think Feinberg would be ahead. I mean, he's not ahead by a ton, but is just a little bit faster on the route and is probably going to be able to leave here a little bit sooner. Has his pre-crafts out. NHB still doing his. And if we get all of our obsidian, Nerdy, this is like kind of a fast seed. I mean, we're not even at 3 minutes yet, and we're talking about entering the fortress soon. Do we get the last one? There's only a couple bits of gold trading.
Oh, does it?
No. So we're going to have to go all the way to the top or play home portal or check for some outer chests here.
Here's one right here. There is one right here. There it is. Wow.
So that is big. NHB going to the top. It's so bad because there's no visible terrain, but there is terrain here. I just don't know if it connects up here. And so Feinberg is going to be in the fortress at 3 minutes flat. Wow. And NHB
ridiculous.
Is not.
Yeah, and so NHB does get the obby, but it was so much slower than Feinberg able to sort of go in the direction that he already wanted to. Now getting the double blaze bed off. I mean, this pace is absolutely ridiculous from Feinberg here. Especially, I mean, we'll have to see exactly where we could go from here. Imagine, I kind of sort of wish we had the looting sword here. That would have been even crazier. But still, a 3-minute fortress here, getting all of the soul sand down now, and NHB just a bit behind. Feinberg has eaten the notch at this point. And so we're going to see some We're going to see him place the portal and probably get the pre-crafts off here soon. Plenty of wool this time. That should not be an issue whatsoever. This seed explosives, plenty of a surplus of them. Plenty of
I mean, NHB's got some strays, though, and is actually on a higher rod count than Feinberg. This second cycle really taking forever to go off here. So maybe NHB makes up a little bit of time. He doesn't have the spawner cleared out nearly as well as Feinberg. But if the rates are good, it doesn't really matter nearly as much.
True.
NHB doing some really aggressive pearls here. Has an Endermite chasing him down from this mountain. Gets back in. The distance, 1,000. That's pretty good, Nerdy. I mean, this is going to be probably like a 7-minute speed run. I mean, this is fast. We have another spawner. NHB's going to it, throwing 2 pearls. Feinberg, there's some strays that he's pearling to, but does not want to commit to them fully yet. Just kind of has to wait at the spawner. Does not know how good the rates are. And NHB is just out. And I think all of these are going to drop from Feinberg here. And it's just so punishing. He played the spawner well, but the spawner is just so much slower than getting strays. NHB still has 2 apples to eat here, Nerdy. So maybe the food situation is coming into play. I mean, it's going to be a 5-minute stronghold.
Yeah, just
Feinberg's
ultimately entirely
out.
down to the strays there.
Yeah, it's just
NHB is going to be building the portal, though.
And this could be Feinberg out of the tournament.
We'll have to see here. NHB looking around. That looks pretty good for NHB. Is that the portal room through this?
He's not
doorway?
pre-crafted,
Does not have the crafts
Feinberg
off.
falls off his bridge.
Wow. NHB looks like this way could be it. Is this it for NHB? Not yet.
No.
It's still not it. That spike looks good, though. And there is the portal room, so pretty deep. And NHB has so much health from the notch, is able to do whatever he wants in the end here. And it is indeed Cage. 060, though, Parker. 060. This is going to be a really tough 0.
Feinberg finds a spawner. Maybe it was a zombie spawner taking him the wrong way. Are we going to be able to hit this 0? I mean, it's a lot of mining.
It's top
this
100,
T100.
060.
You're going to have to do universal side step. I mean, he has all of the health in the world, so he's probably fine. But it flies. Oh! It flies, though. He got that was some crazy drag clicking. I mean, it's maybe going to be a perch race here. Feinberg's going to find it if he goes straight down. It's to the right here. Nordy, this might be our is this our 3rd perch race of the day?
Yeah, and Feinberg also won the last best of 5 due to a perch race. So is this going to be a perch race? Is Feinberg going to get it? He doesn't have the gold pick, so this is going to be a really tough 0 for Feinberg to hit. We'll have to see if he even goes for it. It looks like is he going to go for it? He looks like he might.
I mean, you have to go for it, but it flies at 95, so it just doesn't matter. And if like Feinberg's only going to 90. No, he's going 80. He's going 80.
And it flies.
It doesn't matter. And so you just need to be lucky if you're Feinberg here. And if you're NHB, you just have to hope, please, I entered the end faster than my opponent. Please give me the win here. It's literally anybody's game. I mean, Feinberg not shooting down a ton of crystals. I think that's a good play. No way he gets.
That's the perch for Feinberg. Feinberg gets the perch. And is he going to close out the seed? It was like a diagonal perch or something.
Yeah.
And Feinberg
I think
wins another perch race and takes game 5 once again. Wow. That was out of nowhere. I felt like I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. That's unbelievable.
Still a 730, Nerdy.
I mean, yeah, still ridiculous. I mean, that pace was just crazy. Imagine those blazes were better or anything like that. And wow, out of nowhere, Feinberg, despite entering the end 42 seconds, he was 40 seconds slower again entering the end on this best of 5, on this game 5, where it all matters, and Feinberg gets the perch and takes the win. Moving on to tomorrow, 3-2 Feinberg in this match. Great stuff.
I'm just a little bit speechless. I thought it was over. I thought it was over for the old commentator Feinberg, but he's going on to the final day of playoffs. Wow.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, that is ridiculous. It's funny that Feinberg won both of his matches from a perch race where he entered slower. It is a bit funny, but that's ranked. Of course, the Dragon has been standardized and changed in future seasons, but obviously for season 10, that was not the case. So that's the rules that we're playing with. But very interesting to see. Feinberg's going to be moving on to our final day. We'll get into an interview here shortly. But yeah, I mean, crazy game 5. Feel very grateful to always commentate these, Parker. What are your thoughts on that match?
You couldn't really have asked for more. I mean, it went to a game 5. It was a fast seed, and it was an upset. Like NHB just had a 40-second lead, and I think Feinberg, if he had shot down more crystals, he probably would have lost there because the Dragon wouldn't have had opportunity to perch so fast. But I think he knew he was so far behind. He's like, I just have to go for the lucky play, and it just pays off. And he's going on.
It can pay off. I mean, Minecraft is a game of, there's a lot of luck in Minecraft, and that can happen. But we do have our interview ready here, so we will switch over to that now, and we'll see what Feinberg has to say after that match. Feinberg, welcome to the booth. It's my first time. This is weird interviewing you. This is weird. How are you feeling, Feinberg, after that game? That was really back and forth through all those games.
It feels great to get lucky, guys. That's the takeaway today. Just incredible. I'm putting myself in the spots to get lucky, and then I'm getting lucky when it matters. Yeah. So, got to be there to get lucky. But that last game, it's a good perch. What can I say? It's a good perch.
Yeah, that was a really weird perch. Just kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, sorry, you go, Parker.
No, I mean, there's like a good quote to go along with that. I think you summed it up. I did have a question. So I think it was the second or the third seed. You took some like lava damage on your way to the Bastion. It was like a little bit low of food. And there's hoglins around. Do you ever, like, what's the debate? Do you ever get food from hoglins in the nether? I think it was like 2 golden apples on the seed entirely, and you like take lava damage. Do you ever think about that? Like, what's the process with food management?
I actually was thinking about the hoglins there as I was running past them. The reason why I didn't commit to them was because there was like 2. Like there was one that I saw that was in a good spot, and then there was a second one behind a tree 5 blocks away, and that's pretty like committal, and it just gets more annoying. Like it's really hard to single out 2 hoglins, especially on like a not flat ground, like where you can't just like hit the lava. It's annoying. And then I didn't have gold armor on that seed, and there was a piglin nearby too, so it was just going to be really ugly. But I was like on that run through looking like I did really want to get some food because I did not mean to hit that lava. And the gaps are good, but like if I can avoid a hunger reset or because hunger resetting in the nether is the worst part. Like if you do it in the overworld or whatever, it's fine. But I was looking for food, it just didn't materialize.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, no, some great stuff here, Feinberg. It's you're doing great so far this playoffs. I feel like you're playing well so far. Your match tomorrow, going against EDCR. How are you feeling about that? What do you think about your opponent? And what are you gonna do to prepare?
Hopefully I'm gonna be able to sleep for more than like 4 hours.
That'll be good.
What is it? It's Infume, Aquacord in the top, and then me and EDCR on the bottom. Yeah. I mean, it would suck if I lost both. Because only the one loser that loses both of them doesn't get invited to the Ludwig thing.
That's true.
So there's stakes. That is true. There's a lot of stakes on third place
for everybody. No, he won't do that. He won't do that. I don't know. I mean, I'll just play my best. I feel like I just kind of play the same regardless of my opponent. Like play style wise, like sure, sometimes I'll get into my mento a little bit more, depending on who I'm playing, but I haven't played EDCR enough on ladder to have like a frustrating experience with him in my head. Like,
no, that's fair. Different time slots.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I'm just gonna show up tomorrow, try to play my best. I feel like I played well today. Like, obviously, I think of this NHB match, he died on 2 of the seeds that I won, and then this perch BS on the last seed. But like, I didn't die at all. I died last season and 2 seasons ago. I didn't die in the 10 seeds I played today. And I feel like I was playing pretty all right, like a couple of mistakes here and there. But if I just play that tomorrow, I do my best. We'll see what happens.
That's a good attitude.
So much, Feinberg.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Feinberg, for the interview. As always, good luck tomorrow. We will be excited to see how you do against EDCR. But yeah, thank you so much, Feinberg, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
Well, Parker.
What a playoffs this has turned out to be. I hope this becomes my favorite playoffs. It's going to have to do a lot in the finals. Season, I still don't know whether it was 7 or 6. But I want this one to be better, and it's
I like you going
it
backwards. I appreciate you going
it's very
backwards to avoid
intentionally
it.
nerdy. Very
Yeah.
intentionally.
He's very professional here. See, I'm not nearly as
thanks.
disciplined as you. I would just jump right into it. But anyways, but we have an exciting. I hope we can throw it over to the bracket here. We've got a very exciting set of semifinals. Once, as we mentioned before, 100% guarantee of a new playoffs champion. So definitely important to see who will be our new podium winner. But it's going to be interesting because, as we said, as Fimer brought up, winning tomorrow in your first game guarantees you into the Ludwig event and all the world championship. And then also on top of that, if you win the third place match, that also guarantees you in. So I feel like there's a lot more. I feel like these semifinal matches, I mean, obviously there's a lot of money on the line, and that's obviously always a factor. But I really feel like now more than ever, there is a lot on the line for tomorrow's matches. So it's going to be exciting, both for tomorrow and, of course, for that Ludwig event. It's going to be fantastic. I'm so pumped for that, Parker. I think it's going to be super cool to see.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm like a commentator. I didn't even know that was happening. I was just watching the stream, and then the video plays. I'm like, holy shoot! Like nerdy, I can participate in that. I've been in the all the LCQs for the past like 5 seasons. I have a shot. I mean, I'm not gonna win, but I'll try my best. There's a world.
I want to see you there.
So it's really cool to see these events happening. I would love to be there.
100%. But yeah, so there's our bracket, which we will get into tomorrow. We'll close out our season 10 playoffs. And I also so everyone tune in tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's the big day. If you're gonna be here for any day, tomorrow is the day to be here. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
Definitely be sure to be there for that. I don't know, Parker, you got anything else for us here?
No, not particularly. I'm really glad Infume and EDCR are both still here. They've been like the top 1 and 2 seeds the past couple of seasons, but like their playoff performance hasn't quite been there. And I'm just so pumped. We get to see EDCR and Infume both on the final day. We can even see them match up together. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day for the MCSR community.
Oh. That would be a crazy finals, Infume versus EDCR.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean, but also Feinberg and Aquacourt as well. I'd love to see them in a finals. That would be super cool. So I feel like really like any permutation of these runners, I would be so cool to see. And of course, I mean, lots on the line. There's money, but also the chance to play in the Ludwig lands. So thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. That's all we've got for today. We will be starting tomorrow at the exact same time for our final 4 matches. We've got 4 people left. We've got Infume, we've got Aquacourt, we've got Feinberg, and we've got EDCR. So there's some good names. There's some exciting names. There's some exciting storylines and a guaranteed new winner. So hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support, and goodbye. That's all I got.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.